This is Why We Lied, a Will Trent thriller, by Karin Slaughter. To David, for his unending kindness and patience. Prologue. Will Trent sat down at the edge of the lake to take off his hiking boots. The numbers on his watch glowed in the darkness. An hour away from midnight. He could hear an owl in the distance. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees. The moon was a perfect circle in the night sky, light bouncing off the figure in the water. Sarah Linton was swimming toward the floating dock. A cool blue light bathed her body as she cut through the gently rolling waves. Then she turned, doing a lazy backstroke as she smiled at Will. "Are you coming in?" Will couldn't answer. He knew that Sarah was accustomed to his awkward silences, but this wasn't one of those times. He felt speechless just looking at her. All he could think was the same thing everybody thought when they saw them together. What the hell was she doing with him? She was so damn clever and funny and beautiful, and he couldn't even get the knot out of his shoelace in the dark. He forced off the boot as she swam back toward him. Her long auburn hair was sleek to her head. Her bare shoulders were peeking out from the blackness of the water. She had stripped off her clothes before diving in, laughing at his observation that it seemed like a bad idea to jump into something you couldn't see in the middle of the night when no one knew where you were. But it seemed like a worse idea not to follow the wishes of a naked woman asking you to join her. Will took off his socks, then stood so that he could unbutton his pants. Sarah let out a low, appreciative whistle as he started to undress. "Whoa," she said, "a little more slowly, please." He laughed, but he didn't know what to do with the feeling of lightness inside his chest. Will had never experienced this type of prolonged happiness. Sure, there were times that he'd known bursts of joy, his first kiss, his first sexual encounter that had lasted more than 3 seconds, graduating from college, cashing an actual paycheck. The day he had finally managed to divorce his hateful ex-wife. This was different. Will and Sarah were 2 days out from their wedding, and the euphoria he had experienced during the ceremony hadn't subsided. If anything, the feeling was heightened with every passing hour. She would smile at him or laugh at one of his stupid jokes, and it was like his heart turned into a butterfly. Which he understood wasn't a manly thing to think, but there were things you thought and things you shared, and this was one of the many reasons he preferred an awkward silence. Sarah gave a whoop when Will made a show of peeling off his shirt before he stepped into the lake. He wasn't used to walking around naked, especially outdoors, so he ducked under a lot more quickly than he should have. The water was cold, even for midsummer. Chills prickled his skin. He could feel mud unpleasantly sucking around his feet. Then Sarah wrapped her body around his, and Will had no complaints. He said, "Hey." "Hey." She stroked back his hair. "Have you ever been in a lake before?" "Not by choice," he admitted. "Are you sure the water's safe?" She thought about it. "Copperheads are usually more active at dusk. We're probably too far north for cottonmouths." Will hadn't considered snakes. He had grown up in downtown Atlanta, surrounded by dirty concrete and used syringes. Sarah had grown up in a college town in rural South Georgia, surrounded by nature. And snakes, apparently. "I have a confession," she said. "I told Mercy we lied to her." "I figured," Will said. The incident between Mercy and her family tonight had been intense. "Is she going to be okay?" "Probably. John seems like a good kid." Sarah shook her head over the futility of it all. "It's hard being a teenager." Will tried to lighten things up. "There's something to be said for growing up in an orphanage." She pressed her finger to his lips, which he guessed was her way of saying, "Not funny." "Look up." Will looked up. Then he let his head drop back as a sense of awe washed over him. He had never seen actual stars in the sky. Not stars like these, at least. Bright, individual pinpricks in the velvety black expanse of night. Not flattened out by light pollution, not dulled by smog or haze. He took in a deep breath, felt his heartbeat start to slow. The only sound was literal crickets. The only man-made light was a distant twinkle coming from the wraparound porch on the main house. He kind of loved it here. They'd hiked 5 miles through rocky terrain to get to the McAlpine family lodge. The place had been around so long that Will had heard about it when he was a kid. He had dreamed about going one day. Canoeing, paddleboarding, mountain bike riding, hiking, eating s'mores by a campfire. That he had made the trip with Sarah, that he was a happily married man on his honeymoon, was a fact that brought him more wonder than every star in the sky. Sarah said, "Places like this, you scratch a little bit under the surface, and all sorts of bad things come out." Will knew that she was still thinking about Mercy, the brutal argument with her son, the cold response from her parents, her pitiful brother, her total dick of an ex-husband, her eccentric aunt. Then there were the other guests with their problems, which had been amplified by the liberal amount of alcohol poured at the communal dinner. Which reminded Will again that when he dreamed about this place as a kid, he hadn't anticipated that other people would be here. Especially one asshole in particular. "I know what you're going to say," Sarah told him. "This is why we lied." That wasn't exactly what he was going to say, but it was close. Will was a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Sarah had trained as a pediatrician and was currently serving as a medical examiner with the GBI. Both occupations tended to elicit long conversations from strangers, not all of them good, and some of them very bad. Concealing their jobs had felt like a better way to enjoy their honeymoon. Then again, saying you were one thing didn't stop you from being the other. They were both the kind of people who worried about other people, particularly Mercy. She seemed to have the entire world against her right now. Will knew how much strength it took to keep your head up, to keep moving forward, when everyone else in your life was trying to pull you down. "Hey," Sarah hugged him closer, wrapping her legs around his waist. "I have another confession." Will smiled because she was smiling. The butterfly in his chest started to stir. Then other things stirred because he could feel the heat of her pressing against his body. He asked, "What's your confession?" "I can't get enough of you." Sarah kissed her way up the side of his neck, using her teeth to tease out a response. The chills came back. The feel of her breath in his ear flooded his brain with need. He let his hand slowly travel down, her breath caught when he touched her. He could feel the rise and fall of her breasts against his bare chest. Then a sharp, loud scream pierced the night air. "Will?" Sarah's body had tensed. "What was that?" He had no idea. He couldn't tell if it was human or animal. The scream had been high-pitched, blood-curdling. Not a word or a cry for help, but a sound of unrestrained terror. The kind of noise that made the primal part of your brain kick into fight or flight. Will wasn't built for flight. He held onto Sarah's hand as they quickly made their way toward shore. He picked up his clothes, gave Sarah her things. Will looked out over the water as he put on his shirt. He knew from the map that the lake spread out like a slumbering snowman. The swimming area was at the head. The shoreline disappeared into the darkness around the curve of the abdomen. Sound was hard to pin down. The obvious source of the scream was where the people were. 4 other couples and a single man were staying at the lodge. The McAlpine family was in the main house. Leaving out Will and Sarah, the guests were in 5 of the 10 cottages that fanned away from the dining hall. That brought the total number to 18 people on the compound. Any one of them could have screamed. The fighting couple at dinner. Sarah worked the buttons on her dress. The dentist was wasted. The IT guy was... What about the single guy? Will's cargo pants skidded up his wet legs. The one who kept needling Mercy. Chuck, Sarah provided. The lawyer was obnoxious. How did he get on the Wi-Fi? His horse-obsessed wife annoyed everybody. Will shoved his bare feet into his boots. His socks went into his pocket. The lying app guys are up to something. What about the jackal? Will looked up from tying his bootlace. Babe. Sarah kicked over her sandals so she could slide them on. Are you? He left the lace untied. He didn't want to talk about the jackal. Ready? They started up the path. Will felt the urge to move, picking up the pace until Sarah started to lag. She was incredibly athletic, but her shoes were made for strolling, not running. He stopped, turning to her. Is it okay if... Go, she said. I'll catch up. Will left the path, taking a straight line through the woods. He used the porch light as his guide, his hands pushing away limbs and prickly vines that caught at his shirt sleeves. His wet feet were rubbing inside his boots. It had been a mistake to leave the one lace untied. He thought about stopping, but the wind shifted, carrying an odor like copper pennies in the air. Will couldn't tell if he was smelling blood or if his cop brain was throwing out sense memories of past crime scenes. The scream could have come from an animal. Even Sarah hadn't been sure. Will's only certainty was the thing that had made the sound was in fear of its life. Coyote, bobcat, bear. There were a lot of creatures in the woods that could make other creatures feel that way. Was this an overreaction? He stopped trudging through the overgrowth, turning around to locate the path. He could tell where Sarah was, not by sight but by the sound of her shoes on the gravel. She was halfway between the main house and the lake. Their cottage was on the far end of the compound. She was probably trying to form a plan. Were there any lights on in the other cottages? Should she start knocking on doors, or was she thinking the same as Will? That they were being overly vigilant considering what they both did for a living, and this was going to be a really funny story to tell her sister about how they heard an animal give a death cry and rushed off to investigate rather than having hot lake sex. Will could not appreciate the humor right now. Sweat had pasted his hair to his head. A blister was rubbing on the back of his heel. Blood trickled from his forehead where a vine had ripped open the skin. He listened to the silence in the woods. Not even the crickets were chirping now. He slapped at an insect that bit him on the side of his neck. Something scurried in the trees overhead. Maybe he didn't love this place after all. Worse, at a very deep level, he blamed the jackal for this misery. Nothing had ever gone right in Will's life when that asshole was around, dating back to when they were kids. The sadistic prick had always been a walking bad luck charm. Will rubbed his face with his hands like he could erase any thoughts of the jackal from his brain. They weren't kids anymore. Will was a grown man on his honeymoon. He headed back towards Sarah, or at least in the direction he thought Sarah had gone. Will had lost all sense of time and direction in the dark. There was no telling how long he'd run through the forest like he was tackling a ninja warrior set. Walking through the overgrowth was a lot harder without the adrenaline pushing him to run face first into hanging vines. Will silently formed his own plan. Once he reached the path, he would put on his socks and tie his bootlace so he wasn't limping through the rest of the week. He would locate his beautiful wife. He would take her back to the cottage, and they could pick up where they had left off. Help! Will froze. There wasn't any uncertainty this time. The scream was so pronounced that he knew it had come from the mouth of a woman. Then she screamed again. Please! Will bolted away from the path, running toward the lake. The sound had come from the opposite side of the swimming area, toward the bottom of the snowman. He kept his head down, legs pumping. He could hear the blood rushing through his ears alongside the echo of the screams. The woods quickly turned into a dense forest. Low-hanging limbs slashed at his arms. Gnats swarmed around his face. The terrain suddenly dropped. He landed sideways on his foot, his ankle rolled. He ignored the sharp pain, forcing himself to keep going. Will tried to get his adrenaline in check. He had to slow his pace. The compound was at a higher elevation than the lake. There was a steep drop-off near the dining hall. He found the back end of the loop trail, then followed another zigzagging path down. His heart was still pumping. His brain was still reeling with recriminations. He should have paid attention to his instincts the first time. He should have figured this out. He felt sick about what he was going to find, because the woman had screamed for her life, and there was no predator more vicious than a human being. He coughed as the air turned thick with smoke. The moonlight broke through the trees just in time for him to see the ground was terraced. Will stumbled into a clearing. Empty beer cans and cigarette butts littered the ground. Tools were everywhere. Will kept his head on a swivel as he jogged past sawhorses and extension cords and a generator that had been turned on its side. There were 3 more cottages, all of them in various stages of repair. A tarp covered one roof. Windows were boarded up in the next. The last cabin was on fire. Flames licked out between the log siding. The door was half open. Smoke ribboned from a busted side window. The roof wasn't going to hold for much longer. The screams for help, the fire, someone had to be inside. Will took a deep breath before he ran up the porch stairs, kicked the door wide open. A blast of heat snatched the moisture from his eyes. All but one of the windows was boarded up. The only light was from the fire. He crouched down, keeping himself below the smoke as he made his way through the living room, into the tiny kitchen, the bathroom with space for a soaking tub, the small closet. His lungs started to ache. He was running out of breath. He inhaled a mouthful of black smoke as he headed toward the bedroom. No door, no fixtures, no closet. The back wall of the cottage had been stripped to the studs. They were too narrow for him to fit through. Will heard a loud creak over the roar of the fire. He jogged back into the living room. The ceiling was fully engulfed. Flames were chewing away the support beams. The roof was collapsing. Chunks of burning wood rained down. Will could barely see for the smoke. The front door was too far away. He ran toward the busted window, jumping at the last minute, hurtling past falling debris. He rolled to the ground. Coughs racked his body. His skin was tight, as though it wanted to boil from the heat. He tried to stand up, but could only make it to his hands and knees before he coughed out a wad of black soot. His nose was running. Sweat poured from his face. He coughed again. His lungs felt like shattered glass. He pressed his forehead to the ground. Mud smacked at his singed eyebrows. He pulled in a sharp breath through his nose. Copper. Will sat up. There was a belief among police officers that you could smell the iron in blood when it hit oxygen. This wasn't true. The iron needed a chemical reaction to activate the scent. At crime scenes, that something was usually the fatty compounds in skin. The odor was amplified in the presence of water. Will looked out at the lake. His eyes blurred. He wiped away the mud and sweat, silenced the cough that wanted to come. In the distance, he could make out the soles of a pair of Nikes. Blood-stained jeans pulled down to the knees, arms floating out to the sides. The body was face up, half in the water, half out. Will felt momentarily transfixed by the sight. It was the way the moon turned the skin a waxy pale blue. Maybe joking about growing up in an orphanage had put it in his mind, or maybe he was still feeling the absence of any family members on his side of the aisle at the wedding. But Will found himself thinking of his own mother. As far as he knew, there were only 2 photographs that documented the 17 years of his mother's short life. One was a mugshot from an arrest that had taken place a year before Will was born. The other was taken by the medical examiner who had performed her autopsy. Polaroid, faded. The waxy blue of his mother's skin was the same color as the dead woman lying 20 feet away. Will stood. He limped toward the body. He wasn't under any illusion that he would see his mother's face. His gut had already told him who he would find. Still, standing over the body, knowing he was right, etched another scar in the darkest place of his heart. Another woman lost. Another son who would grow up without his mother. Mercy McAlpine lay in the shallow water, rippling waves sending her shoulders into tiny shrugs. Her head rested on a cluster of rocks that kept her nose and mouth above water. Floating tendrils of blonde hair gave her an ethereal effect. A fallen angel. A fading star. Cause of death wasn't a mystery. Will could tell that she'd been repeatedly stabbed. The white button-down shirt Mercy had worn at dinner had disappeared into the bloody pulp of her chest. Water had washed clean some of the wounds. He could see the angry gouges in her shoulder where the knife had been twisted. Dark red squares showed the only thing that had kept the blade from going deeper was the handle. In his career, Will had seen more horrific crime scenes, but this woman had been alive, walking around, joking, flirting, arguing with her sullen son, warring with her toxic family less than an hour ago. And now, she was dead. She would never be able to make things right with her child. She would never see him fall in love, never sit in the front row as she watched him marry the love of his life. No more holidays or birthdays or graduations or quiet moments together. And all John would be left with was the aching loss of her absence. Will allowed himself a few seconds of sorrow before he summoned his training. He scanned the woods in case the killer was still around. He checked for weapons on the ground. The assailant had taken the knife with him. Will studied the woods again, listened for strange sounds. He swallowed down the soot and bile in his throat, knelt beside Mercy, pressed his fingers against the side of her neck to check for a pulse. He felt the quick jolt of her heartbeat. She was alive. Mercy. Will gently turned her head in his direction. Her eyes were open, the whites gleaming like shiny marbles. He made his voice firm. Who did this to you? Will heard a whistling sound, but not from her nose or mouth. Her lungs were trying to draw in air through the open wounds in her chest. Mercy. He grabbed her face in his hands. Mercy McAlpine. My name is Will Trent. I'm an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I need you to look at me right now. Her eyelids started to flutter. Look at me, Mercy, Will ordered. Look at me. The white flickered for a moment. Her pupils rolled. Seconds passed, maybe a minute, before she finally focused on Will's face. There was a brief spark of recognition, then a rush of fear. She was back in her body now, filled with terror, filled with pain. You're going to be okay. Will started to stand. I'm going to get help. Mercy grabbed Will's collar, pulling him back down. She looked at him. Really looked at him. They both knew that she would not be okay. Instead of panicking, instead of letting him go, she was keeping him here. Her life was coming into focus. The last words she had said to her family, the fight with her son. John, tell him he has to get away from... Will watched her eyelids start to flutter again. He wasn't going to tell John anything. Mercy was going to say her last words to her son's face. He raised his voice, yelling, Sarah, get John, hurry! No. Mercy started to tremble. She was going into shock. John can't... He can't stay. Get away from... Listen to me, Will said. Give your son the chance to say goodbye. Love, she said. Love him so much. Will could hear his own heartbreak in her voice. "Mercy, please stay with me for just a while longer. Sarah's gonna bring John here. He needs to see you before—" "I'm so sorry." "Don't be sorry," Will said. "Just stay with me, please. Think about the last thing John said to you. That can't be the end of it. You know he doesn't hate you. He doesn't want you dead. Don't leave him with that, please." "Forgive him." She coughed, spraying out blood. "Forgive him." "Tell him yourself. John needs to hear it from you." Her fist twisted into his shirt. She pulled him even closer. "Forgive him." "Mercy, please don't." Will's voice broke. She was slipping away too fast. It suddenly hit him what John would see if Sarah brought him here. This was not a tender moment to say goodbye. No son should have to live with the evidence of his mother's violent death. He tried to swallow down his own grief. "Okay, I'll tell John. I promise." Mercy took his vow as permission. Her body went slack. She let go of his collar. Will watched her hand fall away, the ripples as it splashed into the water. The trembling had stopped. Her mouth gaped open. A slow, pained sigh left her body. Will waited for her to take another raspy breath, but her chest went still. He panicked in the silence. He couldn't let her go. Sarah was a doctor. She could save Mercy. She would bring John, and he would have his last chance to say goodbye. "Sarah!" Will's voice echoed around the lake. He ripped off his shirt, covered up her wounds. John wouldn't see the damage. He would see his mother's face. He would know that she loved him. He wouldn't have to live the rest of his life wondering what might have been. "Mercy!" Will shook her so hard that her head lolled to the side. "Mercy!" He slapped his palm against her face. Her skin was ice cold. There was no more color left to drain. The blood had stopped flowing. She wasn't breathing. He couldn't find a pulse. He had to start compressions. Will laced together his hands, placed his palms on Mercy's chest, locked his elbows, squared his shoulders, and pushed down with his full weight. Pain sliced through his hand like a lightning strike. He tried to pull back, but he was caught. "Stop!" Sarah had come out of nowhere. She grabbed his hands, trapping them against Mercy's chest. "Don't move. You'll cut the nerves." It took a moment for him to understand that Sarah wasn't worried about Mercy. She was worried about Will. He looked down. His brain had no explanation for what he was seeing. Slowly, he came back to his senses. He was looking at the murder weapon. The attack had been frenzied, violent, filled with rage. The killer hadn't just stabbed Mercy in the chest. He'd attacked her from behind, driving the knife into her back with such force that the handle had snapped off. The blade was still embedded inside Mercy's chest. Will had impaled his hand on the broken knife. Chapter 1. 12 hours before the murder. Mercy McAlpine stared up at the ceiling, thinking through her week. All 10 couples had checked out of the lodge this morning. 5 new ones were hiking in today. 5 more would arrive on Thursday, giving them another full house over the weekend. She needed to get the right suitcases put into the right cottages. The shipper had dumped the last of them on the parking pad this morning. She would have to figure out what to do with her brother's idiot friend, who kept showing up like a stray dog on their doorstep. The kitchen staff needed to be notified he was here again because Chuck had a peanut allergy. Or maybe she wouldn't notify them and the level of bullshit in her life would be cut roughly in half. The other half was grinding away on top of her. Dave was huffing like a steam train that was never going to reach the end of the tunnel. His eyes bulged in his head. His cheeks were bright red. Mercy had quietly orgasmed 5 minutes ago. She probably should have told him, but she hated giving him the win. She turned her head, trying to see the clock by the bed. They were on the floor of Cottage 5 because Dave wasn't worth changing out the sheets. It had to be close to noon. Mercy couldn't be late for the family meeting. Guests would start trickling in around 2. Phone calls needed to be made. 2 of the couples had asked for massages. Another couple had signed up at the last minute for whitewater rafting. She needed to confirm the horseback riding place had the right time for the morning. She had to check the weather again, see if that storm was still heading their way. The supplier had brought nectarines instead of peaches. Did he really think she didn't know the difference? Merce. Dave was still chugging away, but she could hear the defeat in his voice. I think I need to call it. Mercy patted his shoulder twice, tapping him out. Dave's tired cock flapped against her leg as he collapsed onto his back. He stared up at the ceiling. She stared at him. He'd just turned 35 years old, and he looked closer to 80. His eyes were rheumy. His nose was crisscrossed with burst capillaries. His breath had a wheeze. He'd started smoking again because the liquor and pills weren't killing him fast enough. He said, Sorry. There was no need for Mercy to respond because they'd done this so many times that her words existed like a perpetual echo. Maybe if you weren't high, maybe if you weren't drunk, maybe if you weren't a worthless piece of shit, maybe if I wasn't a lonely, stupid moron who kept fucking her loser ex-husband on the floor. You want me to... He gestured downward. I'm good, Dave laughed. You're the only woman I know who fakes not having an orgasm. Mercy didn't want to joke with him. She kept harping on Dave for making bad decisions, but then she kept having sex with him like she was any better. She pulled on her jeans. The button was tight because she'd put on a few pounds. She hadn't taken off anything else but her shoes. The lavender Nikes were beside his toolbox, which reminded her, You need to fix that toilet in 3 before the guests get here. You got it, boss lady. Dave rolled onto his side in preparation to stand. He was never in a hurry. You think you can cut me some money loose? Take it out of child support. He winced. He was 16 years behind. She asked, What about the money Papa paid you to fix up the bachelor cottages? That was a deposit. Dave's knee gave a loud pop as he stood. I had to buy materials. She assumed most of the materials came from his dealer or his bookie. A tarp and a used generator doesn't equal $1,000. Come on now, Mercy Mac. Mercy gave an audible sigh as she checked her reflection in the mirror. The scar that sliced down her face was an angry red against her pale skin. Her hair was still tightly pulled back. Her shirt wasn't even wrinkled. She looked like she'd had the least satisfying orgasm given to her by the world's most disappointing man. Dave asked, What do you think about this investment thing? I think Papa's going to do whatever he wants to do. It's not him I'm asking. She looked at Dave in the mirror. Her father had sprung the news about the wealthy investors over breakfast. Mercy hadn't been consulted, so she assumed this was Papa's way of reminding her that he was still in control. The lodge had been handed down through the McAlpine family for 7 generations. In the past, there had been small loans, usually from longtime guests who wanted to keep the place going. They helped get roofs repaired or buy new water heaters, or once replaced the power line from the road. This sounded a hell of a lot bigger. Papa had said the money from the investors was enough to build an annex to the main compound. Mercy said, I think it's a good idea. That section of old campsite sits on the best part of the property. We can build some bigger cottages, maybe start marketing to weddings and family reunions. Still gonna call it Camp Awanapedo? Mercy didn't want to laugh, but she did. Camp Awanita was a 100-acre campground with access to the lake, a stream full of trout, and a magnificent long-range mountain view. The land had also been a reliable cash cow until 15 years ago, when every organization that rented it out, from the Boy Scouts to the Southern Baptists, experienced some kind of pedophile scandal. There was no telling how many kids had suffered over there. The only option had been to close it down before the taint spread to the lodge. I don't know, Dave said. Most of that land's in a conservation easement. You can't really build out past where the creek hits the lake. Plus, I don't see Papa giving anybody any input on how that money's spent. Mercy quoted her father. There's only one name on that sign by the road. Your name's on that sign too, Dave said. You're doing a great job running this place. You were right about upgrading the bathrooms. That marble was a pain hauling in, but it's sure impressive. The faucets and bathtubs look like they came out of a magazine. Guests are spending more for extras, coming back for repeats. Those investors wouldn't be offering any money except for what you've done here. Mercy resisted the urge to preen. Compliments were not handed out lightly in her family. No one had said a word about the accent walls in the cottages, the addition of coffee bars and window boxes overflowing with flowers, so that guests felt like they were walking into a fairy tale. She said, "If we spend this money right, people will pay twice, maybe even 3 times what they're paying now, especially if we give them road access instead of making them hike in. We could even do some of those UTVs to get to the bottom of the lake. It's beautiful down there." It surely is beautiful, I'll give you that. Dave spent most of his days on the site, ostensibly remodeling the 3 ancient cottages. He asked, "Biddy have anything to say about the money?" Her mother always sided with her father, but Mercy said she'd talk to you before she talked to me. "Haven't heard a peep," Dave shrugged. Biddy would confide in him eventually. She loved Dave more than her own children. "You ask me, bigger ain't always better." Bigger was exactly what Mercy was hoping for. After the shock from hearing the news had worn off, she'd come around to the idea. The influx of cash could shake things up. She was tired of running in quicksand. Dave said, "It's a lot of change." She leaned her back against the dresser, looking at him. Would it be so bad if things were different? They stared at each other. There was a lot of weight to the question. She looked past the roomy eyes and the red nose and saw the 18-year-old boy who had promised to take her away from here. Then she saw the car accident that had split open her face. The rehab again, the custody battle for John, the threat of falling off the wagon, and always the constant, unrelenting disappointment. Her phone pinged from the bedside table. Dave looked down at the notification. "You got somebody at the trailhead." Mercy unlocked the screen. The camera was at the parking pad, which meant she had around 2 hours before the first guests completed the 5-mile hike to the lodge. Or maybe less. They looked like they could easily handle the trail. The man was tall and lanky with a runner's build. The woman had long, curly red hair and was carrying a backpack that looked like it had been used before. The couple shared a deep kiss before they headed toward the trailhead. Mercy felt a pang of jealousy to see them holding hands. The man kept looking down at the woman. She kept looking up at him. Then they both laughed, like they realized how ridiculously in love they were acting. "Dude looks dick drunk," Dave said. Mercy's jealousy intensified. "She looks pretty tipsy herself." "BMW," Dave noticed. "Those the investors?" "Rich people aren't that happy. It has to be the honeymooners, Will and Sarah." Dave took a closer look, though the couple's back was to the camera now. "You know what they do for a living?" "He's a mechanic, she's a chemistry teacher." "Where are they from?" "Atlanta." "Real Atlanta or Metro Atlanta?" "I don't know, Dave. Atlanta. He walked toward the window. She watched him stare across the compound at the main house. She knew something had set him off, but she didn't have it in her to ask. Mercy had put in her time with Dave, trying to help him, trying to heal him, trying to love him enough, trying to be enough. Trying not to drown in the quicksand of his aching need. People thought he was Mr. Laid-back, easy-going, life-of-the-party Dave, but Mercy knew that he walked around with a giant ball of angst inside his chest. Dave wasn't an addict because he was at peace. He had spent the first 11 years of his life in the foster care system. No one had bothered to look for him when he'd run away. He'd hung around the campsite until Mercy's father had found him sleeping in one of the bachelor cottages. Then her mother had cooked him dinner. Then Dave had started showing up every night. Then he'd moved into the main house, and the McAlpines had adopted him, which had led to a lot of nasty rumors when Mercy had gotten pregnant with John. It didn't help that Dave was 18 and Mercy had just turned 15 when it happened. They had never thought of each other as siblings. They were more like two idiots passing in the night. He had hated her until he'd loved her. She had loved him until she'd hated him. "Heads up." Dave turned away from the window. "Fishtifer's coming in hot." Mercy was tucking her phone into her back pocket when her brother opened the door. He was holding one of the cats, a plump rag doll that flopped over his arms. Christopher was dressed the way he was always dressed. Fishing vest, bucket hat hooked with fishing flies, cargo shorts with too many pockets, flip-flops so he could quickly pull on his waders and stand in the middle of a stream all day, throwing out lines. Hence the nickname. Dave asked, "What lured you here, Fishtifer?" "Dunno." Fish raised his eyebrows. "Something reeled me in." Mercy knew they could go on like this for hours. "Fish, did you tell John to get the canoes cleaned out?" "Yep, and he told me to go fuck myself." "Jesus!" Mercy shot Dave a look, like he was solely responsible for John's behavior. "Where is he now?" Fish placed the cat on the porch alongside the other one. "I sent him into town to get some peaches." "Why?" She looked at the clock again. "We've got 5 minutes until family meeting. I'm not paying him to ass his way around town all summer. He needs to know the schedule." "He needs to be gone." Fish crossed his arms the way he always did when he thought he had something important to say. "Delilah's here." He could have said Lucifer was dancing a jig on the front porch and gotten less shock out of her. Without thinking, Mercy grabbed for Dave's arm. Her heart was gonging against her ribcage. 12 years had passed since she'd faced off against her aunt inside a cramped courtroom. Delilah had been trying to get permanent custody of John. Mercy still felt the deep wounds from the fight to get him back. "What's that crazy bitch doing here?" Dave demanded. "What does she want?" "Dunno," Fish said. "She passed right by me on the lane, then went into the house with Papa and Biddy. I found John and sent him off before he saw her. You're welcome." Mercy couldn't thank him. She had started to sweat. Delilah lived an hour away inside her own little bubble. Her parents had brought her up here because they were up to something. Papa and Biddy were on the porch waiting for Delilah. "They're always on the porch in the morning. How would I know if they were waiting?" "Fish!" Mercy stamped her foot. He could tell the difference between a small mouth and a red eye from 20 yards, but he couldn't read people for shit. "How did they look when Delilah pulled up? Were they surprised? Did they say anything?" "Don't think so. Delilah got out of her car. She was holding her purse like this." Mercy watched him grip together his hands in front of his belly. "Then she walked up the stairs and they all went inside." Dave asked, "She's still dressing like Pippi Longstocking." "Who's Pippi Longstocking?" "Hush!" Mercy hissed. "Delilah didn't say anything about Papa being in a wheelchair." "Nope. None of them said anything at all. Now that I think about it, strangely silent." Fish held up his finger to indicate that he remembered another detail. "Biddy started to push Papa's chair inside, but Delilah took over." Dave mumbled, "Sounds like Delilah, all right." Mercy felt her teeth clench. Delilah hadn't been surprised to find her brother in a wheelchair, which meant she already knew about the accident, which meant that they had talked on the phone. The question was, who had made the phone call? Had she been invited here, or just shown up? As if on cue, her phone started to ring. Mercy slid it out of her pocket. She saw the caller ID. Biddy. Dave said, "Put it on speaker." Mercy tapped the screen. Her mother started every phone call the same way, whether she was calling or answering. "This is Biddy." Mercy answered, "Yes, Mother." "Are you kids coming for family meeting?" Mercy looked at the clock. She was 2 minutes late. "I sent John into town. Fish and I are on the way." "Bring Dave." Mercy's hand was hovering over the phone. She had been ready to hang up. Now her fingers were trembling. "Why do you want Dave there?" There was a click as her mother ended the call. Mercy looked at Dave, then at Fish. She could feel a fat drop of sweat rolling down her back. "Delilah's going to try to get John back." "No, she ain't. John just had his birthday. He's practically an adult." For once, Dave was the logical one. "Delilah can't snatch him away. Even if she tries, it won't go to court for a couple years at least. He'll be 18 by then." Mercy pressed her palm to her heart. He was right. John acted like a baby sometimes, but he was 16 years old. Mercy wasn't a serial fuck-up with 2 DUIs trying to wean herself off of heroin with Xannies. She was a responsible citizen. She was running the family business. She'd been clean for 13 years. "Guys," Fish said, "are we even supposed to know Delilah's here?" Dave asked. "She didn't see you when she came up the lane?" "Maybe?" Fish was asking, not telling. "I was stacking logs by the shed. She was going pretty fast. You know how she is, like she's on a mission." Mercy thought of an explanation that was almost too awful to speak. "The cancer could be back." Fish looked stricken. Dave took a few steps away, turning his back to them both. Biddy had been diagnosed with metastatic melanoma 4 years ago. Aggressive treatment had put the cancer into remission, but remission did not mean cured. The oncologist had told her to keep her affairs in order. "Dave?" Mercy asked. "Have you noticed anything? Is she acting any different?" Mercy watched Dave shake his head. He used his fist to wipe his eyes. He'd always been a mama's boy, and Biddy still doted on him like a baby. Mercy couldn't begrudge him the extra affection. His own mother had abandoned him in a cardboard box outside a fire station. Dave cleared his throat a few times so he could speak. "She would get me alone and tell me if it was back. She wouldn't spring it on me at a family meeting." Mercy knew this was true, if only because Dave had been the first person Biddy had told the last time. Dave had always had a special connection with her mother. He was the one who'd nicknamed her Biddy Mama because she was so small. When she was fighting cancer, Dave had taken her to every doctor's appointment, every surgery, every treatment. He was also the one who changed her surgical dressings, kept up with her pill regimen, even washed her hair. Papa had been too busy running the lodge. Fish said, "We're missing the obvious." Dave was wiping his nose with the hem of his t-shirt when he turned back around. "What?" Fish supplied. "Papa wants to talk about the investors." Mercy felt like an idiot for not thinking of this first. "Do we have to call a board meeting to vote on taking the money?" No. Dave knew the rules of the McAlpine Family Trust better than anyone. Delilah had tried to force him out because he was adopted. "Papa's the trustee, so he gets to make those decisions. Besides, you only need a quorum to call a vote. Mercy, you've got John's proxy, so all he needs is you, Fish, and Biddy. No reason for me to be there, or Delilah." Fish anxiously looked at his watch. "We should go, right? Papa's waiting." "Waiting to ambush us," Dave said. Mercy figured that was what her father was planning. She was under no illusion that they were about to share a warm family moment. She told them, "Let's get this over with." Mercy led the boys across the compound. The 2 cats trotted alongside them. She struggled against her natural state of anxiety. John was safe. Mercy was not helpless. She was too old for a spanking, and it wasn't like Papa could outrun her anymore. Heat rushed into her face. She was an awful daughter for even thinking such a thing. 18 months ago, her father had been guiding a group up the mountain bike trail when he'd flipped headfirst over his handlebars and plunged into the gorge. An air ambulance had winched him out on a stretcher while the guests watched in horror. His skull had been cracked open. 2 vertebrae in his neck were fractured. His back was broken. There was no question that he would end up in a wheelchair. He had nerve damage in his right arm. If he was lucky, he would have limited control of his left hand. He could still breathe on his own, but in those first few days, the surgeons had talked about him like he was already dead. Mercy hadn't had time to grieve. Guests were still at the lodge. Even more were coming in the following weeks. Schedules had to be made, guides had to be assigned, supplies had to be ordered, bills had to be paid. Fish was the oldest, but he'd never been interested in management. His passion was taking guests out on the water. John was too young, and what's more, he hated it here. Dave couldn't be trusted to show up. Delilah was not an option. Biddy, understandably, wouldn't leave Papa's side. By default, Mercy had been given the job. That she was actually good at it should have been a source of family pride. That her changes had led to a large profit in the first year, that she was on track to double that now, should have warranted a celebration. Yet from the moment her father had gotten out of the rehab facility, he'd seethed with anger. Not about the accident, not about his loss of athletic ease in his body, not even about his loss of freedom. For some unfathomable reason, all of his rage, all of his animosity was directed squarely at Mercy. Every day Biddy would wheel Papa around the main compound. Every day he would find fault with everything Mercy did. The beds weren't being made the right way. The towels weren't being folded the right way. The guests weren't being handled the right way. The meals weren't being served the right way. And of course, the right way was always his way. In the beginning, Mercy had struggled to please him, to stroke his ego, to pretend like she couldn't do it without him, to beg him for advice and approval. Nothing worked. His anger only festered. She could have shit out gold bars and he would have found a problem with every single one. She had known Papa could be a demanding bully. What she hadn't realized was that he was just as petty as he was cruel. Hold up. Fish's voice was low, like they were kids sneaking off to the lake. How are we gonna play this, my peeps? Like we always do, Dave told him. You're gonna stare at the floor with your mouth shut. I'm gonna piss everybody off. Mercy's gonna dig in and fight. That earned him a smile, at least. Mercy squeezed Dave's arm before opening the front door. As always, she was greeted by darkness. Dark, weather-worn walls. 2 tiny, slitted windows, no sunlight. The foyer of the main house had served as the original lodge when it opened after the Civil War. The place was little more than a fishing shack back then. You could see the axe marks in the wood paneling where the planks had been cut from trees felled on the property. By luck and necessity, the house had expanded over the years. A second entrance was added on the side of the porch, so hikers saw something more inviting when they came off the trail. Private rooms were built for more affluent guests, which necessitated a back set of stairs to the upper floor. A parlor and a dining room were added for would-be Teddy Roosevelts, who'd flooded in to explore the new national forest. The kitchen had been connected to the house when wood-burning stoves stopped being a thing. The wraparound porch was a concession to the crushing summer heat. At one point, there were 12 McAlpine brothers stuffed into bunk beds on the upper floor. One half had hated the other, which had necessitated building the 3 bachelor cottages around the lake. They had mostly scattered when the Great Depression hit, leaving a lone, resentful McAlpine hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He had stored their ashes on a shelf in the basement as one by one they had returned to the property. This great-grandfather to Mercy and Fish was responsible for creating the tightly controlled family trust, and his bitterness toward his siblings was writ large in every paragraph. He was also the only reason this place hadn't been sold for parts years ago. Most of the campsite was in a conservation easement that could never be developed. The other part was restricted by covenants that limited how that land could be used. The trust required a consensus before anything major could be done, and over the years, there had only been asshole McAlpines battling against asshole McAlpines who avoided consensus, if only out of spite. That her father was the biggest asshole in a long line should have come as no surprise. Yet, here they were. Mercy squared her shoulders as she walked down the long hallway toward the back. Her eyes watered at the rush of sunlight pouring through the crank casement windows, then the Palladian windows, then the sleek accordion doors that led to the back of the porch. Each room was like the rings in a tree. You could mark the passage of time by the horsehair plaster and popcorn ceilings and avocado green appliances that complemented the brand-new Wolf 6-burner cooktop in the kitchen. That's where she found her parents waiting. Papa's wheelchair was pulled up under the round pedestal table Dave had built after the accident. Biddy sat beside him, back straight, lips pursed, hand resting on a stack of schedules. There was something timeless about her appearance. Barely a line etched her face. She had always looked more like Mercy's older sister than her mother. except for the air of disapproval. As usual, Biddy didn't smile until she saw Dave. Then her face lit up like Elvis had carried Jesus Christ through the door. Mercy barely clocked the exchange. Delilah was nowhere to be seen, which sent Mercy's brain spinning all over again. Where was she hiding? Why was she here? What did she want? Had she run into John on the narrow road? "Is it so hard to be on time?" Papa made a show of looking at the kitchen clock. He wore a watch, but turning his left wrist took effort. "Sit down." Dave ignored the order and leaned down to kiss Biddy's cheek. "Doing okay, Biddy Mama?" "I'm good, dear." Biddy reached up and patted his face. "Go on and sit." Her light touch temporarily smoothed the worry from Dave's brow. He winked at Mercy as he pulled out his chair. Mama's boy. Fish took his usual seat on her left, eyes on the floor, hands in his lap, no surprise. Mercy let her gaze rest on her father. His face had more scars than hers now, with deep wrinkles that fanned from the corners of his eyes and dueling parentheses that sliced into the hollows of his cheeks. He'd turned 68 this year, but he looked 90. He'd always been an active outdoorsman. Before the bike accident, Mercy had never seen her father sit still for more time than it took to shovel a meal into his mouth. The mountains were his home. He knew every inch of the trails, the name of every bird, every flower. Guests adored him. The men wanted his life. The women wanted his sense of purpose. They called him their favorite guide, their spirit animal, their confidant. He wasn't their father. "All right, children." Biddy always started the family meeting with the same phrase like they were all still toddlers. She leaned up in her chair so she could pass out the schedules. She was a petite woman, barely 5 feet tall, with a soft voice and cherubic face. "We'll get 5 couples today, 5 more on Thursday." "Another packed house," Dave said. "Good job, Mercy Mac." The fingers of Papa's left hand wrapped around the arm of his chair. "We'll need to bring in extra guides for the weekend." Mercy took a moment to find her voice. Were they really doing the meeting like Delilah wasn't lurking in the shadows? Papa was clearly up to something. There was nothing to do but play along. She told him, "I've already lined up Xavier and Gil. Jedediah's on standby." "Standby?" Papa demanded. "What the hell is standby?" Mercy choked back the offer to Google the word for him. They had strict policies about the guest-to-guide ratios, not only for safety reasons, but because their curated experiences brought in hefty fees. In case a guest signs up for the hike at the last minute. "You tell them it's too late. We don't leave guides hanging. They work for money, not promises." "Jed's fine with it, Papa. He said he'd come if he could." "And what if he's not available?" Mercy felt her teeth grit. He always moved the goalpost. "Then I'll take the guests up the trail myself." "And who's going to look after the place while you're gallivanting up the mountains?" "The same people who looked after it when you did." Papa's nostrils flared in anger. Biddy looked profoundly disappointed. Less than a minute into the meeting, they were already at a standoff. Mercy was never going to win. She could go fast or she could go slow, but she was still running in quicksand. "Fine," Papa said. "You're just going to do whatever you want to do." He wasn't giving in. He was getting in the last word while telling her she was wrong. Mercy was about to respond when Dave's leg pressed against hers under the table, urging her to drop it. Papa had already moved on anyway. He trained his sights on Fish. "Christopher, you need to put your best foot forward with the investors. Names are Sydney and Max, a woman and a man, but she wears the pants. Take them to the falls where they'll be sure to catch something good. Don't bore them with all your ecology talk." "Absolutely, understood." Fish had earned his Master of Natural Resource Management with an emphasis on fisheries and aquatic sciences at UGA. Most of the guests were enthralled by his passions. "I was thinking they'd enjoy the—" "Dave," Papa said. "What's going on with the bachelor cottages? Am I paying you by the nail?" In a scattershot of passive aggressiveness that hit everyone at the table, Dave took his time answering. His hand slowly reached up to his face. He absently scratched his chin. Finally, he said, "Found some dry rot in the third cottage. Had to gut out the back and start over. Might be in the foundation. Who knows?" Papa's nostrils flared again. There was no way for him to fact-check Dave's claim. He couldn't make it down to that part of the property, even if they strapped him on an ATV. "I want photos," Papa said. "Document the damage and make sure you put all your shit away. There's a storm coming. I'm not paying for another table saw because you didn't have the sense to get it out of the rain." Dave was picking grime out from under his fingernail. "Sure thing, Papa." Mercy watched her father's left hand gripping the arm of his chair. 2 years ago, he would have come across the table. Now, he had to save up every ounce of energy just to scratch his ass. Mercy asked her father, "When do you want me to meet with the investors?" Papa snorted at the question. "Why would you meet with them?" "Because I'm the manager? Because I have all the spreadsheets and P&Ls? Because I'm a McAlpine? Because each of us has an equal share in the trust? Because I have a right to?" "You have a right to shut your mouth before I shut it for you." Papa turned to Fish. "Why is Chuck back on the property? We're not a homeless shelter." Mercy exchanged a look with Dave. He took it as his cue to throw a bomb in the middle of the room. "Are you going to tell us why Delilah's here?" Biddy shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Papa started smiling, which brought its own special sense of fear. His cruelty always left a mark. "Why do you think she's here?" "I think," Dave started strumming his fingers on the table, "I think the investors aren't here to invest. They're here to buy." Fish's jaw dropped. "What?" Mercy felt like her lungs were out of air. You can't. The trust says it's done," Papa said. "We've got to get ourselves out of this place before you run it into the ground." "Run it into the ground?" Mercy couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Are you fucking kidding me?" "Mercy," her mother hissed. "Mind your language." "We're booked out through the season." She couldn't stop yelling. "Profits are up 30% off last year." "Which you squandered on marble bathrooms and fancy sheets." "Which we've made back in repeat bookings." "How long is that gonna last?" "For as long as you stay the fuck out of it!" Mercy heard the angry screech in her voice as it bounced around the room. Guilt flooded through her body. She had never spoken to her father this way. None of them had. They'd been too afraid. "Mercy," Biddy said. "Sit down, child. Show some respect." Mercy slowly sank into her chair. Tears streamed from her eyes. This was such a betrayal. She was a McAlpine. She was supposed to be the 7th generation. She had given up everything to stay here. "Mercy," Biddy repeated. "Apologize to your father." Mercy felt her head shaking. She tried to swallow down the splinters in her throat. "You listen to me, Miss 30%. Papa's tone was like a razor flaying apart her skin. "Any asshole can have a good year. It's the lean years you won't be able to handle. The pressure will grind you into the ground." She wiped her eyes. "You don't know that." Papa huffed a laugh. "How many times have I had to bail your ass out of jail? Pay for your rehabs, your lawyers, your parole, slip the sheriff some cash to look the other way, take care of your boy because you were so blind drunk you were pissing yourself." Mercy stared at the stove over his shoulder. This was the deepest part of the quicksand, the past that she would never, ever escape. Dave said, "Delilah drove down for a vote, right?" Papa said nothing. Dave said, "The family trust says you've got to have 60% of the vote in order to sell the commercial part of the property. You've got me working on those cottages so we can include that land in the commercial part, right?" Mercy could barely hear what he was saying. The family trust was Byzantine. She had never really studied the language because there had never been a chance it would matter. Every generation going back decades had either despised the place enough to leave, or begrudgingly worked for the common good. Dave said, "There's 7 of us. That means you've got to have 4 votes to sell." Mercy barked out a surprised laugh. "You don't have it. I've got John's proxy until he turns 18. We're both a no. Dave's a no, Fish is a no. You don't have the votes, even with Delilah." "Christopher," Papa lasered in on Fish. "Is that true?" Fish kept his gaze on the floor. He loved this land, knew every rise and fall of the earth, every good fishing hole and quiet spot. But that didn't stop him from being who he was. "I can't get in the middle of this. I recuse or abstain, whatever you want to call it. I'm out." Mercy wished that she was surprised by his retreat. She told her father, "That puts us each at 50%. 50% is not 60. "I've got a number for you," Papa said. $12 million. Mercy heard Dave's throat work as he swallowed. Money always changed him. It was the Dr. Jekyll's potion that turned him into a monster. "Take off half for taxes," Mercy said. $6 million divided by 7, right? Papa and Biddy get equal shares. Fish gets his part whether he votes or not." Dave said, "So does John." "Dave, please." She waited for him to look at her. He was too busy seeing the dollar signs running through all the shit he would buy, the people he would impress. Mercy was in a room full of people, surrounded by her family, but as always, she was completely alone. Biddy said, "Think about what you kids could do with that kind of money. Travel, start your own business, go back to school, maybe." Mercy knew exactly what they would do. John wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Dave would snort it and drink it and still want more. Fish would donate it to whatever the hell River Conservation Society he could find. Mercy would have to watch every penny, because she was a convicted felon with 2 DUIs who dropped out of high school to have a baby. God only knew if the money would last into her old age, if she made it that long. Her parents, on the other hand, were fine. They had an annuity, a 401k. The accident policies had covered Papa's hospital bills and rehab. They were both on Medicare, both receiving Social Security and dividends from the lodge. They didn't need the money. They had everything they needed. Except for time. She asked her father, "How long do you think you have left?" Papa blinked. For just a moment, his guard slipped down. "What are you talking about?" "You're not doing your physical therapy. You refuse to do your breathing exercises. You only leave the house to check after me." Mercy shrugged. "COVID or RSV or a bad case of the flu could take you out next week." "Merce," Dave mumbled. "Don't make this mean." Mercy dried the tears from her eyes. She was past mean. She wanted to hurt them the way they kept hurting her. "What about you, Mother? How long before the cancer comes back?" "Jesus," Dave said. "That's too far." "And stealing away my birthright isn't." "Your birthright," Papa said. "You stupid bitch. You want to know what happened to your birthright? Take a look in the mirror at your ugly fucking face." Mercy felt a vibration go through her body. A sense of tension, a sickening dread. Papa hadn't moved, but she felt like she was a teenager again, with his hands wrapped around her neck, grabbing Mercy by the hair when she tried to run away, jerking her arm so hard that the tendon popped. She was late to school again, late for work again, hadn't done her homework, had done her homework too soon. He was always after her, punching her arm, bruising her leg, beating her with his belt, whipping her with the rope in the barn. He had kicked her in the stomach when she was pregnant, shoved her face into her plate when she was too sick to eat, put a lock outside her bedroom door so she couldn't see Dave, testified in front of a judge that she deserved prison time, told another judge she was mentally ill, told a third judge she was unfit to be a mother. She saw him now, with a sudden, startling clarity. Papa wasn't angry about what he had lost in the bike accident. He was angry about what Mercy had gained. "You stupid old man." The voice that came out of her mouth sounded possessed. "I've wasted nearly all my life on this godforsaken land. You think I haven't heard your talks and your whispers and your phone calls and your late-night confessions?" Papa's head reared back. "Don't you dare." "Shut up," Mercy snapped. "All of you, each and every one of you, Fish, Dave, Biddy, even Delilah, wherever the fuck she's hiding. I could ruin your lives right now. One phone call, one letter. At least 2 of you motherfuckers could land your asses in jail. The rest of you would never be able to show your faces again. There's not enough money in the world that would buy your lives back. You'll be ruined." Their fear gave Mercy a sense of power she had never felt in her life. She could see them considering the threats, weighing the odds. They knew she wasn't bluffing. Mercy could burn them all down without even striking a match. Dave said, "Mercy." "What, Dave? Are you saying my name, or are you giving up like you always do?" He tucked his chin to his chest. "I'm just saying, be careful." "Careful of what?" she asked. "You know for a fact I can take a punch. And all of my shit is already out there. It's written on my ugly fucking face. It's carved into that gravestone down at the Atlanta cemetery. I've got nothing to lose but this place, and if it comes to that, I swear to Almighty God, I'm taking all of you down with me." The threat was enough to shut them all up for one blissful moment. In the silence, Mercy heard tires crunching on the gravel lane. The old truck needed a new muffler, but she was grateful for the warning. John was on his way back from town. She told them, "We'll talk about this after supper. We've got guests coming. Dave, fix the toilet in 3. Fish, get those canoes cleaned out. Biddy, remind the kitchen Chuck's allergic to peanuts. And you, Papa, I know you can't do much, but you damn well better keep your fucking sister away from my son." Mercy left the kitchen. She walked past the accordion doors, the Palladian windows, the crank casements. In the dark foyer, she wrapped her hand around the doorknob, but paused before opening it. John was trying to back the truck into its space. She could hear the gears grinding as he slipped the clutch. She took a deep breath, then slowly shushed it out. There was history in this dark room. Sweat and toil and land that had been passed down for over 160 years. Photographs covered the walls, all of them marking the important milestones. A daguerreotype of the fishing shack. Sepia-toned prints of various McAlpines working around the property. Digging the first well. The WPA bringing in the power line. The annexation of Camp Awanita. Boy Scouts singing around a campfire. Guests roasting marshmallows by the lake. The first color photo showed off the new indoor plumbing. The bachelor cottages, the floating dock, the paddle boathouse, the family portraits, the generations of McAlpines, the marriages and funerals and babies and life. Mercy didn't need photographs. She had recorded her own history. Diaries from her childhood. Ledgers she'd found hidden in the office and tucked into the back of an old cupboard in the kitchen. The notebooks she had started keeping on her own. There were secrets that would destroy Dave. Revelations that would tear Fish apart. Crimes that could send Biddy to prison. And the sheer evil that Papa had committed to keep this place in his violent, greedy hands. None of them were going to take the lodge away from Mercy. They would have to kill her first. Chapter 2. 10 hours before the murder. Will was quickly starting to understand that there was a big difference between running 5 miles a day on the streets of Atlanta and hiking up a mountain. Maybe it had been a bad idea to spend almost his entire life training the muscles in his legs for exactly one thing. It didn't help that Sarah was springing up the pass like a gazelle. He always derived a great deal of pleasure watching her go through her morning yoga routine. He hadn't realized she was secretly conditioning herself for an Ironman competition. He took his water bottle out of his backpack as an excuse to stop. "We should stay hydrated." The sly smile on her face told him she knew exactly what he was up to. She turned around, taking in the view. It's so beautiful up here. I forget how nice it is to be surrounded by trees. We've got trees in Atlanta. Not like this. Will had to give her that. The long-range mountain view was jaw-dropping if you didn't feel like murder hornets were attacking your calves. Thank you for bringing me here. She rested her hands on his shoulders. This is a perfect way to start our honeymoon. Last night was pretty fantastic. This morning, too. She gave him a lingering kiss. What time do we have to be at the airport? He grinned. Sarah had been in charge of the wedding. Will was in charge of the honeymoon, and he'd done everything he could to keep it a secret, down to asking her sister to do the packing. Their suitcases had already been shipped to the lodge. He'd told Sarah they were going to go for a day hike, enjoy a leisurely picnic, then head back to Atlanta and fly out to their destination. Will asked, "What time do you want to be at the airport?" "Is it an overnight flight?" "Is it?" "Are we going to be sitting for a long while? Is that why you wanted to get some exercise first?" "Are we?" "You can drop the act." She playfully tugged at his ear. "Tessa told me everything." Will almost fell for it. Sarah was incredibly close to her sister, but there was no way Tessa had ratted him out. Good try. "I'm going to need to know what to pack," she said, which was valid but also sneaky. "Do I need a swimsuit or do I need a heavy coat?" "You mean, are we going to the beach or are we going to the Arctic? Are you seriously going to make me wait until tonight?" Will had been silently weighing the right time to spring their destination on her. Should he wait until they reached the lodge? Should he tell her before they got there? Would she be happy with his choice? She'd mentioned an overnight flight. Did she think they were going somewhere romantic, like Paris? Maybe he should have taken her to Paris. If he donated enough blood, he could probably swing a youth hostel. "My love," she smoothed her thumb along his brow. "Wherever we end up, I'm going to be happy because I'm with you." She kissed him again, and he decided now was as good a time as any. At least if she was disappointed, it wouldn't be in front of an audience. Will said, "Let's sit down." He helped her with her backpack. The plastic plates clinked against the tin silverware as it hit the ground. They'd already stopped for lunch, overlooking a meadow full of grazing horses. Will had gotten fancy sandwiches from the French pastry shop in Atlanta, which had cemented his belief that he was not a fancy sandwich man. But Sarah had been delighted, which was all that mattered. He gently took her hand as they sat on the ground across from each other. Will's thumb automatically went to her ring finger. He played with a thin wedding band that had joined the ring that had belonged to his mother. Will thought about the ceremony, the feeling of euphoria he still hadn't been able to shake. Faith, his partner at the GBI, had stood with him. He danced with his boss, Amanda, because she was more like a mother to Will. If your mother was the type of person who would shoot you in the leg so the bad guys would get to you first while she sprinted away. Sarah asked, "Will?" He felt an awkward smile on his mouth. Out of nowhere, he was nervous. He didn't want to disappoint her. He didn't want to put too much pressure on her either. The lodge could have been a terrible idea. She could end up hating it. She said, "Tell me your favorite part about the wedding." Will felt some of the awkwardness leave his smile. "Your dress was beautiful." "That's sweet," she said. "My favorite part was when everybody left and you fucked me against the wall." His laugh was more like a guffaw. "Can I change my answer?" She gently touched her fingers to the side of his face. "Tell me." Will took a deep breath and forced himself to get out of his head. "When I was a kid, there was a church group that did summer activities with the children's home. They'd take us to Six Flags, or we'd go to the varsity for hot dogs or to see a movie or whatever." Sarah's smile softened. She knew that his life at the children's home had not been easy. "They also sponsored kids for summer camp. 2 weeks in the mountains. I never got to go. But the kids who did, it's all they talked about for the whole rest of the year. Canoeing and fishing and hiking, all that stuff." Sarah pressed together her lips. She was doing the math. Will had spent 18 years in the system. Not being able to go to the camp at least once was statistically improbable. Will explained. They gave you passages from the Bible to memorize. You had to recite it in front of the whole church. If you got the lines right, then you got to go. He saw her throat work. Shit, I'm sorry. Leave it to Will to make Sarah cry on their honeymoon. It was my choice, not because of my dyslexia. I could memorize the verses, but I didn't want to speak in front of people. They were trying to help us come out of our shells, I think. Like, learn how to speak to strangers, or give a presentation, or... She gripped his hand. Anyway, he had to move this along. I heard about the camp at the end of every summer. Kids wouldn't shut up about it, and I thought it would be nice to go there. Not camping, because I know you hate camping. I do. But there's an eco-lodge that you can hike into. You can't reach it by car. It's been in the same family for years. They have guides who take you mountain biking and fishing and paddleboarding, and... She interrupted him with a kiss. I love everything about it. Are you sure? Will asked. Because it's not just for me. I booked you a massage, and there's sunrise yoga by the lake, plus there's no Wi-Fi or television or cell reception. Holy shit. She looked genuinely astonished. What are you going to do? I'm gonna fuck you against every wall in the cottage. We get our own cottage? Hello! They both turned to the sound. A man and a woman were 20 yards down the trail. They were dressed in hiking attire and carrying backpacks that were so new, Will wondered if they had taken off the tags in their car. The man called, "Are you guys going to the lodge? We're lost." "We're not lost," the woman muttered. They were both wearing wedding rings, but Will got the feeling from the sharp look she gave her husband that was up for debate. "There's only one trail in and out, right?" Sarah looked at Will. He'd been leading the hike, and there actually was just one trail, but he wasn't going to get in the middle of things. "I'm Sarah," she told the couple. "This is my husband, Will." Will cleared his throat as he stood up. She'd never called him her husband before. The man looked up at Will. "Wow, what are you, 6'3", 6'4"? Will didn't answer, but the man didn't seem to mind. "I'm Frank. This is Monica. Mind if we go together?" "Sure." Sarah picked up her backpack. The look she gave Will was an unsubtle reminder that there was a difference between an awkward silence and being rude. "So," he said, "nice day, right? Good weather?" Frank said, "I heard there might be a storm." Monica muttered under her breath. "This way, right?" Frank took the lead, walking in front of Sarah. The trail was narrow, so Will had no choice but to bring up the rear behind Monica. Judging by the huffing noises, the woman was not enjoying the hike. Nor was she prepared. Her Skechers slip-ons kept slipping on the rocks. "Got the idea to come here," Frank was saying. "I mean, I love the outdoors, but work keeps me very busy." Monica huffed again. Will looked over her head at Frank. The man had used some kind of spray on his bald spot to cover the bright pink of his scalp. Sweat had washed the dye down his collar, leaving a dark ring. "And then Monica said, if you promise to stop talking about it, I'll go." Frank's voice had taken on the cadence of a hammer drill. "And so, I had to schedule time off work, which isn't easy. I've got a team of 8 guys answering to me." Will guessed from the way Frank was talking that he made less money than his wife, and that it bothered him. He looked at his watch. The lodge's website said that guests usually took 2 hours to hike in. Will and Sarah had stopped for lunch, so maybe they had another 10 or 15 minutes to go. Or 20, since Frank's pace was slow. Sarah shot Will a look over her shoulder. She wasn't going to take this bullet for the team. Will was going to have to make more small talk. He asked Frank, "How'd you guys hear about this place?" "Google," Frank said. Monica muttered, "Thanks, Google." Frank asked, "What do you guys do?" Will watched Sarah straighten her shoulders. A few weeks ago, they had agreed that no matter where they went, it would be easier to lie about their jobs. Will didn't want to be valorized or denigrated for wearing a badge. Sarah didn't want to listen to weird medical complaints or wildly dangerous vaccine theories. Before she could lose her nerve, he said, "I'm a mechanic. My wife teaches high school chemistry." He saw Sarah smile. This was the first time Will had called her his wife. "Oh, I sucked at science stuff," Frank said. "Monica's a dentist. Did you take chemistry, Monica?" Monica grunted rather than answer.
She was Will's kind of people. Frank said, I do IT for the Offmet and Insurance Group. No one's ever heard of them, don't worry. We deal with mostly high net worth individuals and institutional investors.
Sarah said, Oh, look, more hikers. Will felt his stomach tying itself into a knot at the thought of more people. The second man and woman must have slipped ahead on the trail while Sarah and Will were having lunch. The couple was older, probably in their mid-50s, but more determined and better equipped to make the hike. They both smiled as they waited for the group to catch up. The man said, Y'all must be heading toward the McAlpine Lodge. I'm Drew. This is my partner, Keisha. Will waited for his turn to shake hands, trying not to think back to the blissful moments he'd had alone with Sarah. His brain was throwing up images from the McAlpine Lodge website, chef-prepared meals, curated hikes, fly fishing excursions. There were always 2 or 3 couples enjoying themselves in each photo. It was only now that Will realized the couples had probably not known each other before arriving at the lodge. He was going to end up paddleboarding with Frank. Keisha said, You just missed Landry and Gordon. They sprinted on ahead of us to the lodge. It's their first time. They're app developers.
Really? Frank asked. Did they mention which app?
We were all too caught up in the view to talk about anything else. Drew rested his hand on Keisha's hip.
We made a pledge that we're not going to talk about work the whole week. Y'all want to join in?
Absolutely, Sarah said. Should we go? Will had never loved her more. They all fell silent as they followed the winding trail up the mountain. The trees thickened overhead. The path narrowed again, so they went back to single file. There was a well-maintained wooden footbridge over a rushing stream. Will looked down at the churning water. He wondered how often it flooded the bank. But he let the question go when Frank started verbally debating himself on the differences between creeks and rivers. Sarah gave a pained smile at Will as Frank yapped on like a toy poodle at her heels. Will had somehow ended up second from last. Drew was in front of him. Monica took up the rear, head down, feet still slipping on the rocks. Will hoped she'd shipped some hiking boots to the lodge. He was wearing his hike's tactical boots. He could probably scale the side of a building, if his calves didn't explode. Frank finally stopped talking when they had to navigate a rocky section. Thankfully, the silence continued as the path widened and the going got smoother. Sarah managed to drop back behind Frank so that she could talk to Keisha. Soon both women were laughing. Will loved the easy way Sarah had about her. She could find common ground with almost anybody. Will, not so much. But he was mindful that they were going to be surrounded by these people for the next 6 days, and also of the look that Sarah had given him earlier. She needed him to carry his side of the conversation. The only time Will was good at small talk was when he was sitting across the table from a suspect. He thought about his 4 fellow guests, wondering what kind of criminals they would hypothetically be. Considering the hefty cost of the lodge, he assumed at least 3 of them would lean more toward white-collar crimes. Frank would definitely be embroiled in something to do with crypto. Keisha had the sly, competent look of an embezzler. Drew reminded Will of a guy he'd busted for running a Ponzi scheme involving nutritional supplements. That left Monica, who legitimately looked like she was going to murder Frank. Of the group, Will figured she'd be the one most likely to get away with it. She'd have an alibi, she'd have a lawyer, she sure as hell wouldn't sit for an interview. And he would have a hard time blaming her for the crime. Will, Drew said, which was how you started a conversation when you weren't gaming out criminals in your head. First time at the lodge? Yeah. Will kept his voice low because Drew had. You? Third time. We love it up there. He looped his thumbs through the straps on his backpack. Keisha and I own a catering business on the west side. Hard to clock out. She dragged me kicking and screaming the first time. Couldn't believe there was no phone or internet. Thought I was going to go into shock by the end of the day, but then... Will watched him stretch out his arms and take a deep, cleansing breath. Drew said, Being in nature resets you. Know what I mean? Will nodded, but he had some concerns. So... everything at the lodge is done in groups. Meals are communal. The activities are limited to 4 guests per guide. Will did not like those odds.
How is that assigned? You can ask for a specific couple, Drew said. Why do you think I dropped back to talk to you?
Will guessed it was pretty obvious.
There's really no internet? No reception? Not for us. Drew was grinning. They've got a landline for emergencies. The staff has access to Wi-Fi, but they aren't allowed to give out the password. Believe me, that first time, I tried to wear them down, but Papa runs a tight ship. Papa? Wowza! Frank yelled.
Will saw a deer darting across the path. A large clearing was 100 yards on. Sunlight poured through the gap. Will saw a rainbow arcing across the blue sky. It was like something out of a movie. All that was missing was a singing nun. He felt his heart slow in his chest. A calmness took over. Sarah was looking at him again, a huge smile on her face. Will let go of a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. She was happy.
Here, Drew handed a map to Will. It's old, but it'll help you get your bearings.
Old was an accurate description. The map looked like something from the 70s, with press-on letters and line drawings to indicate various points of interest. An irregular loop lassoed around the top quadrant, with dashed lines indicating smaller trails. Will spotted the footbridge where they'd crossed over the creek. The scale had to be off. They'd walked for at least 20 minutes to get here. He guessed by the McAlpine stamp at the bottom that the owners hadn't been going for accuracy. He studied the images as he walked. The sprawling house at the bottom of the lasso looked central to the property. He assumed the smaller houses were the cottages. Each was numbered 1 through 10. An octagonal building served as the dining hall, judging by the plate and silverware drawn beside it. Another trail led to a waterfall with clusters of fish jumping through the air. Another had an equipment shed with canoes, yet another trail meandered toward a boathouse. The lake was shaped like a snowman leaning against a wall. The head was apparently the area for swimming. There was a floating dock. What looked like a scenic viewpoint had a bench overlooking the vista. Will noted with interest that there was only one access road, which ended near the main house. He assumed the road crossed the creek somewhere near the footbridge and wound its way down into town. The family wasn't carrying in supplies on their backs. A place this size would need bulk deliveries and a way to get staff in and out, plus water and electricity. He assumed the landline was buried. No one wanted to get trapped inside an Agatha Christie novel.
Damn, Drew said. Never gets old.
Will looked up. They had entered the clearing. The main house was a hodgepodge of bad architecture. The second story looked slapped on. The ground floor had brick on one side and clapboard on the other. There seemed to be 2 main entrances, one at the front and one at the side. A third, smaller set of stairs went up the back, along with a wheelchair ramp. A spacious wraparound porch was doing its best to lend some architectural cohesion, but there was no explanation for the mismatched windows. Some of the more narrow slits reminded Will of the cells inside the Fulton County Jail. An outdoorsy-looking woman with blonde hair tightly tied behind her head stood at the bottom of the side porch stairs. She was dressed in cargo shorts and a white button-down shirt with lavender-colored Nikes. The table beside her held an array of snacks, cups of water, and glasses of champagne. Will checked behind him to make sure Monica was still there. She'd come alive at the side of the table. She passed Will at the home stretch, grabbed a glass of champagne, and downed it in one gulp.
I'm Mercy McAlpine, the manager of the McAlpine Family Lodge, the outdoorsy woman told the group. 3 generations of McAlpines live here on the property. We all want to welcome you to our home. If I could have your attention for a moment, I'll quickly run through a few of the rules and some safety information, then I'll get to the fun parts.
Predictably, Sarah stood at the front, listening intently like the beautiful nerd she was. Frank stayed glued to her side. Keisha and Drew hung back with Will like the bad kids in class. Monica took another glass of champagne and sat on the bottom stair. A muscular-looking cat rubbed against her leg. Will saw a second cat fall over onto the ground and roll on its back. He guessed the app developers, Landry and Gordon, had already gone through the orientation and were blissfully alone. In the unlikely event of an emergency, a fire or dangerous weather, you'll hear us clanging on this bell. Mercy pointed to a large bell hanging on a post. If you hear the bell, we ask you to stage at the parking pad on the other side of the house. Will alternated between brownie bites and potato chips as Mercy detailed the evacuation plan. Then it started to feel too much like a briefing at work, so he tuned out her voice and looked around the compound. It reminded him of college campuses he'd seen on television. Ceramic pots overflowed with flowers. There were park benches and grassy areas and pavers where he imagined the cats enjoyed the sun. 8 cottages were nestled inside their own little garden areas around the main house. Will guessed the other 2 were on the back end of the lasso, which meant that the family probably lived together in the main house. Will assumed from the size that there were at least 6 bedrooms on the top floor. He couldn't imagine choosing to live on top of people like that. Then again, Sarah's sister lived 1 floor below her condo, so maybe Will was thinking too much of the Atlanta Children's Home and not enough of the Waltons. Now, Mercy said, the fun part. She started passing around folders. 3 couples, 3 sets. Sarah eagerly flipped hers open. She loved an informational packet. Will felt his attention being pulled back toward Mercy as she ran through how the activities worked, where they were supposed to meet, what equipment would be provided. Her face was unremarkable but for the long scar that ran from her forehead, over her eyelid, down the side of her nose, then took a sharp turn toward her jawline. Will was well versed in the scars that came from violence. A fist or shoe couldn't be that precise. The blade of a knife couldn't be that straight. A baseball bat could cause a linear wound, but the scar tended to be rippled at the deepest point of impact. If Will had to guess, a piece of sharp metal or glass had caused the damage. That meant either an industrial accident or something involving a car. Cottage assignments. Mercy looked down at her clipboard. Sarah and Will are at the end of the lane in number 10. My son, John, will show you the way. Mercy turned toward the house, a warm smile softening her face. The affection was lost on the kid who slowly walked down the porch stairs. He looked to be around 16 and had the kind of hard muscle that teenage boys packed on simply by existing. Will noted the slow once-over John gave Sarah. Then the kid brushed back his curly hair and showed her a set of straight white teeth. Hi there. John walked straight past Frank and focused all of his charm on Sarah. Did you enjoy the hike in? I did, thank you. Sarah had always been good with kids, but she was missing the fact that this kid was not looking at her like a kid. You're a McAlpine too? Guilty. 3rd generation living on the mountain. He ran his fingers through his hair again. Maybe he needed a comb. You can call me John. I hope you enjoy your stay on the property. John? Will stepped in front of Frank. I'm Will, Sarah's husband. The kid had to crane his neck to look up at Will, but the important part was that he got the message. This way, sir. Will gave the hand-drawn map back to Drew, who offered a nod of approval. Not a bad way to start the week. Will had married a beautiful woman. He'd climbed a mountain. He'd made Sarah happy. He had intimidated a thirsty teenager. John took them across the compound. He had a goofy way of walking, like he was still learning how to use his body. Will could remember what that felt like, not knowing one day to the next whether you were going to wake up with a mustache or your voice cracking like a tween girl's. He would not go back to that time for all of the money in the world. They picked up the lasso trail between cottages 5 and 6. The ground was lined with crushed stone. One of the cats darted into the underbrush, probably going after a chipmunk. Will was glad to see that low-voltage lighting would help them navigate at night. Darkness in the woods was not the same as darkness in the city. The tree canopy was tight over their heads. He could feel the temperature drop as John pulled ahead of them. The terrain started to slope down gradually. Someone had trimmed back the vines and branches around the path, but Will had the feeling of going deep into the forest. This is called the Loop Trail. Sarah had opened the folder to the map. She had slowed her pace, putting more distance between them and John. 2 circles around is roughly 1 mile. We're on the top half. We can explore the bottom half when we go for supper. We'll probably need 10 or 15 minutes to get to the dining hall. Will's stomach rumbled. She flipped the page to the calendar. She looked up at Will in surprise. You signed both of us up for morning yoga. I figured I'd give it a try. Will figured he would look like an ass. Your sister said you love fishing. My sister is right. I haven't been since I moved to Atlanta. She traced her finger across the days. Whitewater rafting, mountain biking. I don't see where you signed up for a pissing contest with a teenager. Will fought a grin. I think they comped the first one. Good. I'd hate for you to pay for a second one. Will got the message, which Sarah softened by looping her arm through his. She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked. They fell into a companionable silence. Will didn't feel the incline in the trail so much as his calves reminded him that they weren't used to this. The walk was not a short one. He guessed 5 minutes passed before the terrain got steeper, the trees pulled back, the sky opened up above their heads. He could see the mountains rolling in the distance like a never-ending magic carpet. Will didn't know if it was the changes in elevation or the way the sun was moving, but every time he took in the view, it looked different. The colors were an explosion of greens. The air was so fresh that his lungs felt shaky. John had stopped. He pointed 20 yards ahead to a fork in the trail. Lake's down that way. You're not supposed to swim after dark. Cottage 10 is the farthest away from the main house, but if you go left at the fork, it loops back around to the dining hall. Will asked, There used to be a campsite around here, right? Camp Awanita, John said. Sarah asked, Is Awanita a Native American word? It's Cherokee for fawn, but a guest told me a while back it's supposed to be 2 words and spelled with a D like Awi Anita. Will asked, Do you know where the camp is? They closed it down when I was little. John shrugged as he continued up the trail. If you're interested in all that stuff, you can ask my Grandma Biddy. You'll see her at supper. She knows more about this place than just about anybody. Will watched John disappear around a curve. He let Sarah go ahead of him. The view was even better from behind. He studied the shape of her legs, the curve of her ass, the toned muscles along her bare shoulders. Her hair was up in a ponytail. The back of her neck had a sheen of sweat from the hike. Will was sweaty too. They should probably take a long shower together before dinner. Oh, wow. Sarah was looking up an offshoot from the trail. Will followed her gaze. John was climbing a set of stone stairs that looked like they had been etched into the hill for Glorfindel. Ferns crowded at the edges, moss covered the adjacent stones. At the top was a small cottage with rustic board and batten siding. Colorful flowers spilled from the window boxes. There was a hammock swaying on the front porch. Will could have spent the next 10 years trying to make something this perfect and never come close. It's like a fairy tale. Sarah's voice had a winsome quality. She was never more beautiful than when she smiled. I love it. John said, You can see 3 states from this ridge. Sarah unclipped the compass from her backpack. She opened the folder, found the map. She pointed into the distance. I think that must be Tennessee, right? Yes, ma'am. John walked back down the stairs to do his own pointing. That's the eastern slope of Lookout Mountain. There's a bench on the lake trail called the Lookout Bench where you can see it better. We're in the Cumberland Plateau. Which means that Alabama is that way. Sarah pointed behind Will. And North Carolina is way over there. Will turned around. All he could see was millions and millions of trees undulating across the mountain range. He pivoted, catching the glare as the afternoon sun turned part of the lake into a mirror. From above, the expanse looked less like a snowman and more like a giant amoeba that disappeared into the curve of the earth. John said, That's the shallows. The water comes off the mountaintop, so it's still a little cold this time of year. Sarah held the folder open like a book. She read, Lake McAlpine spreads out over 400 acres, with depths up to 68 feet. The shallows, located at the end of the lake trail, is less than 15 feet, which makes this area ideal for swimming. There are smallmouth bass, walleye, bluegill, and yellow perch. 80% of the lake sits in a conservation easement that can never be developed. The lodge compound is abutted by the 750,000-acre Muskogee State Forest to the west and the 800,000-acre Cherokee National Forest to the east. John said, Cherokee and Muskogee are two of the tribes that were in this area. The lodge was founded after the Civil War, 7 generations of McAlpines ago. Will assumed the land had come at a literal steal. The original inhabitants were removed from their home and forced to march west. Most of them had died on the journey. Sarah referred to the map. What about this part along the creek, Lost Widow Trail? That's way down a steep hill to the very backside of the lake, John said. The story is, the first Cecil McAlpine who started this place had his throat slit by some bad guys. His wife thought he was dead. She disappeared down that trail. Only he didn't die, but she didn't know that. He searched for days, but she was lost to him forever. You know a lot about this place, Sarah said. My grandma drilled it into me every single day when I was a kid. She loves it here. John shrugged, but Will caught the blush of pride on his face. Ready? John didn't wait for a response. He walked up the stairs and swung open the front door to the cottage. There was no key. All of the windows were already open to take advantage of the breeze. Sarah was smiling again. It's beautiful, Will. Thank you. Suitcases are already in your room. John started a clearly practiced routine. Coffee maker's there, pods are in the box there, mugs are hanging from the hooks. There's a small fridge under the counter with all the stuff you asked for. Will looked around the space as John pointed out the obvious. He'd booked the 2-bedroom cottage because the view was supposed to be better. The additional cost meant he'd probably have to pack his own lunch for the next year. But judging by Sarah's reaction, it was worth it. He was pretty pleased with the choice himself. The main area of the cottage was big enough for a couch and 2 club chairs. The leather looked worn and comfortable. The corded rug underfoot was springy soft. The lamps were mid-century modern. Everything seemed thoughtfully placed and had an air of quality to it. Will assumed if you took the time to haul something up a mountain, you wanted to make sure it would last. He followed John and Sarah into the larger bedroom. Their suitcases were on the bed, which was high off the ground and covered in a dark blue velvet blanket. Another soft rug, matching lamps. Another comfortable leather chair in the corner with a side table. Will stuck his head into the bathroom, surprised by the contemporary feel. White marble, modern, industrial-looking fixtures. There was a large soaking tub in front of a huge window that overlooked the valley. Will couldn't think of any additional ways to describe the breathtaking view. So, he thought about sitting in the tub with Sarah and decided it was worth a year of PB&Js for lunch. John said, One of us makes a loop on the trail at 8 in the morning and then again at 10 in the evening. If you need something, leave a note on the steps or under the rock, or wait on your porch and you'll see us walk by. Otherwise, you gotta hoof it back to the lodge. Can I get you anything else? We're good, thanks. Will reached for his wallet. John said, We're not allowed to take tips. Sarah asked, How about I buy that vape pen in your back pocket? Will felt as surprised as John looked. Sarah had a pediatrician's disgust for vaping. She'd seen too many kids destroy their lungs. Please don't tell my mom. John lost about 5 years with the desperate request. His voice squeaked. He turned jittery. I got it in town today. She said, I'll give you 20 for it. Really? John was already pulling out the metal pen. It was bright blue with a silver tip, maybe $10 at a 7-Eleven. There's some red Zeppelin in there. Do you need more cartridges? No, thank you. Sarah nodded for Will to pay. He would have been more comfortable confiscating a tobacco product from an underage minor, but that didn't seem like something a car mechanic would do. Will reluctantly handed over the cash. Thanks. John carefully folded the 20. Will could practically see the kid's brain trying to work out how to get more. We're not supposed to, but if you need it, I've got the Wi-Fi password. It won't reach out here, but it goes in the dining hall and... Sarah said, "No, thank you." Will opened the door to move the kid along. John gave them a salute on his way out. It was hard not to follow him. The Wi-Fi password wouldn't be bad information to have. Sarah asked, "You're not thinking about getting the password, right?" Will closed the door, pretending to be a man who did not want to know how Atlanta United was doing against FC Cincinnati. He watched Sarah take a Ziploc bag out of her backpack. She sealed the vape pen inside, then zipped it back in the front pocket. She explained, "I don't want John getting it out of the trash."
"You know he'll just buy another one."
"Probably," she said, "but not tonight." Will didn't care what John did.
"You like it here?"
"It's lovely. Thank you for bringing me to such a special place." She nodded for him to follow her back into the bedroom. Before he could get his hopes up, she started dialing in the combination on her suitcase. "What am I going to find in here?"
"I got Tessa to pack for you."
That was very sneaky. Sarah unzipped the top of her bag. She opened it, then closed it. "What should we do first? Go down to the lake, walk around the property, meet the other guests?"
"We'll both need to shower before dinner."
Sarah looked at her watch. "We could take a long soak in the bath, then try out the bed."
"That's a good plan."
"Are these pillows going to work for you?" Will checked the pillows. The foam was as tight as a seal's ass. He preferred a pancake. "That part you weren't listening to before? John told us there are other types of pillows at the main house." She smiled again. "I could unpack and start running the bath while you get your pillows." Will kissed her before he left. The sunlight was dancing off the shallows when he walked down the stone stairs. He held up his hand to block the light until he made it down to the path. Instead of following the loop trail back to the main compound, Will headed in the direction of the lake to familiarize himself with the way. The scenery changed as he got closer to the water. He could feel moisture in the air, hear the soft lapping of waves. The sun was lower in the sky. He passed the lookout bench, which, as advertised, looked out. Will felt that same peacefulness envelop him. Drew was right about getting a reset from being in nature. And Sarah was right about the trees. Everything felt different here. Slower, less stressful. It was going to be hard to leave at the end of the week. Will stared out into the distance, allowing himself a few minutes to blank out his mind and enjoy the moment. He hadn't realized how much tension he'd been holding in his body until it was no longer there. He looked down at the ring on his finger. Except for the Timex on his wrist, he wasn't a jewelry guy. But he liked the dark finish on the titanium ring Sarah had picked out for him. They had basically proposed to each other at the same time. Will had read that you were supposed to spend 3 months of your salary on an engagement ring. Sarah's doctor's salary had given him the better part of the bargain. He should probably be finding ways to thank her for it rather than staring slack-jawed into the distance. Will turned back the way he'd come. He could watch the sun's progress from the bathtub with Sarah. She had obviously wanted him out of the cottage for a few minutes. Will worked to turn off his detective brain as he passed by the stone stairs. Sarah knew it would have been easier to pick up some new pillows after dinner. She probably wanted to surprise him with something nice. The thought made Will grin as he turned a sharp bend in the trail.
"Hey, trash can."
Will looked up. There was a man standing 20 feet away, smoking a cigarette, spoiling the clean air. Will hadn't been called by that nickname in a long while. It had been given to him at the children's home. There wasn't a clever reason behind it. As an infant, the police had found him inside a trash can.
"Come on, Trash," the man said. "Don't you recognize me?"
Will studied the stranger. He was dressed in painter's pants and a stained white t-shirt. Shorter than Will, rounder. The yellow in his eyes and the spiderweb of broken blood vessels indicated a long-standing issue with substances. Still, that didn't narrow down his identity. Most of the kids Will had grown up with had struggled with addiction. It was hard not to.
Are you fucking with me? The man blew out a stream of smoke as he slowly walked toward Will. You really don't recognize me? Will felt a sense of dread. It was the deliberate slowness that triggered a memory. 1 minute, Will was standing on a mountain path with a stranger. The next minute, he was sitting in the common room at the children's home watching the boy they all called the Jackal slowly make his way down the stairs. 1 step, then the next, his finger dragging along the railing like a sickle. There was an unwritten rule in adoption circles that you didn't want a child who was older than 6. They were too lost after that, too damaged. Will had seen this play out dozens of times at the children's home. Older kids would go out to foster families, or, rarely, adoptions. The ones that came back always had a certain look in their eyes. Sometimes they would tell you their stories. Other times, you could read what had happened by the scars on their bodies. Cigarette burns, the distinctive hook of a wire hanger, the rippled scar of a baseball bat, the bandaged wrists where they had tried to end the misery on their own terms. They all tried to heal their damage in different ways. Binging and purging, night terrors, lashing out. Some couldn't stop cutting themselves. Some disappeared into a pipe or a bottle. Some couldn't control their rage. Others became masters of the awkward silence. A few learned to weaponize their damage against others. They were given nicknames like the Jackal because they were cunning, aggressive predators. They didn't make friendships. They made strategic alliances that were easily dropped when a better opportunity came along. They lied to your face, stole your things, spread shitty rumors about you, broke into the main office and read your file, found out what had happened to you, things you didn't even know about yourself. Then they came up with a nickname for you, like Trash Can. And it followed you around for the rest of your life. There it is, the Jackal said. You remember me now. Will felt all the tension flood back into his body. What do you want, Dave? Chapter 3. Mercy pointed in the direction of the small kitchen inside Cottage 3. Coffee maker's there. Pods are in the box there. Mugs are... We got this. Keisha had a knowing smile on her face. She ran a catering business in Atlanta. She knew what it was like to go through the same routine day after day. Thank you, Mercy. We're overjoyed to be back. Extra overjoyed. Drew was standing at the open French doors off the living room. All the one-bedroom cottages overlooked the Cherokee Ridge. I can already feel my blood pressure dropping. You're still taking your pills, mister. Keisha turned to Mercy. How's your daddy doing? He's doing, Mercy said, trying not to clench her teeth. She hadn't seen any of her family since she'd threatened to ruin their lives. It's y'all's 3rd time here. We're all real happy you came back again. Keisha said, Make sure Biddy knows we'd still like to talk with her. Mercy noted her voice had an edge to it, but she had enough shit on her plate right now without turning everything into a shit sandwich. Will do. Seems like you've got a good group this time, Drew said, with a few exceptions. Mercy kept her smile plastered on. She'd met the dentist and her yippy husband. It hadn't been surprising when Monica had handed over her Amex and told Mercy to keep the liquor flowing. Keisha said, I really like the teacher, Sarah. We got to know each other on the trail. Husband seemed like a nice guy, Drew said. Mind if we team up? No problem. Mercy kept her tone light even though she'd have to redo the entire schedule after supper. Fishtopher has some great spots picked out for you guys. I think you're going to be really pleased. I'm already pleased. Drew looked down at Keisha. Are you pleased? Oh, honey, I'm always pleased. Mercy took that as her cue to exit. They were embracing when she closed the door. She should have been impressed that they were 20 years older than her and still going at it, but she was envious and also irritated.
She'd heard their toilet running in the bathroom, which meant that Dave hadn't bothered to fix it. She made a note on her pad as she walked toward Cottage 5. Mercy could feel Papa's disapproving gaze tracking her from the porch. Biddy was beside him, knitting something no one would ever wear. The cats were laid out at her feet. Both her parents were acting like the family meeting had gone as usual. Still no sign of Delilah. Dave had disappeared. Fish had scampered off to the equipment shed. Of all of them, he was probably the only person actually doing what Mercy had told him to do. He was probably the most worried, too. She should find her brother and apologize. She should tell him he was going to be okay. There had to be a way Mercy could convince Dave to vote against the cell. She would have to scrape up some money to bribe him. Dave would always take $100 today versus $500 in a week. Then he'd whine about the lost $400 for the rest of his damn life. "Mercy, Mac," Chuck bellowed across the compound. He was carrying his usual gigantic water jug like he was some kind of elite athlete desperately in need of hydration. He walked like he was throwing one foot after the other, which was why Dave had started calling him Chuck. Dude chucks his feet like he's tossing sledgehammers. Mercy couldn't even remember the man's real name anymore. What she knew was that he had a giant crush on her, and that he had always made her skin crawl. She lied. "Fish is waiting for you down at the equipment shed." "Oh," he blinked behind his thick glasses. "Thanks. I was looking for you, though. Wanted to make sure you knew about my peanut allergy," Mercy finished. She had known about the allergy for 7 years, but he always reminded her. "I told Biddy to let the kitchen know. You should check with her." "All right." He glanced back at Biddy but didn't leave. "You need any help with anything? I'm stronger than I look." Mercy watched him flex a fat-wrapped muscle. She bit her lip so she didn't tell him to please, for the love of God, fuck off. He was her brother's best friend. His only friend, if she was being honest. The least she could do was tolerate the creepy fucker. "You better go talk to Biddy. It'd take at least an hour for an ambulance to get here. Don't want to lose you from peanut poisoning." She turned away so she didn't have to see the disappointment register on his moon pie face. Mercy's entire life had been filled with Chucks. Well-meaning, goofy guys who had good jobs and practiced basic hygiene. Mercy had dated some of them, met their mamas, even went to their churches. And then she always found herself screwing it up by going back to Dave. Maybe Papa wasn't that far off when he said that Mercy's biggest tragedy was that she was smart enough to know how stupid she was. There was nothing in her past that would indicate otherwise. The only good thing she'd ever done was get her son back. Most days, John would probably agree with her. She wondered how he would feel when he found out that Mercy was blocking the sale. She would have to jump off that bridge when she got to it. Mercy walked up the stairs to Cottage 5. She knocked harder than she'd meant to. "Yes?" The door was opened by Landry Peterson. They had met during the intake, but now he was only wearing a towel around his waist. He was a good-looking man. His right nipple was pierced. There was a tattoo over his heart. Lots of colorful flowers and a butterfly surrounding a looping cursive that read, Gabby. Mercy's eyes started to burn as she focused on the name. She felt all of the spit leave her mouth. She forced her gaze away from the tattoo, looked up at Landry. His smile was pleasant enough. Then he said, "Quite a scar you've got there." Mercy's hand went to the scar on her face, but there was no covering the entire thing. "Sorry for prying. I was a maxillofacial surgeon in a former life." Landry tilted his head, studying her like she was a specimen under glass. "They did a good job. Must have taken quite a few sutures. How long were you in the OR?" Mercy finally managed to swallow. She flipped on that McAlpine switch in her head that let her pretend like everything was fine. "I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. Anyway, I wanted to check with you guys that everything's okay. Do you need anything?" "I think we're fine for now." He looked behind her, first left, then right. "Nice situation you've got here. Must bring in a pretty penny. Supports the whole family, right?" Mercy was taken aback. She wondered if this man was somehow tied up with the investors. She tried to put the topic back on familiar ground. "You'll see the schedule in your folder. Dinner is at—" "Hun," Gordon Wiley called from inside the cottage. Mercy recognized his rich baritone. "Are you coming?" Mercy started to back away. "I hope you enjoy your stay." "Just a minute," Landry told Mercy. "What were you saying about dinner?" "Cocktails at 6, meal is served at 6:30. Mercy took out her notepad and pretended to write as she walked down the stairs. She didn't hear the door close. Landry was watching her, adding a second set of eyes to Papa's white-hot glare of disapproval. She felt like her back was on fire as she headed toward the loop. Was Landry acting strange? Was Mercy making it strange? Gabby could be anything. A song, a place, a woman. Lots of gay men experimented before they came out. Or maybe Landry was bi. Maybe he was flirting with Mercy. She'd had that happen before. Or she could be freaking out because seeing that damn tattoo had made her heart feel like it was about to slide down the mountain like an avalanche. Gabby. Mercy touched her fingers to the scar on her face. There was never a better representation of before and after. Before, when Mercy had only been a disappointing fuck-up. After, when Mercy had destroyed the only good thing that had ever happened in her life. Not just the good thing, but her chance at happiness, at peace, at a future that didn't leave her desperate to go back and change the past. She willed the McAlpine switch to flip back on and take her to everything is fine land. Mercy had enough stress without looking for more things to stress about. She looked down at her to-do list. She needed to check on the honeymooners. She should go by the kitchen because there was no way Biddy had told them about Chuck's allergy. She should find fish and make things right. She should fix the broken toilet herself. The investors would show up at some point. Apparently, they were too good for the hike and would drive in on the access road. Mercy hadn't spent much time considering how she would act around them. She was torn between being coldly polite and scratching their eyes out. Gabby. The switch failed her. She stepped off the trail and found a tree to lean against. Sweat was rolling down her back. Her stomach had turned sour. She leaned over and coughed up bile. The splatter bowed the fronds of a maidenhair fern down to the ground. Mercy felt the same way, like a heavy sickness was constantly weighing her down. "Mercy Mac!" Fucking Dave. "What are you doing hiding in the trees?" Dave pushed his way through the overgrowth. He smelled like cheap beer and cigarettes. She said, "I found vape cartridges in John's room. That's down to you." "What?" He put on his insulted look. "Jesus, girl, you gonna lay into me every time you see me today?" "What do you want, Dave? I've got work to do." "Come on now," he said. "I was gonna tell you something funny, but I don't know if you're in the mood." Mercy leaned against the tree. She knew he wasn't going to let her leave. "What is it?" "Not with that attitude." She wanted to smack him. 3 hours ago, he was flopping on top of her like a gasping whale. 2 hours ago, she was threatening to ruin his life, and now he wanted to tell her a funny story. She relented. "I'm sorry. What is it?" "You sure?" He didn't wait for more coaxing. "Remember that kid I told you about from the home?" He had a lot of stories about kids from the children's home. "Which one?" "Trash can," he said. "He's the tall guy that showed up today. Will Trent, the dude with the red head." Mercy couldn't help herself. "That's the girl who gave you your first blowjob?" "Nah, that was another girl, Angie. Guess she finally dropped his sorry ass. Or she's dead in a ditch somewhere. Never thought that dumbass would end up with somebody normal." Normal was Dave's word for people who weren't screwed up by their shitty childhoods. Mercy had rarely met someone who fell into the category, but Sarah Linton seemed to be one of those lucky few. She gave off that vibe that only other women could pick up on. She had her shit together. Mercy wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her shit was scattered around like broken Legos on the floor. Dave said, "It's weird seeing him up here. I told you don't read too good. Couldn't memorize the Bible verses.
Kind of pathetic, him showing up near the campground all these years later. Like, dude, you had your chance. Time to move on.
Mercy leaned back against the tree. She was still sweating. The puked-on fern was less than 12 inches from his foot. As usual, Dave was too caught up in himself to notice. As usual, she had to pretend to be interested. Or maybe pretend wasn't the right word, because Mercy was actually interested. Trashcan had always featured prominently in Dave's stories of his tragic youth. The bumbling kid was the punchline to almost every joke. This would not be the first time Dave had read somebody wrong. Mercy hadn't spoken a word to Will Trent, but his wife was not the type of woman who'd be with a walking punchline. That was more Mercy's speed. She asked, "What's the real story? You were acting kind of strange when you saw him on the trailhead camera."
Dave shrugged. "Bad blood. If it was up to me, I'd tell him he could hike right back where he came from."
Mercy had to hold back a laugh at his idiotic bluster.
"What'd he do to you?" "Nothing. It's what he thinks I did to him."
Dave let out an exaggerated phlegmy sigh.
"Dude got pissed at me because he thought I was the one that gave him the nickname."
She watched Dave hold out his arms in an open shrug, completely innocent of giving people stupid nicknames like Biddy Mama, Mercy Mac, Chuck, or Fishtifer.
He said, "I mean, whatever happened way back then at the children's home, I tried to be the bigger man today. Dude was a straight-up asshole."
"You talked to him?"
"I was heading up the path to fix that toilet, ran into him."
Mercy wondered how dumb Dave really thought she was. Cottage 10 was on the back end of the loop. The leaking toilet was in Cottage 3, directly behind her. Still, she prompted, "And?" Dave shrugged again.
"I tried to do the right thing. It wasn't my fault what happened to him, but I thought maybe an apology would help him work through some of the trauma. Wish somebody would be that nice to me."
Mercy had been on the receiving end of Dave's half-assed apologies. They were not nice.
"What did you say exactly?" "I don't know, something like, let's leave the past in the past." Dave shrugged again. "Tried to be magnanimous."
Mercy bit her lip. That was a big word for Dave.
"What'd he say?" "He started counting down from 10.
Dave hooked his thumbs into his pockets.
"Like, was I supposed to feel threatened? I told you he ain't smart."
Mercy looked down so he wouldn't see her reaction. Will Trent was a foot taller than Dave and had more muscle on him than John. She would have bet her stake in the lodge that Dave had scampered before Will could reach the count of 5. Otherwise, Dave would have been carried off the mountain in a body bag. She asked him,
"What'd you do?" "Walked away. What else could I do?"
Dave scratched his stomach, one of his many tells when he was lying.
"Like I said, he's kind of pathetic. Dude was always quiet, didn't know how to talk to people, and he's up here at the campground after how many years? Some kids, they never shake what they went through. Not my fault he's still screwed up."
Mercy could say a lot about people who wouldn't let things go.
"Anyway," Dave groaned out the word. "What you said in the family meeting, that was just you talking bullshit, right?"
Mercy felt her spine stiffen.
"No, it wasn't just bullshit, Dave. I'm not going to let Papa sell this place out from under me, from under John." "So you're going to take almost $1 million away from your own kid?"
"I'm not taking away anything," Mercy said. "Look around you, Dave. Look at this place. The lodge can take care of John for the rest of his life. He can pass it on to his kids and grandkids. That's his name on the sign by the road, too. All he's got to do is work. I owe him that much."
"You owe him a choice," Dave said. "Ask John what he wants to do. He's practically a man. This should be his decision, too."
Mercy felt her head shaking before he finished. "Hell no."
"That's what I thought."
Dave snorted in disappointment.
"You're not asking John because you're too much of a coward to hear his answer."
"I'm not asking John because he's still a kid," Mercy said. "I won't put that kind of pressure on him. John will know you want to sell. He'll know I don't. It'd be like asking him to choose between us." "Do you really want to do that to him?"
He could go to college. Mercy was shocked by the suggestion. Not because she didn't want John to have an education, but because Dave had bullied John for years into thinking college was a waste of time. He'd done the same thing to Mercy when she'd started taking night classes to get her GED. He never wanted anybody to do more than he had. Merce, Dave said. Think about what you're trying to pass up. You've been wanting to get off this mountain as long as I've known you. I wanted to get off the mountain with you, Dave. And I was 15 years old when I told you that. I'm not a baby anymore. I like running this place. You said I was good at it. That was just... He waved his hand, dismissing the compliment that had made her feel so damn proud. You gotta see sense. We're talking about life-changing money. Not the good kind, she said. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking, but we both know how hateful you get around money. Watch it. There's nothing to watch. It doesn't matter. We might as well be talking about the price of hot air balloons. I'm not letting you take this place from me. Not after I poured my heart into it. Not after all I've been through. What the hell have you been through? Dave demanded. I know it wasn't easy, but you always had a home. You always had food on the table. You never slept outside in the pouring rain. You never had some fucking pervert shoving your face into the ground. Mercy stared past his shoulder. The first time Dave had told her about the sexual abuse he'd suffered as a child, she'd been racked with grief. The second and third time, she had cried along with him. Then the fourth and fifth, and even the 100th time, she'd done whatever he'd asked to help him out of that dark place. Whether it was cooking or cleaning or something in the bedroom. Something that hurt. Something that made her feel dirty and small. Anything that would make him feel better. And then Mercy had realized that what had happened to Dave when he was a child didn't matter. What mattered was the hell he put her through now that he was an adult. His need was the bottomless hole in the quicksand. She said, There's no use in having this conversation. My mind is made up. Seriously? You're not even gonna talk about it? You're just gonna fuck over your own child? It's not me that's gonna fuck him over, Dave! Mercy didn't care if guests could hear her. You're the one I'm worried about! Me? What the hell am I gonna do? You're gonna take his money! Bullshit. I've seen what you do when you've got a little cash in your pocket. You couldn't even hold on to that $1,000 Papa gave you for more than a day. I told you I bought materials! Who's bullshitting now? Mercy asked. You're never going to be happy with $1 million. You're going to waste it on cars and football games and parties and buying rounds at the bar and being the big man around town, and none of that's going to change your life. It's not going to make you a better person. It won't erase what happened to you when you were little. And you're going to want more because that's what you do, Dave. You take and you take and you don't give a shit that it leaves a person empty. That's a fucking nasty thing to say. He shook his head as he started to walk away, but then he circled back, demanding, You tell me a time I raised a hand to that boy. You don't have to hit him. You just wear him down. You can't help it. It's who you are. You're still trying to do it to that poor man in Cottage 10. All your life, you make everybody feel so goddamn little because that's the only way you can make yourself feel big. You shut your fucking mouth. His hand snaked out, clamping around her throat. Her back was jammed against the tree. The breath was knocked out of her chest. This was what happened when Mercy's pity ran out. Dave found other ways to make her care. You listen to me, you goddamn bitch. Mercy had learned long ago not to leave marks on his face or hands. She clawed at his chest, digging her fingernails into the flesh, desperate for release. You listening? He tightened his grip. You think you're so goddamn smart? You got me all figured out? Mercy's feet kicked out. She saw literal stars. Dave said, You need to think about who gets John's proxy if you die. How are you going to stop the sale going through lying dead in your grave? Mercy's lungs started to shake. His angry, bloated face was swimming in front of her eyes. She was going to lose consciousness. Maybe die. For just a moment, she wanted to. It would be so easy to give in this final time, to let Dave have his money, to let John ruin his life, to let Fish find his way off the mountain. Papa and Biddy would be relieved. Delilah would be ecstatic. No one would miss Mercy.
There wouldn't even be a faded photo on the family wall.
Fucking bitch.
Dave loosened his grip before she passed out. The look of disgust on his face said it all. He was already blaming Mercy for making it get this bad.
I ain't never stole from nobody I love. Never. And fuck you for saying that.
Mercy sank to the ground as he stomped through the forest. She listened to his angry rantings, waiting for them to fade away before she dared move again. She touched underneath her eyes, but she felt no tears. She leaned her head back against the tree, looked up at the trees. Sunlight strobed through the leaves. There were times early on when Dave would apologize for hurting her. Then he'd transitioned into his half-ass apology stage, where he mouthed the words, yet somehow ended up blameless. Now, he was unwavering in his confidence that it was Mercy who brought out the meanness in him. Mr. Laid-back Dave. Mr. Easy-going Dave. Mr. Life-of-the-party Dave. No one realized that the Dave they saw was the show. The real Dave, the true Dave, was the one who just tried to strangle the life out of her. And the real Mercy was the one who'd wanted him to. She touched her neck, checking for tender spots. That was definitely going to bruise. Excuses flooded her brain. Maybe a horse roping accident. Fell on the handlebars of a bike. Slipped, getting out of a canoe. Got caught up in fishing line. There were dozens of explanations at her fingertips. All she had to do was look in the mirror tomorrow morning and pick the one that matched the angry blue marks. Mercy struggled to get to her feet. She coughed into her hand. Blood dotted her palm. Dave had really done a number on her. She picked her way back to the path, playing a sort of game where she thought back through all of the times he'd hurt her. There were countless slaps and punches. Mostly he was quick about it. He'd strike out, then retreat. Rarely, he would keep on her like a boxer refusing to hear the bell. There had only been 2 times he'd choked her completely out, both within a month of each other, both because of the divorce. She'd caught Dave cheating on her, then cheating on her again. Then cheating on her again because the thing with Dave was, he took getting away with something once as permission to do it more. Looking back, Mercy didn't even believe that he was in love with any of the women, or even attracted to them. Some were way older. Some were out of shape, or had half a dozen kids, or were incredibly unpleasant people. One wrecked his truck, the truck that Biddy had paid for. One stole from him, another left him holding a bag of weed when the cops knocked on the door of his trailer. What Dave liked about cheating wasn't the sex. God knew his pecker was hit or miss. What he loved was the act of cheating. Skulking around, texting secret messages into his burner phone, swiping through dating apps, lying about where he was going, when he would be back, who he was with. Knowing that Mercy would be humiliated. Knowing the women he'd roped in were dumb enough to think Dave would leave Mercy and marry them. Knowing that he could fuck around and let everybody find out. Knowing that Mercy would still take him back. Sure, she always made him work for it, but Dave got off on that part too, pretending that he had changed, crying his crocodile tears. The drama of all the late-night calls, the constant texting, showing up with flowers and a romantic playlist and a poem he'd written on the back of a bar napkin. Begging and pleading and scraping and bowing and cooking and cleaning and showing a sudden interest in parenting John and being saccharine sweet until Mercy took him back. Then, a month later, beating the shit out of her for dropping her keys too loudly on the kitchen table. Strangulation was a giant red flag. At least that was what Mercy had read online. When a man put his hands around a woman's neck, that woman was 6 times more likely to suffer serious violence or die by homicide. The first time he'd strangled her was the first time Mercy had asked him for a divorce. Asked him, not told him, like she needed his permission. Dave had exploded. Squeezed her neck so hard, she'd felt the cartilage move. She'd passed out cold in their trailer, woken up covered in her own piss. The second time was when she'd told him she'd found a little apartment for her and John in town. Mercy couldn't remember what happened next, other than that she'd really thought she was going to die. Time had been lost. She didn't know where she was, how she'd gotten there. Then she'd realized she was in the tiny apartment. John was sobbing in the next room. Mercy had rushed to his crib. He was red-faced, covered in snot. His diaper was full. He was terrified. Sometimes Mercy could still feel his little arms desperately clinging to her, his tiny body shaking as he wailed. Mercy had soothed him, held him all night, made everything okay. John's helplessness had motivated her to finally break away from Dave. She had filed for divorce the next morning, left the apartment, and moved back into the lodge. She hadn't done it for herself. She hadn't snapped because of Dave's constant humiliations or the fear of broken bones or even death, but because she finally understood that if she died, John would have no one. Mercy had to break the pattern for real this time. She would block the sale. She would do whatever it took to keep Dave from wearing down her son. Papa would die eventually. Biddy, hopefully, didn't have much longer. Mercy would not doom John to a lifetime of drowning in quicksand. As if on cue, Mercy heard John's loping walk around the loop. His arms were out, hands floating along the tops of bushes, like an airplane's wings. She watched him in silence. He used to walk the same way when he was little. Mercy could remember how excited he used to get seeing her on the path. He would run into her arms and she would lift him into the air, and now she was lucky if he acknowledged her existence. He dropped his arms to his sides when she stepped onto the path. He said, "I went down to the shed to help fish with the canoes, but he told me he's got it. Cottage 10 is checked in." Mercy's brain immediately went to another task she could assign him, but she stopped herself. "What are they like?" "The woman's nice," John said. "The guy's kind of scary." "Maybe don't flirt with his wife." John flashed a sheepish smile. "She had a lot of questions about the property." "You answered them all?" "Yep." John crossed his arms. "I told her to look for Biddy at supper if she wanted to know more." Mercy felt herself nodding. There were a lot of things she had changed from Papa's time, but no son of hers was going to sound ignorant about the land they were standing on. He asked, "Anything else?" Mercy thought about Dave again. He had a pattern after their fights. He'd go to the bar, drink up his anger. It was tomorrow she had to worry about. There was no way he wouldn't find John and tell him about the investors. No doubt Mercy would be the villain of his story. She said, "Let's go down to the lookout bench. I want you to sit down with me for a minute." "Don't you got work to do?" "We both do," she told him, but she walked down the trail toward the lookout bench anyway. John followed from a distance. Mercy touched her fingers to her neck. She hoped that he couldn't see any marks. She hated the look John gave her when Dave snapped. Part recrimination, part pity. Any concern had left long ago. She guessed it was like watching someone run headfirst into a wall, get up, then run headfirst into the wall again. He wasn't wrong. "Okay." Mercy sat on the bench. She patted the space beside her. "Let's do this." John slumped down at the opposite end, his hands deep in the pockets of his shorts. He turned 16 last month, and almost overnight, puberty had finally caught up with him. The sudden hit of hormones acted like a pendulum. One minute he was full of swagger and flirting with a guest's wife. The next minute, he looked like a lost little boy. He reminded Mercy so much of Dave that she was momentarily at a loss for words. Then the surly teenager reared his head. Why are you looking at me all weird? Mercy opened her mouth, then closed it. She wanted more time. There was an uneasy peace between them right now. Instead of ruining it by lecturing John about vaping or not cleaning his room or all the usual stuff she nagged him about, she looked out at the view. The parade of greens, the surface of the shallows gently rippling from the wind. In the fall, you could sit in this same spot and watch the leaves turn, all the color draining down from the peaks. She had to save this place for John. It wasn't just his future that would be secured here. It was his life. She said, "I forget sometimes how pretty it all is." John didn't offer an opinion. They both knew he would be perfectly happy living in a windowless box in town. He had Dave's habit of blaming other people for his sense of isolation. Both of them could be in a room full of people and still feel alone. Being honest, Mercy often felt the same way. She told John, "Aunt Delilah is at the house." He looked at her, but he didn't say anything. "I want you to remember, no matter what happened when you were a baby, Delilah loves you. That's why she went to court. She wanted to keep you for herself." John stared into the distance. Mercy had never spoken a bad word about Delilah. The only good lesson she had learned from Dave was that the person yapping all the time and being an asshole rarely got sympathy. Which was why Dave only showed his monster side to Mercy. John asked, "That's her Subaru on the parking pad?" Mercy felt like a fool. Obviously, John had seen Delilah's car. You couldn't keep a secret around here. "I think Papa and Biddy have been talking to her. That's why she drove up." "I don't want to live with her." John glanced at Mercy before looking away again. "If she's here for that, I'm not leaving. Not for her, anyway." Mercy had used up all of her tears a long time ago, but she felt a profound sadness at the certainty in his voice. He was trying to take care of his mother. This might be the last time he did that for a while. Maybe ever. He asked, "What does she want?" Mercy's throat hurt so bad she felt like she was swallowing nails. "You need to find Papa. He's going to tell you what's going on." "Why don't you tell me?" "Because..." Mercy struggled to explain herself. This wasn't cowardice. It would be so easy to shape John's view to her own thinking. But Mercy knew that she would be as bad as Dave if she manipulated her son. God knew she could do it. Even at 16, John was still too pliable. He was full of hormones and gullible as hell. She could talk him into walking off a cliff if she put her mind to it. Dave would absolutely destroy him. "Mom," John said, "why won't you tell me yourself?" "Because you need to hear the other side from somebody who wants it." He smirked. "You're talking weird." "Let me know when you want to hear my side, okay? I'll be as honest with you as I can, but you need to hear it from Papa first, all right?" Mercy waited for his nod. Then she looked into his clear blue eyes and felt like somebody had reached their hands inside of her chest and ripped her heart into two pieces. That was Dave's doing. He was going to take another part of Mercy, the most precious part, and she would never get it back. John was staring at her. "You okay?" "Yep," she said. "The woman in Cottage 7 wants a bottle of whiskey. Can you get that for her?" "Sure." John stood up. "Which kind?" "The most expensive kind. And ask her if she wants more tomorrow." Mercy stood up too. "Then I want you to take the rest of the night off. I'll handle the cleanup after supper." The toothy smile returned, and he was like her little boy again. "For real?" "For real." Mercy drank in his excitement. She wanted to hold on to this moment as long as she could. "You've been doing a really good job around here, baby. I'm proud of you." His smile was better than any drug she'd ever injected. Mercy had to compliment him more, to give him a chance to be a kid more. She was about to destroy her entire family. She had to break the asshole McAlpine cycle, too. She said, No matter what happens, remember that I love you, baby. Never forget that. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I just fucking love you so much. Mom, he groaned. But then he wrapped his arms around her, and Mercy felt like she was walking on air. It lasted about 2 seconds before John broke away. She watched him trot up the trail, resisting the urge to call him back. Mercy turned around before he disappeared. She let herself take a few seconds to collect herself before she got back to work. She went left at the split and walked along the curve of the lake. She could smell the fresh scent of the water alongside a musty, woodsy undertone. They did a campfire every Saturday night by the shallows to give the guests one last hurrah. S'mores and hot chocolate, and Fish strumming his mandolin because, obviously, Fish was the type of sensitive soul who played the mandolin. Guests loved it. Honestly, Mercy did too. She liked seeing the smiles on their faces and knowing that she was part of the reason they were happy. As the mother of a teenage son, as the ex-wife of an abusive alcoholic, as the daughter of a cruel son of a bitch and a cold and distant mother, she had to take her wins where she could find them. Mercy looked out over the water. She wondered how Papa would explain the investors to John. Would he paint Mercy in a bad light? Would he scream and curse her name? Had she unwittingly done some stealthy manipulation? The person being an asshole rarely got sympathy. John would want to protect her, even if he didn't agree with her. There was nothing she could do now but wait for him to find her. Working would make that time go by faster. She took out her notepad. She would check on the honeymooners on her way back up the hill. She would fix the toilet herself. She would have to talk to the kitchen. She made a mark in the back for the bottle of whiskey John was delivering to Cottage 7. She had a feeling the dentist would drop some serious dough before she checked out on Sunday. No reason Monica shouldn't have the top-shelf bottles with her platinum Amex. Papa was a teetotaler. He had never pushed liquor sales. The small-batch whiskeys Mercy had promoted in the last year were almost solely responsible for the jump in profit. Mercy tucked her pad back in her pocket as she walked down the terraced path. She saw Fish by the equipment shed. He was hosing out the canoes. Mercy's heart was pained at the sight of her brother on his knees. Fish was so earnest and true. He was the oldest child, but Papa had always treated him like an afterthought. Then Dave had come along, and Biddy had made it clear who she really thought of as her son. It was no wonder he'd chosen to basically disappear. She was about to call his name when Chuck came out of the equipment shed. His shirt was off, his face and chest were so red that they looked sunburned. He was carrying a piece of flattened-out aluminum foil in one hand and a lighter in the other. A flame sparked. Smoke wafted off the foil. As Mercy watched, he held it up to Fish. Fish fanned the smoke toward his face, taking a deep breath. "Mercy?" Chuck said. "Dumbasses," she hissed, turning back around. "Mercy," Fish called. "Mercy, please don't." The sound of her feet running up the trail drowned out whatever else he had to say. She couldn't believe her stupid brother. This was exactly what she'd warned him about during the family meeting. He wasn't even bothering to hide it anymore. What if she'd been a guest? John had just been down at the shed. What if he'd come over the trail and seen the two of them cooking like that? How the hell would they explain that away? Mercy kept going straight, bypassing the fork in toward the loop. She didn't slow her pace until she was on the other side of the boathouse. She wiped the sweat off her face, wondered how the day could get any worse. She looked at her watch. She had an hour before she had to help with dinner prep. She still hadn't talked to the kitchen about Chuck's stupid peanut allergy. "Christ," she whispered. It was too much. Instead of heading back up the slope, she sank down onto the rocky shore. She forced out a long breath. Her senses keyed into nature on every side. The rustling leaves, the gentle waves, the smell of last night's campfire, the warmth of the sun overhead. She shushed out another breath. This was her place of peace. The shallows was like an invisible anchor that kept her tethered to the land. She couldn't give this up. No one would ever love it the way she did. Mercy watched the floating dock shift back and forth. She had also sought refuge here so many times. Papa hated the water, refused to learn how to swim. When he was on one of his tears, Mercy would swim out to the floating dock to get away from him. Sometimes, she would fall asleep under the stars. Sometimes, fish would join her. Later, Dave did, too, but for different reasons. Mercy felt her head shaking. She didn't want to think about the bad stuff. Her brother had taught her how to swim here. He taught Dave how to tread water, because Dave was too scared to stick his head below the surface. Mercy had shown John the best place to dive off the floating dock, the spot where the water was deepest, the spot where you could quietly slip away if guests showed up. When John was younger, they would come here on Sunday mornings. He would talk to her about school or girls or things he wanted to do with his life. God knew he never opened up to her like that anymore. But John was a good kid. He wasn't setting the world on fire at school, and he wasn't popular by any stretch, but compared to his parents, he was pretty much thriving. All Mercy wanted was for him to be happy. She wanted that more than anything in the world. John would eventually find his people. It might take some time, but it would happen. He was kind. Mercy had no idea where he'd gotten that from. Sure, he had a quick temper like Dave. He made bad decisions like Mercy, but he doted on his grandmother. He only complained a little when Mercy put him to work. Of course he was bored up here. Every kid was bored up here. 12-year-old Mercy hadn't started skimming from the liquor bottles because her life was so damn exciting. Fuck, she breathed. Her brain wouldn't stop going to the bad places. She forced the switch to come on, mindlessly staring up at the impossibly blue sky until the sun shifted toward the range. She closed her eyelids against the burning light. The white dot left its memory in her retinas. She watched the color turn darker, almost navy. Then it scrolled into a word, looping cursive, arcing across Landry Peterson's heart. Gabby. The guests in Cottage 5 had made their reservation under the name Gordon Wiley. A copy of Gordon's driver's license was on file for the booking. Gordon's credit card had prepaid the deposit, was used to secure the bill. Gordon's license plate was on the Lexus at the trailhead. Gordon's home address was on the shipping labels for their suitcases. Landry's name only appeared once on the registration as the second guest. His employer was the same as Gordon's, Wiley App Co. In retrospect, it sounded like something out of Looney Tunes. For all Mercy knew, the name Landry was fake. The lodge only verified the person who was responsible for the bill. They took it on faith that people were honest about their jobs, their interests, their experience with horses and rock climbing and rafting. Which meant that Landry Peterson could be anybody. He could be a covert lover, a longtime friend with benefits, a work colleague who was looking for something more. Or he could be related to the young woman that Mercy had killed 17 years ago. Her name had been Gabriella, but her family had called her Gabby. Chapter 4. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed and let herself cry. She was so overwhelmed by emotion that she actually sobbed. There had been so much stress leading up to the wedding. They'd had to postpone the ceremony by a month so she could get the cast off her broken wrist. She'd had to cancel orders and move around schedules and juggle work projects and postpone cases. Then there was the circus act of juggling cousins and aunts and uncles and making sure everyone had a hotel reservation and a car and food they would like, and places they could go because some of them had flown across the ocean and had decided to stay for the week and wanted to know what they could do and see, and Sarah was apparently their personal Lonely Planet guide. Her sister and mother had helped, and Will had done more than his fair share, but Sarah had never been so relieved to have something over. She looked down at the rings on her finger. She took a deep, calming breath. Sarah deserved an Academy Award for not losing it this morning when Will had said they would start their honeymoon trip after taking a hike. 2 hours away. In the mountains. When the airport was 20 minutes from his house. their house. She had tried not to fret about it. Not while they were loading up their backpacks. Not when they got into the car. Not when they left the city limits. Not when they parked at the trailhead. Will was in charge of the honeymoon. Sarah had to let him be in charge of it. But then they'd stopped for lunch in a field, and she'd noticed that time was slipping away, and she'd panicked that he was going to surprise her with some sort of camping situation. Sarah hated camping. Despised would be a better word. The only reason she had endured Girl Scouts was because she had been driven to earn all the badges, which was the story of Sarah's life. She had always pushed herself to the extreme. She'd graduated a year early from high school, raced through undergrad, battled to the top of her class in medical school, gone balls to the walls during her residency. Then there was pediatrics practice, her transition to becoming a full-time medical examiner. She had always used her education in service to other people, to take care of children in a rural area and then at a public hospital, to give family members of crime victims some closure, and she looked after her little sister along the way, taken care of her parents, offered companionship to her Aunt Bella, supported her first husband, grieved his death, worked so hard to build something meaningful with Will, survived his toxic ex-wife's intrusions, navigated his weird relationship with his boss, became close friends with his partner, fallen in love with his dog. When Sarah looked back at her life, what she saw was a woman who was constantly moving forward, always making sure that everyone was okay. Until now. Sarah looked at her open suitcase. Will had downloaded all of her books on her iPad. He'd updated the podcasts on her phone. Her sister had packed exactly what she needed, down to the right toiletries and hairbrush. Her father had included one of his hand-tied fishing lures and a list of very bad dad jokes. Her aunt had donated a large straw hat to protect Sarah's ghostly pale skin from the sun. Her mother had given her a small pocket Bible, which had felt a bit overbearing at first, but then Sarah had realized that a page was bookmarked. Her mother had used a light pencil mark to highlight a section from Ruth 1:16. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people. Thy God will be my God. Reading the passage had sent Sarah over the edge. Her mother had perfectly captured Sarah's feelings for Will. She would go wherever he took her. She would lie with him wherever he chose. She would treat his family of choice as her own. She would have even pretended to like camping if that's what it came down to. She was totally and completely devoted. Which was how weeping had given way to crying, crying had given way to sobbing, and she had sunk down onto the bed like an overwhelmed Victorian. Sarah couldn't help it. Everything was too perfect. The wonderful wedding ceremony, this beautiful lodge, the gifts from her family, the thoughtfulness Will had put into everything. He'd even asked for her favorite yogurt to be put in the small fridge in the kitchen. Sarah had never felt so well cared for in her life. Come on, she chided herself. Falling apart time was over. Will would be back soon. She found the box of tissues on the back of the toilet so she could blow her nose. There was a small selection of bath salts by the deep soaking tub. For Will's sake, she chose the least perfumey one before turning on the tub faucet. She checked herself in the mirror. Her skin was red and blotchy. Her nose was practically glowing. Her eyes were bloodshot. Will was going to come back from the main house expecting steamy bathtub sex and find her looking like an escaped lunatic. Sarah blew her nose. She let her hair down because she knew that Will liked it that way. Then she went to the bedroom and finished unpacking their clothes. Her little sister hadn't been completely altruistic. Tessa had jokingly packed a sex toy inside the bottom of the suitcase. Sarah was zipping it back in the bag when she heard a loud voice outside the front window. "Paul," a man called, "would you wait the hell up?" Sarah walked into the front room. The windows were open. She stayed in the shadows as she watched two men arguing on the path below. They were older, very fit, and clearly frustrated. "Gordon, I don't care what you think," Paul said. "It's the right thing to do." "The right thing to do?" Gordon asked. "Since when do you care about the right thing?" "Since I saw how she fucking lives," Paul yelled. "It's not okay." "Hun," Gordon wrapped his hands around the man's arms. "You've got to let it go." Paul slipped out of his grasp. He started jogging down the path toward the lake. Gordon ran after him, yelling, "Paul!" Sarah pulled the shears closed on the window. That was interesting. On the hike in, Keisha had said that the app guys were named Gordon and Landry. Sarah wondered if Paul was another guest or someone who worked at the lodge. Then she made herself stop wondering because she wasn't here to figure other people out. She was here to have steamy bathtub sex with her husband. Husband. Sarah felt herself smiling as she walked back into the bathroom. She had seen the look on Will's face when she'd called him her husband for the first time. It had matched the absolute delight she'd felt when he'd called her his wife. She looked out the large picture window behind the tub. No sign of Gordon and Paul. The cottage was at a much higher elevation than the path. She couldn't even see the lake. The view was trees and more trees. She checked the water temperature, which was just right. The tub was going to be full a lot faster than she'd anticipated. Sarah was a plumber's daughter. She knew her way around water flow. She also knew her husband. She might just manage to distract him from the fact that she'd been crying if Will found her nude and waiting, which was exactly what happened when he walked into the bathroom 5 minutes later. Will dropped the pillow he was holding. "What's wrong?" Sarah lay back in the tub. "Get in." He glanced out the window. He was shy about his body. Where Sarah saw the lean muscle and sinew, the contour of his gorgeous abs, his beautiful strong arms, Will only saw the scars he'd carried since childhood. The puckered, round cigarette burns, the hook of a wire hanger, the skin graft where the ripped tissue had been too damaged to heal. Sarah's eyes started to sting from tears again. She wanted to go back in time and murder every single person who had ever hurt him. "You okay?" Will asked. She nodded. "Just enjoying the view." Will didn't stop to test the temperature. He slipped into the tub across from her. They almost didn't fit. His knees were several inches above the rim of the tub. Sarah shifted around so she could rest her head on his chest. Will wrapped his arms around her. They both looked out at the treetops. There was a mist hovering over the mountain range. She liked the idea of listening to the rain on the tin roof. She said, "I have a confession." He pressed his lips to the top of her head. "I got a little overwhelmed by everything." "Bad overwhelmed?" "Good overwhelmed." She looked up at him. "Happy overwhelmed." Will nodded. She gave him a soft kiss before resting her head on his chest again. There was room in this conversation for him to speak. She could tell he had been feeling slightly overwhelmed too, though Will was more likely to go for a 10-mile run up the side of a cliff than sit on the bed and cry. He asked, "Did your sister pack everything you need?" "Including a 10-inch bright pink dildo." Will was quiet for a second. "I guess we could try it out if you wanted something smaller." Sarah laughed as he pulled her closer. There was a complete absence of sound inside the marble bathroom. Not even a drop of water came from the faucet. Sarah listened to the steady rhythm of Will's breathing. She closed her eyes. She lay in his arms until the water started to cool. She hadn't planned on falling asleep, but that's exactly what happened. When she came to, the mist of rain had slowly moved across the mountain. She took a deep breath and sighed it out. "We should go do something, right?" "Maybe." Will started slowly stroking her arm. She resisted the urge to purr like a cat. He said, "I have a confession." Sarah couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "What is it?" "There's a guy here at the lodge who lived at the children's home when I was there. The information was so unexpected that Sarah needed a second to process it. Will rarely mentioned people from the home. She looked up at him, asking, "Who?"
"His name is Dave," Will said. "He was all right in the beginning. Then something happened. He changed. Kids started calling him the Jackal. I don't know. Maybe he came up with the name himself. Dave was always giving people nicknames."
Sarah rested her head back on his chest. She listened to the slow beat of his heart.
He said, "We were friends for a while. Dave was in the same classes as me, remedial stuff. I thought we got along pretty well."
She knew that Will had only been in remedial classes because of his dyslexia. He hadn't been diagnosed until college. He still treated it like a shameful secret. What happened to him?
He was sent to live with a really bad foster family. They gamed the system, made up all kinds of things that were wrong with Dave so they'd get more money for treatment. And then he started getting infections, so...
Sarah listened to Will's voice trail off. Recurrent urinary infections in children could often be a sign of sexual abuse.
They took him out of the placement, but Dave came back mean. Only, I didn't realize it at first. He still pretended like we were friends. I kept hearing all these bad things about him, but everybody said bad things about everybody else. We were all screwed up.
Sarah felt the rise and fall of his chest.
He started trying to bully me, picking fights. I wanted to punch him a few times, but it wouldn't have been fair. He was smaller, younger than me. I could have really hurt him.
Will continued stroking her arm.
Then he started going around with Angie, which, I'm not an idiot. It's not like he dragged her into the basement. She was with a lot of guys. It made her feel like she had some control over her life. I guess Dave was that way too. It hit me different when Angie did it with him, though. Like I said, I thought he was my friend. Then he turned on me. And she knew that and did it anyway. It was a bad situation.
Sarah could not begin to understand the warped dynamics between Will and his ex-wife. The only good thing she could say about the woman was that she was gone.
Dave kept messing around with her. He made sure I knew about it, kept rubbing it in my face. It's like he wanted me to beat him up. Like it would prove something if he could break me.
Will was silent for a long while.
Dave's the one who started calling me trash can.
Sarah felt her heart sinking. She couldn't imagine what it was like for Will to run into this awful man right after his wedding. To have every bad memory about his childhood dredged up. The nickname, in particular, would have been like a kick to the teeth. Over the last few days, Will had made some passing jokes about his side of the aisle being empty, but Sarah had seen the truth in his eyes. He was missing his mother. Her last act of love toward her child was to place him in a trash can so that he would be safe. Then, this loathsome asshole had turned that fact into a means of torture.
Dave tried to apologize, Will said. On the trail just now.
She looked up again in surprise. What did he say?
It wasn't a real apology.
Will gave a dry laugh, though nothing about the situation was funny.
He said, "Come on, trash can. Don't look at me like that. I'll apologize if it'll help you get over it."
What a fucker, Sarah whispered. What did you say?
I started counting down from 10.
Will shrugged.
I can't tell you whether or not I was actually going to hit him, but he scampered off when I got to 8, so we'll never know.
She felt her head shaking. Part of her wished that he'd pummeled the prick into the dirt.
I'm sorry this happened, Will said. I promise I won't let it get in the way of our honeymoon.
Nothing's going to get in the way. Sarah thought of an addendum to her mother's Bible verse. Will's enemies were her enemies. Dave better pray he didn't run into Sarah this week. Is he a guest?
I think he's an employee. Maintenance by the way he was dressed.
Will kept stroking her arm.
It's funny, because Dave ran away from the home a few years before I aged out. The cops interviewed all of us, and I told them he was probably up here. Dave loved the camp. Tried to go every year. I used to help him with the Bible verses. He'd read them out loud so many times that I'd memorized them. He'd practiced with me on the bus, during PE, study hall. If he'd put half that effort into school, he sure wouldn't have been stuck with the slow kids like me. Sarah pressed her fingers to his lips. He was not slow. Will took her hand and kissed her palm. Are we finished with confessions? I have one more. He laughed. Okay. She sat up so that they could look at each other. There's a trail on the map called Little Deer. It leads to the backside of the lake. John said that Awanita is the Cherokee word for fawn, which is a little deer. Do you think the trail leads to the campsite? Let's find out.
Chapter 5. 6 hours before the murder. The kitchen staff was doing its usual mad dash to prepare for dinner service when Mercy walked in. She darted out of the way, barely missing a stack of plates that was piled over the dishwasher's head. She caught Alejandro's eye. He gave her a quick nod that everything was okay. Still, she asked him, "You got the message about the peanut allergy?" He nodded again, this time with a tilt of his chin that said she should leave. Mercy didn't take it personally. She was content to let him work. Their last cook was a handsy old coot with a bad oxy habit who'd been arrested for trafficking the week after Papa's accident. Alejandro was a young Puerto Rican chef, fresh out of the Atlanta Culinary School. Mercy had offered him carte blanche over the kitchen if he could start the next day. The guests loved him. The 2 townie kids who worked the kitchen seemed enthralled. She just didn't know how much longer he'd be content to cook bland white people spicy up in the hills. She pushed open the door to the dining room. A sudden wave of nausea sent her stomach into a spin. Mercy braced her hand against the door. Her brain kept pushing down all the stress, but her body kept reminding her that it was there. She opened her mouth to draw in a deep breath, then got back to work. Mercy went around the table, adjusting a spoon here, a knife there. The light caught a water stain on one of the glasses. She used her shirt tail to wipe it off as she scanned the room. 2 long tables bisected the space. During Papa's time, there had only been bench seating, but Mercy had splurged on proper chairs. People drank more when they could sit back. She'd also invested in speakers to play soft music and lighting that could be dimmed to set the mood, both of which Papa hated. But there wasn't much he could do about it because he couldn't work the controls. She returned the glass, adjusted another fork, moved a candelabra to center it on the table. She silently counted place settings: Frank and Monica, Sarah and Will, Landry and Gordon, Drew and Keisha. Sydney and Max, the investors, were down with the family. Chuck was by fish so they could sulk together. Delilah had been put at the end like an afterthought, which seemed appropriate. Mercy knew that John wouldn't show his face, not only because he'd probably talked to Papa about the investors by now, but because Mercy had foolishly given him the night off. Alejandro didn't do dishes, and the townies liked to be off the mountain by 8:30 at the latest. Mercy would be up until midnight cleaning and doing breakfast prep. She looked at her watch. Cocktail service would start soon. She walked onto the deck. Another upgrade after Papa's accident. She'd had Dave enlarge the viewing platform that the boards cantilevered over the cliff. He'd had to get help with the supports, him and his buddies drinking beer while they dangled from ropes over a 50-foot drop into the ravine. He'd finished off the project by wrapping string lights around the railings. There were bench seats and ledges for drinks, and it was actually perfect. If you didn't know, he'd been 6 months late and charged her 3 times what he'd quoted. Silently, Mercy let her eyes scan the bottles of liquor on the bar. Their exotic labels showed well in the early evening sunlight. Under Papa, the lodge had only offered a house wine with the taste and consistency of Smucker's. Now they sold whiskey sours and gin and tonics for ridiculous amounts of money. Mercy had always suspected their level of guests would pay for Tito's and Macallan. What she hadn't anticipated was that the lodge could bring in almost as much from liquor sales as they could from the rack rate. Penny, another townie, was behind the bar getting things ready. She was older than the rest of the staff, time-worn and no-nonsense. Mercy had known her for years, dating back to when Penny started cleaning rooms in high school. They had both partied their asses off during those days, then both hit sobriety the hard way. Fortunately, Penny didn't need to drink to know what tasted good. She had an encyclopedic knowledge of obscure cocktails that thrilled guests and encouraged them to order more. Mercy asked her, "Going good?" "It's going." Penny looked up from slicing limes when voices echoed down the trail. Then she looked at her watch and frowned. Mercy was not surprised to see that Monica and Frank had shown up early for cocktails. At least the dentist could hold her liquor. Monica wasn't loud or obnoxious, just eerily silent. Mercy had been around her share of drunks, and the quiet ones were usually the worst. Not because they could turn nasty or unpredictable, because they were on a mission to drink themselves to death. Frank was annoying, but Mercy didn't see that he was drink-yourself-to-death bad. Then again, people thought the same thing about Dave. "Welcome," Mercy plastered on a smile when they reached the deck. "Everything good?" Frank smiled back. "It's fantastic. We're so glad we came." Monica had gone straight to the bar. She tapped a bottle, telling Penny, "Double neat." Mercy felt her mouth fill with saliva as Penny opened the bottle of Whistle Pig Estate Oak. She told herself the sudden longing was because her throat still felt raw from where Dave had strangled her. A little sip of rye would soothe the pain, which was exactly what she told herself the last time she'd slipped. Only that was with corn mash. Monica scooped up the glass and pounded down half the contents. Mercy couldn't begin to know what kind of high-flying life you needed to live in order to get drunk at $20 a pour. After the second glass, you couldn't taste it anyway. The crunch of gravel under Papa's chair announced his arrival. Biddy was pushing him with her usual scowl on her face. A man and woman walked on either side of the chair. They had to be the investors. Both were probably in their late 50s, but were rich enough to be Atlanta 40s. Max was dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt. The cut of both made him look like $1,000,000. Sydney was wearing the same, but where he had on hokas, she was sporting a well-worn pair of leather riding boots. Her bleached blonde hair was pulled into a high ponytail on top of her head. She had cheeks as sharp as glass. Her shoulders were back, her breasts were up, her chin was lifted. Mercy pegged her for a true horsewoman. You didn't get that posture from slumping around the shopping mall. The woman probably had a stable full of warm bloods and a full-time trainer on her estate in Buckhead. If you were paying somebody $10,000 a month to teach a bunch of $200,000 ponies how to do-si-do, $12 million for a second or third home was not going to worry you. Biddy tried to catch Mercy's eye. Her mother's snarled face had a look of intense disapproval. Biddy was clearly still mad about the meeting. She liked things to go smoothly. She had always served as Papa's fixer, guilting them all into subservience and often into forgiveness. Mercy couldn't handle her mother right now. She went back into the dining room. Her stomach pitched again. She let herself feel just a little bit of grief. Mercy had been half hoping John would be loping behind Papa's chair, that her son would ask Mercy for her reasons, that they would talk it through, that John would understand he had more of a future here with the family business, that he would not outright hate her, or at least agree to disagree. But there was no John, just her mother's scornful look. Mercy was going to lose everybody before this night was over. John was not like Dave. His temper simmered before it exploded, and once it was out there, it took days, sometimes weeks, for him to reset to normal. Or, at least, a new normal. Because John collected his grievances like trading cards. There was a soft click. Mercy looked up. Biddy was gently closing the dining room door. Her mother did everything with a deliberate quiet, whether it was cooking an egg or walking across the floor. She could sneak up on you like a ghost. Or death, depending on her mood. Her mood right now was firmly in the latter category. She told Mercy, "Papa's here with the investors. I know you've got your feelings, but you need to put on your best face." "You mean my ugly fucking face?" Mercy saw her flinch, but she was only quoting her father. "Why should I be nice to them?" "Because you're not going to do all that stuff you were talking about. You're just not." Mercy looked down at her mother. Biddy had her hands tucked into her narrow waist. Her cheeks were flushed. With her cherubic face and petite build, she could be mistaken for a theatrical child. Mercy said, I'm not bluffing, Mother. I'm going to ruin every single one of you if you try to push this sale through. You most certainly are not. Biddy impatiently stamped her foot, but even then it was more like a shuffle. Stop this foolishness. Mercy was about to laugh in her face, but she thought of a question. Do you want to sell this place? Your father told you. I'm asking what you want to do, Mother. I know that doesn't happen often that you get a say. Mercy waited, but her mother didn't answer. She repeated the question. Do you want to sell this place? Biddy's lips pressed into a tight line. This is our home. Mercy tried to appeal to a sense of fairness. Granddaddy always said we aren't owners. We're stewards of the land. You and Papa had your time. It's not fair to make decisions for the next generation that won't affect your lives. Biddy kept silent, but some of the anger had left her eyes. We've poured our lives into this place. Mercy indicated the dining hall. I helped put the nails in these boards when I was 10. Dave built that deck people are out there drinking on. John's been on his knees cleaning that kitchen. Fish caught some of the food they're cooking right now. I've eaten almost every dinner of my life on this mountaintop. So has John, so has Fish. Do you want to take that away from us? Christopher said he doesn't care. He said he doesn't want to get in the middle of it, Mercy corrected. That's different from not caring. That's the opposite of not caring. You've devastated John. He wouldn't even come to supper. Mercy's hand went to her heart. Is he okay? No, he's not, Biddy said. Poor baby. All I could do was hold him while he cried. Mercy's throat tightened, and the sharp, sudden pain caused by Dave's hands served to steel her spine. I'm John's mother. I know what's best for him. Biddy huffed a disingenuous laugh. She'd always tried to act more like a friend than a grandmother to John. He doesn't talk to you like he talks to me. He has dreams. He wants to do things with his life. So did I, Mercy said. You told me if I left, I could never come back. You were pregnant, Biddy said. 15 years old. Do you know how embarrassing that was for me and Papa? Do you know how hard it was for me? Then you should have kept your legs closed, Biddy snapped. You always push things too far, Mercy. Dave said the same thing about you. You're just going too far. You talked to Dave? Yes, I talked to Dave. I had John crying on one shoulder and Dave on the other. He's torn up about all of this, Mercy. He needs that money. He owes people. Money won't change that, Mercy said. He'll just end up owing different people. This time is different. Biddy had been reading from that same script for over a decade. Dave wants to change. The money will give him the opportunity to do better. Mercy felt her head shaking. Biddy had buckets of grace where Dave was concerned. There was an endless number of corners he could turn. Meanwhile, Mercy had been forced to endure a full year of monthly piss tests before her mother would let her have unsupervised time alone with John. Biddy said, Dave wants us to get a house down the hill where we can all live together. Mercy laughed. Sneaky fucking Dave locking down Biddy and Papa's share of the sale too. She'd give it a year before he was dipping into their retirement funds. He said we'd find something big, something all on one level so Papa doesn't have to sleep in the dining room, with a pool for John so he can bring his friends over. The boy's lonely up here, Biddy said. Dave can make a good life for us and John. And you too, if you weren't so blasted stubborn. Mercy laughed. Why do I feel any surprise that you're taking Dave's side? I'm just as gullible as you are. He's still my baby, no matter how much you've twisted that around in your head. I've never treated him any different from you and Christopher. Except for all the constant love and affection. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Biddy quietly stamped her foot again. Papa was going to tell you this tonight, but no matter what happens with the investors, you're fired. For the second time that day, Mercy felt gut-punched. You can't fire me. You're going against the family, Biddy said. Where are you going to live? Not in my house, no ma'am. Mother. Don't you mother me, Biddy said. John will stay, but you're out of here by the end of the week.
You're not keeping my son.
How are you going to support him? You don't have a dime to your name. Biddy's chin tilted up in arrogance. Let's see how far you get down the mountain looking for a job with a murder charge hanging over your head.
Mercy got in her face. Let's see how far your bony ass gets in prison. Biddy reared back, stunned.
You think I don't know what you've been up to?
There was something so intensely satisfying about the show of fear in her mother's eyes. Mercy wanted more. Try me, old woman. I can call the cops any time.
Listen up, girl. Biddy jabbed her finger in Mercy's face. You keep up these threats, somebody's gonna put a knife in your back.
I think my mother just did.
When I come for somebody, I look them in the eye. She glared at Mercy. You have until Sunday.
Biddy turned on her heel and left through the door. The fact that she departed without making a sound was far worse than any stomping and slamming. There would be no apologies or takebacks. Her mother had meant what she'd said. Mercy was fired. She had a week to vacate the house. The realization hit her like a blow to the head. Mercy sank down into a chair. She felt dizzy. Her hands trembled. Her palm left a sweaty streak on the table. Could they fire her? Papa was the trustee, but most everything else came down to a vote. Mercy couldn't count on Dave. Fish would stick his head in the sand. Mercy had no bank account, no money except for the 2 tens in her pocket, and that was from petty cash. Rough day? Mercy didn't have to turn around to know who'd asked the question. Her aunt's voice hadn't changed in the last 13 years. It made a cruel kind of sense that Delilah had chosen now to come out of the shadows. Mercy asked, "What do you want, you dried-up old cunt?" Delilah sat across from her. "Maybe I've got the depth, but certainly not the warmth." Mercy stared at her aunt. Time had done nothing to alter Papa's older sister. She still looked like exactly what she was, an old hippie who made soap in her garage. Her long gray hair was braided down to her ass. She wore a simple cotton shift that could have been made from a flour sack. Her hands were calloused and scarred from soap making. There was a deep gouge in her bicep that had healed like a piece of wadded-up burlap. Her face was still kind. That was the hard part. Mercy couldn't reconcile the Delilah she'd grown up loving with the monster she'd ended up hating, which was basically how Mercy felt about everybody in her life right now, except for John. Delilah said, "It's startling when you think about the valiant stories that have been passed down about this old place, as if the entire area wasn't a staging ground for genocide. Did you know that the original fish camp was built by a Confederate soldier who went AWOL after the Battle of Chickamauga?" Mercy didn't know the AWOL part, but she knew the place was founded after the Civil War. Family history had it that the first Cecil McAlpine was a conscientious objector who'd fled up to the mountains with an escaped lady's maid. "Forget the romantic rigmarole," Delilah said. "That whole lost widow story is a steaming pile of horseshit. Captain Cecil brought an enslaved woman up here with him. The idiot thought they were in love. She saw it more as kidnapping and rape. She slit his throat in the middle of the night and ran off with all the family silver. He almost died, but you know McAlpines are hard to kill." Mercy knew that last part for sure. "Do you think telling me that my ancestors were disgusting human beings is going to shock me into selling? You know I've met my father, right?" "Oh, I have." Delilah pointed to the rough patch of skin on her bicep. "This wasn't from a riding accident. Your father swung an axe at me when I told him that I wanted to run the lodge. I hit the ground so hard that it broke my jaw." Mercy bit her lip to keep from reacting. She was intimately familiar with that bit of truth. She had been hiding in the old barn behind the paddock when the attack had happened. Mercy had never told anyone what she'd witnessed, not even Dave. "Cecil put me in the hospital for a week. Lost part of the muscle in my arm. They had to wire my jaw shut. Hartshorn didn't bother trying to take a statement. I couldn't talk for 2 months." Delilah's words were brutal, but her smile was soft. Go ahead and make the joke, Mercy. I know you want to. Mercy swallowed the lump in her throat. What's the point of this? Are you telling me to walk away like you did before I get hurt? Delilah acknowledged the truth with another smile. It's a lot of money. Mercy felt her stomach fill with acid again. She was so damn tired of fighting. What do you want, Dee? Delilah touched the side of her own face. I see your scar healed better than mine. Mercy looked away. Her own scar was still an open wound. It was carved into her soul like the name that was carved into that gravestone down at the cemetery. Gabriella. Delilah asked, Why do you think your father left me out of the family meeting? Mercy was too exhausted for puzzles. I don't know. Mercy, think about the question. You were always the smartest one up here, at least after I left. It was her lilting tone that cut into Mercy. So soothing, so familiar. They'd been close before everything went to shit. As a child, Mercy would stay with Delilah during the summers. Delilah would send her letters and postcards from her travels. She was the first person Mercy had told she was pregnant. She was the only person who was with Mercy when John was born. Mercy had been handcuffed to the hospital bed because she was under arrest. Delilah had helped her cradle John to her bare chest so that she could nurse him. And then she had tried to take him away forever. Mercy said, You tried to steal my son from me. I won't apologize for what happened. I was doing what I thought was best for John. Taking him away from his mother. You were in and out of jail, in and out of rehab. Then that awful thing happened with Gabby. They barely managed to sew your face back together. You could have just as easily ended up dead yourself. Dave was worthless, Delilah finished. Mercy, love, I have never been your enemy. Mercy snorted out a laugh. All she had these days were enemies. I secreted myself in the sitting room while Cecil was conducting the family meeting. Delilah didn't have to say that the walls in the house were thin. She would have heard everything, including Mercy's threats. My girl, you're playing a dangerous game. It's the only game I know how to play. You would really send them to jail, humiliate them, destroy them? Look at what they're trying to do to me. I'll grant you that. They've never been easy on you. Biddy would choose Dave over either one of her own children. Are you trying to cheer me up? I'm trying to talk to you like an adult. Mercy was overwhelmed with the desire to do something childish. That was the stupid side of her, the one that would torch a bridge while she was running across it. Aren't you tired? Delilah asked. Battling all these people who will never give you what you need. What do I need? Safety. Mercy's chest went tight. She'd had enough gut punches today, but the word hit her like a sledgehammer. Safety was the one thing she had never felt. There was always the fear that Papa would explode, that Biddy would do something spiteful, that Fish would abandon her, that Dave would... Shit, it wasn't even worth going through the list because Dave did everything except make her feel safe. Even John didn't bring her a sense of peace. Mercy was always terrified that he would turn on her like the others had, that she would lose him, that she would always be alone. She had lived her entire life waiting for the next punch. Sweetheart. Without warning, Delilah reached across the table and held onto Mercy's hand. Talk to me. Mercy looked down at their hands. This was where Delilah had aged. Sunspots, scars from heating lye and oils, calluses from packing and unpacking wooden molds. Delilah was too sharp, too clever. This wasn't quicksand Mercy was running in. It was water set to boil. Mercy crossed her arms as she leaned back in her chair. Delilah had been back on the property less than a day, and already she was making Mercy feel raw and vulnerable. Why did Papa leave you out of the family meeting? Because I told him you have my vote. Whatever you want to do, I'll support. Mercy shook her head again. This was some kind of trick.
No one ever supported her, especially Delilah. You're the one playing games now. There's no game on my part, Mercy. Per the rules of the trust, I still get copies of the financials. Based on what I can see, you've kept this place going through some very hard times. On a personal level, you've managed to right yourself. Delilah shrugged. At my age, I would much prefer to walk away with the money, but I'm not going to punish you for turning your life around. You've got my support. I'll vote against the sale. The word support grated on her like a bed of nails. Delilah wasn't here to offer support. She always had ulterior motives. Mercy was too tired to see them now, or maybe she was just fucking exhausted by her lying, hateful family. She said the first words that came into her head, I don't need your fucking support. Is that so? Delilah looked amused, which was even more infuriating. Yeah, that's so. Mercy put a hard edge on the last word. Her hand ached to smack that smirk off Delilah's face. You can stick your support up your ass. I see you haven't lost that famous Mercy temper. Delilah still looked amused. Is this wise? You want to know what's wise? Staying out of my fucking business. I'm trying to help you, Mercy. Why are you like this? Figure it out yourself, Dee. You're the smartest one up here. The walk across the room felt magnificent, like the most rewarding go fuck yourself ever. Warm air embraced Mercy as she pushed open the double doors. She took in the crowd. The deck was packed with people. Chuck was huddled with Fish, who wouldn't look at her when she tried to catch his eye. Papa was at the center of a group, giving them some bullshit story about 7 generations of McAlpines loving each other and the land. John was still nowhere to be seen. He was probably eating a frozen dinner in his room. Or thinking about all the empty promises Dave had shot out of his ass about a giant house in town with a swimming pool and one big happy family that didn't include his fucking mother. Mercy felt a sudden unease come over her body. She grabbed onto the railing. Reality hit her like a hammer to the skull. What the hell was wrong with her? Storming out of the dining hall like that. Delilah's vote would have meant that Mercy only had to peel off one more person from Papa's side, and here Mercy was fucking herself over for a single fleeting moment of pleasure. It was the same bad decision-making that kept her going back to Dave. How many times did she have to keep throwing herself into brick walls before she realized that she could stop fucking hurting herself? She touched her fingers to her bruised throat, swallowed the spit that had flooded into her mouth, ignored the flop sweat dripping down her back. The famous Mercy temper. More like the famous Mercy insanity. She willed her hands to stop shaking. She had to banish the conversation from her mind. Banish Delilah. Banish Dave, her family. None of them mattered right now. She just had to get through dinner. Mercy was still the manager here, at least until Sunday. She checked on the guests. Monica was sitting off to the side with a glass in her hand. Frank was standing close to Sarah, who was politely smiling at Papa's yarn about a distant McAlpine wrestling a bear. Keisha was showing Drew a water spot on her glass. Fucking caterers. Let them deal with hard water and stoned townies who always rolled in half an hour late. She looked for the other guests. Her stomach flipped when she saw Landry and Gordon coming down the trail. They were the last to arrive. Their heads were bent in private conversation. The investors were looking out over the ravine, probably discussing how many timeshares they could sell. Mercy hoped someone would toss them over the railing. She did another scan, searching for Will Trent. She had missed him at first. He was off in the corner, kneeling down to pet one of the cats. He still looked dick-drunk, which meant Dave was the last thing on his mind. Mercy should be so lucky. Hey there, Mercy Mac. Chuck rested his hand on her arm. If I could— Don't touch me! Mercy hadn't realized she'd shouted until everyone was looking at her. She shook her head at Chuck, forcing a laugh, saying, Sorry, you just scared me, silly. Chuck looked confused as Mercy rubbed his arm. She never touched him. Avoided it at all costs. You're really packing on the muscle there, Chuck, she asked the crowd. Does anyone want a refill? Monica held up a finger. Frank pushed down her hand.
So, anyway, the bear, Papa said. Legend goes he ended up running a cigar store in North Carolina.
There were some polite chuckles that broke the tension. Mercy used that as cover to walk toward the bar, which was 15 feet away, but felt like 1,500 yards. She turned the bottles, lining up the faded labels, silently longing for the taste of any or all of them in the back of her throat. Penny whispered, "You all right, girl?" "Hell no," she whispered back. "Lighten the pour on that one lady. She's gonna collapse at the table. If I put any more water in her glass, it's gonna look like a urine sample." Mercy glanced back at Monica. The woman's eyes were vacant. "She won't notice."
"Mercy," Papa called. "Come meet this nice couple from Atlanta."
Her skin crawled at his jovial tone. This was the Papa that everyone adored. Mercy had loved watching this version of her father when she was a kid. Then she had started wondering why he couldn't be that same cheerful, charming man to his own family. The circle parted as she walked toward him. The investors stood on either side of his chair. Biddy was behind him. She silently touched the corner of her mouth, coaxing Mercy to smile. Mercy did just that, plastering a fake grin on her face. "Hey, y'all! Welcome to the mountain! I hope you'ns got everything you need!" Papa's nostrils flared at her hillbilly accent, but he continued the introductions.
"Sydney Flynn and Max Brower, this is Mercy. She's been running the place while we look for someone more qualified to take over."
Mercy felt her smile falter. He hadn't even told them that she was his daughter. "That's right. My daddy took quite a tumble down the mountain. It can be mighty dangerous up here." Sydney said, "Sometimes nature wins." Mercy should have guessed a horse lover would have a death wish. "Well, I'm guessing by your boots you know your way around a stable." Sydney sparked to life. "Do you ride?" "Oh, Lordy, not me. My grandpappy always said horses are either homicidal or suicidal." Mercy realized that every single guest had booked a horse-riding adventure. "Unless they're really broken in. We only use therapy horses. They're used to working with kids. Max, do you ride?" "God, no, I'm a lawyer. I don't ride horses." He looked up from his phone. Papa's no Wi-Fi rule for guests apparently had exceptions. "I just write the checks for them." Sydney gave the shrill laugh of a kept woman. "Mercy, you'll have to show me around the property. I'd love to see more of the land inside the conservation easement. We've got some aerial shots of the pastures, but I want to look at them from the ground. Stick my hands in the soil. You know how it is. The earth has to speak to you." Mercy held her tongue as she nodded. "I think my brother has you booked for fly fishing tomorrow morning." "Fishing," Max said. "That's more my style. You can't fall off a boat and break your neck." "You can, actually." Fish had come out of nowhere. "When I was in college—" "All right," Papa said. "Let's get inside for dinner, folks. It smells like the chef has prepared another one of his delicious meals." Mercy made her jaw relax so she didn't break her teeth. Papa had done nothing but complain about Alejandro's cooking from the moment the man had stepped foot in the kitchen. She hung back while the guests followed Papa into the dining room. She caught a sympathetic smile from Will as he took up the rear. She guessed he knew what it felt like to be publicly shit on. There was no telling what kind of hell Dave had put him through at the children's home. She was glad to see at least one person had managed to shake off his foulness. "Merce." Fish was leaning against the railing. He looked down at his glass, spinning the dregs of soda. "What was that about?" The shock of confronting Biddy and pissing off Delilah had worn off. Now the panic was kicking in. "They fired me. Gave me until Sunday to leave." Fish didn't look surprised, which meant that he already knew, and judging by his silence and the entire history of their lives together, he hadn't said a damn thing to defend her. Mercy said, "Thanks a lot, brother. Maybe it's for the best. Aren't you tired of this place?" "Are you?" He shrugged with one shoulder. "Max says they'll keep me on." Mercy let her eyes close for a moment. Today was just one betrayal after the other. When she opened her eyes, Fish had knelt down to pet the cat. "It's a good way out for me, Mercy." Fish looked up at her as he scratched behind the cat's ears. "You know I've never had a head for business. They're going to close the lodge, turn it into a family compound, build out space for the horses. I'm going to be the land manager. I'll finally get to use my degree." Mercy felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. He was talking like it was already done. "So you're good with a bunch of rich people keeping all of this land for themselves? Making the creeks and streams private, basically owning the shallows?" Fish shrugged, looking back at the cat. "Rich people are the only ones who use it now." She could only think of one way to get through to him. "Please, Christopher, I need you to be strong for John." "John's going to be fine." "Do you really think so?" she asked. "You know for a fact how Dave gets around money. He's like a shark smelling blood in the water. He's already spun some crazy-ass dream about how he's going to buy a house for Papa and Biddy to live in. John, too." Fish rubbed the cat's belly too hard and got a swat in return. He stood up, but he looked over Mercy's shoulder because he couldn't look her in the eye. "Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Dave loves Biddy. He'll always take care of her. John's always had a special connection with her, too. You know that she adores him. Papa can't hurt anybody from that chair. Living together could give them a fresh start. Dave's always wanted a family. That's why he came up here in the first place, to be somewhere he belongs." Mercy wondered why her brother didn't think she deserved that too. "Dave can't help himself. Look at what he's done to me. I can't even get a checking account. He'll scam them all out of their money and leave them high and dry. They'll be dead before that happens." The truth felt more cold-blooded coming from her gentle brother. "What about John?" "He's young," Fish said, like that made it easier. "And I need to think about myself for a change. It'd be nice to just do my job every day and not have all this family drama or the weight of the business. Plus, I can start giving back. Maybe set up a charity." She couldn't listen to his hopey-dopey delusions anymore. "Are you forgetting what I said at the family meeting? I'm not going to let this place get stolen out from under me. You think I won't testify about what I saw at the shed today with you and Chuck? I'll have the feds come down on your ass so quick, you won't even know what's happening until you're sitting in a jail cell." "You're not going to do that." Fish looked her directly in the eye, which was the most chilling thing that had happened to her today. His gaze was unwavering, his mouth set. She had never seen her brother look so sure of anything in his life. "You told us that all your shit's already out there, that you've got nothing to lose. We both know there's something I could take away from you." "Like what?" "The rest of your life." Chapter 6. 5 hours before the murder. Sarah leaned into Will as he rested his arm across the back of her chair. She looked up at his handsome face, trying not to melt like a boy-crazy teenager. She could still smell the scented bath salts on his skin. He was wearing a slate blue button-down shirt that was open at the collar. The sleeves were long, and the temperature in the room was a bit warm. She saw a drop of sweat in his suprasternal notch, and the only thing that kept her from being a complete geek for referring to the indentation in his neck by its anatomical name was her desire to explore it with her tongue. He stroked her arm with his fingers. Sarah resisted the urge to close her eyes. She was feeling tired from the long day, and they had to get up at the crack of dawn tomorrow for yoga, then a hike, then paddleboarding, all of which sounded fun, but staying in bed all day would have been fun too. She listened to Drew tell Will about what to expect on the hike, the packed lunches, and the panoramic views. She could tell Will was still feeling disappointed about the campsite. Not that they were sure whether they'd actually found it. None of the McAlpines they'd asked during cocktails had been particularly interested in confirming or denying its location. Christopher had feigned ignorance. Cecil had launched into another big fish tale. Even Biddy, who was supposed to be the family historian, had quickly changed the subject. They would try their luck with the Little Deer Trail again tomorrow afternoon. There hadn't been much time for exploring today because they'd wasted a good hour doing exactly the thing that Sarah hated about camping, which was getting sweaty and stomping through thick underbrush, then having to check each other for ticks. Eventually, they'd stumbled upon an overgrown clearing with a large circle of rocks. Will had joked about finding a witch's coven. Sarah guessed by the beer cans and cigarette butts that they discovered a makeout spot for teenagers. More likely, they'd found the site of an old campfire circle, which meant that the campsite had to be close by. The kids at the children's home had talked about bunkhouses and a chow hall and sneaking around the back of the counselors' cottages at night to spy on them. Many years had passed since Will had heard those stories, but still, there would be foundations or remnants of the buildings. Things that were carried up a mountain generally didn't get carried back down. Sarah dipped back into the conversation just as Will asked Drew, "What did the two of you do this afternoon?" "Oh, you know, this and that." He elbowed Keisha, who was making a point of looking at the spots on her water glass. Drew gave her a firm shake of his head, urging her to let it drop. Then he asked Will, "How's the honeymoon?" "Great," Will said. "What year did you two meet each other?" Sarah unfolded her cloth napkin on her lap, hiding her smile as Drew provided not just the year, but the actual date and location. Will was trying to be better about small talk, but no matter what he said, he always sounded like a cop soliciting an alibi. Drew said, "I took her to the home game against Tuskegee." Will said, "The stadium is off of Joseph Lowry Boulevard, right?" "You know the campus." Drew sounded impressed by the open-ended question designed to verify facts. "They were just breaking ground on Ray-Pac." "The concert hall?" Will asked. "What did that look like?" Sarah let her eyes and ears wander toward Gordon, who was sitting on her left. She tried to pick up on the conversation he was having with the man beside him. Unfortunately, their voices were too low. Of all the guests, the two men were the ones who struck Sarah as the most mysterious. At cocktails, they had introduced themselves as Gordon and Landry, but Sarah had heard the two of them on the path earlier, and she distinctly heard Gordon call Landry by the name Paul. She didn't know what they were up to, but she imagined Will would get to the bottom of it once he started interrogating them about whether they were in the vicinity of Cottage 10 between the hours of 4 and 4:30 in the afternoon. She tuned back into his conversation with the caterers. Who else was present? Will asked Keisha, which was a perfectly normal question about a couple's first date. Sarah dipped out again and looked down at Monica, who was listening beside Frank. Sarah had purposefully not counted the drinks, at least after 2. The woman was nearly in a stupor. Frank had to prop her up with his arm. He was an annoying man, but he seemed to be concerned about his wife. The same could not be said for the 2 late arrivals. Sydney and Max were seated closer to the head of the table. The man had his head buried in his phone, which was interesting considering the Wi-Fi restrictions. The woman kept flipping her ponytail back like a horse swatting flies. 12 in all, she was telling a very disinterested Gordon. 4 Appaloosa, a Dutch warm blood, and the rest are Tracaners. They're the youngest, but Sarah blocked her out. She liked horses, but not enough to make them her entire personality. Will squeezed her shoulder to check in with her. She leaned over to whisper in his ear. "Did you find the killer yet?" He whispered back. "It was Chuck in the dining hall with the breadstick." Sarah let her gaze glance over Chuck, who was devouring a breadstick. He had a gallon water jug on the table beside him because no one trusted their kidneys anymore. Christopher, the fishing guide, was on his left. They both looked miserable. Chuck probably had good reason. Mercy had practically bitten his head off. She'd tried to cover for it, but clearly he made her uncomfortable. Even Sarah had picked up on his creepy vibe, and she hadn't said anything other than hello to the man. She didn't get the same read off Christopher McAlpine, who appeared to be as shy as he was awkward. He was seated beside his strangely cold mother, whose lips were puckered into a frown. Biddy saw her son reach for another piece of bread and slapped his hand away like he was still a child. He put his hands in his lap, stared down at the table. The only family member who seemed to be enjoying the dinner was the man at the head of the table. He'd probably compelled them to attend. He clearly loved being the center of attention. The guests seemed enthralled by his stories. But Sarah couldn't help but think he was the type of self-righteous blowhard who would cancel the prom and make dancing illegal. Cecil McAlpine had a shock of gray hair and ruggedly handsome features. Most everyone called him Papa. Sarah guessed by the fresh scars on his face and arms that he'd suffered a catastrophic accident within the last few years. In the context of bad accidents, he'd at least had some luck. The phrenic nerve, which controls the diaphragm, is formed from C3, 4, and 5 nerve roots. Damage in that area would require spending the rest of your life on a ventilator, if you survived the initial injury. She watched Cecil lift his ring finger on his left hand, indicating to his wife that he wanted a sip of water. He had offered Will and Sarah a strong handshake with his right hand when they'd arrived for cocktails, but that had clearly zapped his strength. Cecil finished drinking, then told Landry/Paul, "The spring that feeds the lake originates up the McAlpine Pass. Follow Lost Widow Trail down to the bottom of the lake. The creek is about a 15-minute walk from there. Follow it for about 12 miles. That's a good hike straight up the side of the mountain. You can see the peak from the lookout bench on the way back to the lake." "Quiche," Drew whispered hoarsely. "Let it go." Sarah could tell they were arguing about the water-spotted glass. She politely turned away, catching another conversation at the opposite end of the table. Cecil's sister, a crunchy granola type in a tie-dye dress, was telling Frank, "People think I'm a lesbian because I wear Birkenstocks, but I always tell them I'm a lesbian because I love having sex with women." "Me too!" Frank barked out a laugh. He raised his glass of water in a toast. Sarah shared a smile with Will. They were stuck too far away. The aunt seemed like the only fun one at the table. Sarah guessed from the scars on her hands and forearms that she worked with chemicals. There was a much larger scar on her bicep that looked like an axe had taken a chunk out of her arm. She probably worked on a farm with heavy machinery. Sarah could easily picture her with a corncob pipe and a pack of herding dogs. "Hey," Will lowered his voice again. "What kind of name is Biddy?" "It's a nickname." Sarah knew that Will's dyslexia made his understanding of certain wordplay difficult. "Probably a variation on itty-bitty, because she's so small." He nodded. She could tell the explanation had made him think about Dave, the purveyor of nicknames. Both of them had been glad the nasty prick hadn't shown up at cocktails. Sarah didn't want Dave's shadow to extend into their night. She placed her hand on Will's thigh, felt the muscle tense. She hoped this dinner didn't drag on. There were better things to eat. "Here we go." Mercy came out of the kitchen with a platter in each hand. Two teenage boys followed her with more platters and sauce bowls. "The starters tonight are a selection of empanadas, papas rellenas, and the chef's famous tostones, made from a recipe perfected by his mother back in Puerto Rico." There were lots of oohs and ahs as the dishes were placed along the center of the table. Sarah expected Will to be panicked, but the man who thought honey mustard was too exotic seemed surprisingly okay. She asked, "Have you tried Puerto Rican food before?" "No, but I looked up the sample menu on their website." He pointed to the different offerings. Meat inside of fried bread, meat inside of fried potatoes, fried green plantains, which are actually bananas, which are technically a fruit, but it doesn't count because they're fried twice. Sarah laughed, but she was secretly pleased. He really had chosen this place for her, too. Mercy went around the table filling water glasses. She leaned down between Chuck and her brother. Sarah watched Mercy's jaw tighten as Chuck mumbled something. She was the embodiment of a woman whose skin was crawling. There had to be some history there. Sarah turned away. She was determined not to get wrapped up in other people's problems. "Mercy," Keisha said, "you mind swapping out our glasses?" Drew looked annoyed. "It's okay, really." "No problem." Mercy's jaw tightened even more, but she managed to twist her lips into a smile. "Be right back." Water splashed onto the table as she picked up the two glasses and walked back into the kitchen. Drew and Keisha exchanged sharp looks. Sarah guessed caterers were just as incapable of turning off their picky catering brains as medical examiners and detectives. And plumbers' daughters. The glasses were clean. The spots came from the mineral deposits in hard water. "Monica," Frank said, but quietly, He was loading her plate with fried food, trying to get something into her stomach.
Remember the sorritos we had in San Juan at that rooftop bar overlooking the port?
Monica's eyes seemed to come into focus as she looked at Frank.
We had ice cream.
We did. He held her hand to his mouth for a kiss.
Then we tried to dance the salsa.
Monica's expression softened as she looked at her husband.
You tried. I failed.
You've never failed at anything. Sarah felt a lump in her throat as they stared into each other's eyes. There was something so poignant between them. Maybe she had misjudged the couple. Either way, it felt like an intrusion to watch. She looked up at Will. He had noticed too. He was also waiting for her to start eating so that he could. Sarah picked up her fork. She speared an empanada. Her stomach grumbled and she realized she was ravenous. She'd have to be careful not to get too full because she was not going to be the woman who went into a food coma the first night of her honeymoon.
Mom!
John burst through the doors.
Where are you?
They had all turned at the racket. John didn't walk so much as stagger across the room. His face was bloated and sweaty. Sarah would guess he'd had almost as much to drink tonight as Monica.
Mom!
He bellowed.
Mom!
John? Mercy rushed out of the kitchen. She held a glass of water in each hand. She saw the state of her son, but kept her cool. Baby, come into the kitchen.
No!
He yelled.
I'm not a fucking baby! You tell me the reasons, now!
His words were so slurred that Sarah could barely understand him. She saw Will turn his chair from the table in case John lost his balance.
John?
Mercy shook her head in a warning.
We'll do this later.
The fuck we will! He walked toward his mother, his finger pointing in the air.
You want to ruin everything. Dad has it planned out so we can all be together. Without you. I don't want to be with you. I want to live with Biddy in a house with a swimming pool.
Sarah was shocked when Biddy made a noise that sounded almost like triumph. Mercy had heard it too. She glanced back at her mother, then told her son,
John, Why do you ruin everything?
He grabbed her arms, shaking her so hard that one of the glasses slipped from her hand and shattered onto the stone floor.
Why do you gotta be such a bitch all the time?
Hey, Will had stood up when John had grabbed his mother. He walked over, telling the boy, let's go outside. John spun around, screaming,
Fuck off, trash can!
Will looked stunned. Sarah felt the same. How did this kid know about the terrible name, and why was he screaming it now?
I said fuck off!
John tried to shove him away, but Will didn't move. John tried again.
Fuck!
John. Mercy's hand was trembling so hard that the water sloshed in the remaining glass. I love you, and I hate you, John said, and the fact that he hadn't yelled the words felt far more devastating than his previous outbursts.
I wish you were fucking dead.
He walked out, slamming the door behind him. The sound was like a sonic boom. No one spoke. No one moved. Mercy was frozen. Then Cecil said,
Look at what you did, Mercy.
Mercy bit her lip. She looked so stricken that Sarah felt a sympathetic flush in her own face. Biddy tisked her tongue.
Mercy, for God's sakes. Clean up that glass before you hurt anybody else.
Will knelt down before Mercy did. He took the handkerchief out of his back pocket and used it to hold broken shards from the water glass. Mercy shakily knelt alongside him. The scar on her face practically glowed with humiliation. The room was so quiet that Sarah could hear the pieces of broken glass clicking together.
I'm so sorry,
Mercy told Will.
He said, Don't worry. I break things all the time.
Mercy's laugh was cut off by a gulp.
I say,
Chuck put on a funny voice.
Apple doesn't fall far from ye old tree.
Christopher said nothing. He reached for another breadstick. He took a noisy bite. Sarah could not imagine the rage she would feel if someone said anything even remotely bad about her little sister, but the man just chewed like a useless fool. In fact, they were all staring at Mercy as if she were inside a tent at an old carnival freak show. Sarah addressed the table. "We should probably eat this delicious food before it gets cold." "That's a good idea." Frank was likely used to ignoring drunken outbursts. He added, "I was just reminding Monica of a trip we took to Puerto Rico a few years back. They have a type of salsa that's different from the Brazilian samba." Sarah played along. "In what way?" "Shit," Mercy hissed. She had cut open her thumb on the glass. Blood dripped onto the floor. Even from a distance, Sarah could tell the wound was deep. Sarah automatically stood up to help, asking, "Is there a first aid kit in the kitchen?" "I'm fine, Mercy's uninjured hand covered her mouth. She was going to be sick. Cecil muttered, "For Christ's sake." Sarah wrapped her cloth napkin tightly around Mercy's thumb to help stop the bleeding. She left the rest of the broken glass to Will and guided Mercy into the kitchen. One of the young waiters looked up, then quickly returned to preparing the plates. The other was intently loading the Hobart. The chef was the only one who seemed to care about Mercy. He looked up from the stove, his eyes tracking her across the room. His brow was furrowed in concern, but he stayed silent. "I'm okay," Mercy told him. Then she nodded to Sarah. "It's back here." Sarah followed her toward a bathroom that looked like it served as a pass-through to a cramped office. There was an electric typewriter on the metal desk. Papers were stacked all over the floor. There was no telephone. The only nod to modernity was a closed laptop sitting on top of a stack of accounting ledgers. "Sorry for the mess." Mercy reached underneath a row of hooks that held jackets for colder weather. "I don't want to ruin your night. You can just hand me down that first aid kit and get back to supper." Sarah had no intention of leaving this poor woman bleeding in the bathroom. She was reaching for the kit on the wall when she heard Mercy retch. The toilet lid popped up. Mercy was on her knees when a stream of bile came up. She hacked a few more times before sitting back on her heels. "Fuck." Mercy wiped her mouth with the back of her good hand. "I'm sorry." Sarah asked, "May I look at your thumb?" "I'm all right. Please go enjoy your supper. I can handle this." As if to prove her point, she grabbed the first aid kit and sat down on the toilet. Sarah watched as Mercy tried to open the case with one hand. It was clear that she was used to doing everything by herself. It was also clear that she couldn't maneuver this particular situation on her own. "May I?" Sarah waited for Mercy's reluctant nod before she took the case and snapped it open on the floor. She found the usual assortment of bandages, along with emergency fluids, 3 suture packs, and 2 stop-the-bleed kits, a tourniquet, wound-packing gauze, hemostatic dressings. There was also a vial of lidocaine, which wasn't strictly legal for a kitchen first aid kit, but she imagined they were used to doing their own triage this far from civilization. She told Mercy, "Let me see your thumb." Mercy didn't move. She stared blankly at the first aid supplies, as if she were lost in a memory. "My father used to be the one who gave people stitches if they needed them." Sarah could hear the sadness in her voice. Cecil McAlpine's days of having the dexterity to patch someone up were over. Still, it was hard to feel sorry for the man. Sarah couldn't imagine her own father ever talking to her the way Cecil had spoken to Mercy, particularly in front of strangers. And her mother would have snatched the beating heart out of anyone who dared say a word against either of her daughters. She told Mercy, "I'm sorry." "Not your fault." Mercy's tone was clipped. "Do you mind opening that roll of dressing for me? I don't know how it works, but it'll stop the bleeding." "It's coated with a hemostatic agent to absorb the water content from blood and promote clotting." "I forgot you're a chemistry teacher." "About that." Sarah felt her face redden again. She hated outing herself as a liar, but she wasn't going to subject Mercy to battle dressing. "I'm a medical doctor. Will and I decided to keep our professions quiet." Mercy didn't seem fazed by the dishonesty. "What's he do? Basketball player? Tight end?" "No, he's an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation." Sarah washed her hands at the sink as Mercy took her time absorbing the news. "I'm sorry we lied. We didn't want to—" "Don't worry about it," Mercy said. "Considering what just happened, I'm in no position to judge. Sarah adjusted the temperature of the water. In the harsh overhead light, she could see 3 red marks slashing the left side of Mercy's neck. They were fresh, probably no more than a few hours old. The bruising would be more pronounced in a few days. She told Mercy, "Let's flush out your wound in case there's any glass." Mercy stuck her hand under the faucet. She didn't even flinch, though the pain must have been significant. She was obviously used to being hurt. Sarah took the opportunity to study the red marks on Mercy's throat. Both sides showed damage. Sarah imagined if she wrapped her hands around the woman's neck, the lines would match her fingers. She had done the same thing many times with patients on her autopsy table. Strangulation was a common feature in domestic violence-related homicide. "Look," Mercy said, "before you keep on helping me, you should know that Dave's my ex. He's John's father, and he's obviously the jackass that told John your husband was called Trash Can a million years ago. Dave does petty shit like that all the time." Sarah took in the information in stride. "Is Dave the one who strangled you?" Mercy slowly turned off the faucet, not answering. "That could explain your nausea. Did you pass out?" Mercy shook her head. "Are you having difficulty breathing?" Mercy kept shaking her head. "Any changes in vision? Dizziness? Problems remembering things?" "I wish I couldn't remember things." Sarah asked, "Do you mind if I examine your neck?" Mercy sat back on the toilet. She tilted up her chin by way of agreement. The cartilage was aligned. The hyoid bone was intact. The red marks were prominent and swollen. The pressure on her carotids, combined with the compression of her trachea, could have easily led to her death. The only thing more dangerous was a chokehold. Sarah guessed that Mercy was aware of how close she'd come to dying, and she knew that lecturing a victim of domestic violence had never stopped a future act of domestic violence. All that Sarah could do was let the woman know that she wasn't alone. She said, "Everything seems okay. You're going to have some bad bruising. I want you to find me if at any time you feel like something's wrong. Night or day, all right? I don't care what I'm doing. This could be serious." Mercy looked skeptical. "Did your husband tell you the real story about Dave?" "He told me. Dave gave him the nickname." "I know. There's probably other shit that—" "I honestly don't care," Sarah said. "You're not your ex-husband." "No," Mercy said, looking down at the floor. "But I'm the dumbass who keeps taking him back." Sarah gave her a moment to collect herself. She opened the suture kit, laid out the gauze, the lidocaine, a small syringe. When she glanced up at Mercy, she could tell the woman was ready. Sarah said, "Hold your hand over the sink." Again, Mercy didn't flinch when Sarah poured iodine into the wound. The cut was deep. Mercy had been handling food. The shard of glass had been on the floor. Any one of these things could lead to an infection. Normally, Sarah would have given Mercy a script for antibiotics just in case, but she would have to make do with a warning. "If you feel feverish or see any red marks or experience unusual pain—" "I know," Mercy said. "There's a doctor in town I can follow up with." Sarah could tell by the tone of her voice that she had no intention of following up. Again, she spared the woman a lecture. One thing that Sarah had learned from working in the emergency department in Atlanta's only public hospital was that you could treat the injury, if not the disease. Mercy said, "Let's get this over with." She was compliant as Sarah draped paper towels across Mercy's lap. Then she put a drape from the first aid kit on top of that. Sarah washed her hands again, then used the hand sanitizer. "He seems nice," Mercy said. "Your husband?" Sarah shook out her hands to dry. "He is." "Do you?" Mercy's voice trailed off as she gathered her thoughts. "Does he make you feel safe?" "Completely." Sarah looked up at Mercy's face. The woman didn't seem like the type who easily showed her emotions, but her expression was one of profound sadness. "I'm glad for you." Mercy's tone was wistful. I don't think I've ever felt safe around anybody in my life. Sarah couldn't find a response, but Mercy didn't seem to want one. Did you marry your father? Sarah almost laughed at the question. It sounded like neo-Freudian hokum, but this wasn't the first time she'd heard the turn of phrase. I remember when I was in college, I got so angry when my aunt told me that girls always marry their fathers. Was she right? Sarah thought about it as she slipped on the nitrile gloves. Will and her father were both tall, though her father had lost his lankiness. They were both frugal, if frugal meant spending countless minutes scraping the last ounce of the peanut butter out of the jar. Will wasn't one for dad jokes, but he had the same self-deprecating sense of humor as her father. He was more likely to fix a broken chair or patch a wall himself than call a handyman. He was also more likely to stand up when everyone else stayed seated. Yes, Sarah admitted. I married my father. Me too. Sarah gathered she wasn't thinking of Cecil McAlpine's good traits, but there was no way to follow up. Mercy went quiet, lost in her own thoughts as she stared down at her injured thumb. Sarah drew lidocaine into the syringe. If Mercy noticed the pain from the injections, she didn't say. Sarah guessed if you spent your day dealing with bruises and strangulation, a needle piercing your flesh was a small inconvenience by comparison. Still, Sarah made quick work of closing the wound. She dropped in 4 sutures, spacing them close together. Mercy already had one scar on her face that likely served as a reminder of a bad time. Sarah didn't want her looking down at her thumb and remembering another. Sarah recited the usual precautions as she wrapped the gauze. Keep it dry for a week, Tylenol as needed for pain. I'd like to look at it again before I check out. I don't think I'll be here. My mother just fired me. Mercy gave a sudden surprised laugh. You know, I hated this place for such a long time, but now all I do is love it. I can't imagine living anywhere else. It's in my soul. Sarah had to remind herself not to wade into their personal business. I know it seems bad now, but things are usually better in the morning. I doubt I'll make it that long. Mercy was smiling, but there was nothing humorous about what she said. There's hardly a person on this mountain right now who doesn't want to kill me. Chapter 7. 1 hour before the murder. Sarah rolled over in bed to find Will's side empty. She looked for the clock, but there was nothing on the bedside table except his phone. They had both been too troubled by what had happened at dinner to do anything more entertaining than falling asleep to a podcast about Bigfoot in the North Georgia mountains. Will? She listened, but there was no sound. The cottage was quiet enough that she knew he wasn't inside. Sarah found the light cotton dress she'd worn to dinner on the floor. She walked into the living room. Her knee banged the edge of the couch. She muttered a curse in the darkness. She went to the open window and checked the porch. The gently swaying hammock was empty. The temperature had cooled down. There was a feeling of a coming rainstorm in the air. She craned her neck to see down the path to the lake. In the soft glow of the moonlight, she spotted Will sitting on a bench that overlooked the mountain range. His arms were spread out along the back. He was staring off into the distance. She slipped on her shoes before carefully navigating down the stone stairs. Sandals probably weren't a good idea this late at night. She could step on something venomous or twist her ankle. Still, she didn't turn back to get her hiking boots. She felt drawn to Will. He had been quiet after dinner, reflective. They were both a bit shell-shocked by the scene between Mercy and her family. Sarah was again reminded of how fortunate she'd been to have a loving, close family. She'd grown up thinking that was the norm, but life had taught her that she'd gotten the luck of the draw. Will looked up when he heard Sarah on the path. She asked, "Do you want some time alone?" "No." He wrapped his arm around her as she sat down. Sarah leaned into him. His body felt solid and reassuring. She thought about Mercy's question. Does he make you feel safe? Except for her father, Sarah had never been so sure of a man in her life. It bothered her that Mercy had never felt that way. As far as Sarah was concerned, it fell under the category of fundamental human needs. Will said, "Feels like it's going to rain." "Whatever will we do with all that free time stuck inside our cottage?" Will laughed, his fingers tickling her arm, but the smile quickly faded as he stared out into the night. "I've been thinking a lot about my mother." Sarah sat up so that she could look at him. Will kept his head turned away, but she could tell by the way his jaw had clenched that this was hard for him. She said, "Tell me." He took in a deep breath, like he was about to put his head underwater. "When I was a kid, I used to wonder what my life would have been like if she'd lived." She rested her hand on his shoulder. "I had this idea that we would have been happy, that life would have been easier, school would have been easier, friendships, girlfriends, everything." His jaw tightened again. "But now, I look back and she struggled with her addictions. She had her own demons. She could have OD'd or ended up in prison. She would have been a single mother with an abusive ex. So maybe I would have ended up in state care anyway. But at least I would have known her." Sarah felt an overwhelming sadness that he'd never had the chance. "It was nice to have Amanda and Faith at the wedding," he said, referring to his boss and partner, who were the closest thing he had to family. "But I just wonder." Sarah could only nod. She had no frame of reference for what he was going through. She could only listen and let him know that she was there. "She loves him," Will said. "Mercy and John, it's obvious she loves him." "It is." "The fucking jackal." "You never found out what happened to him after he ran away from the home?" "Nothing." Will shook his head. "Obviously, he found his way up here, managed to survive, managed to get married and have a kid. That's what I don't get, you know? That life, being a father, having a wife and kid, that's the kind of life he always wanted. Even when we were kids, he used to talk about how being part of a family would solve all of his problems. And here he is with everything he wanted, and he's fucked it all up. The way he treats Mercy is unconscionable. But John clearly needs him. Dave's still his father." Sarah had never met the man, but she didn't think Dave was much of anything. She also didn't know whether he was still at the lodge. Normally, Sarah would never break a patient's confidence, but Mercy was a victim of domestic violence, and Will was a law enforcement officer. The fact that Mercy was talking as if she felt like her life was in danger had pushed Sarah into thinking she had a duty to report. She hadn't considered the impact the information would have on Will. Dave's violent tendencies were literally causing him to lose sleep. "The part that really makes me angry," Will said. "What Dave went through, it was bad. Worse than what I went through. But the terror, the unrelenting fear, those memories live inside of your body no matter how much your life changes for the better. And Dave's turning around and doing the same damn thing to the person he's supposed to love. Patterns are hard to break. But he knows what that feels like. To be scared all the time, to not know when you're going to get hurt. You can't eat, you can't sleep. You just walk around with a rock in your stomach all the time. And the only thing good about being hurt is you know that you've got a few hours, maybe a few days, before they'll hurt you again." Sarah felt tears well into her eyes. He asked, "Does it bother you?" Sarah wanted to know what he was really asking. "Does what bother me?" "That I don't have a family." "My love, I'm your family." She turned his head so that he would look at her. "I will go where you go. I will stay where you stay. Your people are my people, and my people are yours." "You've got a lot more people than I do." He forced an awkward grin onto his face. "And some of them are really weird." Sarah grinned back. She had seen this before. His coping mechanism during the rare times he talked about his childhood was to always retreat into humor. Who's weird?
The woman with the feathered hat, for one.
Aunt Clementine? Sarah provided. She has an outstanding warrant for stealing chickens. Will chuckled.
I'm glad you didn't tell Amanda. She would have loved to arrest someone at my wedding.
Sarah had seen the emotion on Amanda's face when Will had asked her to dance. There was no way she would have ruined the moment. I told you my Aunt Bella's second husband died by suicide. Shot himself in the head. Twice. The awkwardness had left his smile.
I can't decide if you're joking about that.
Sarah looked into his eyes. The moonlight picked out the flecks of gray inside the blue. I have a confession. He smiled.
What?
I really want to have hot lake sex with you. He stood up.
The lake is this way.
They held hands as they walked down the path, stopping along the way to kiss. Sarah leaned against his shoulder, matching his pace. The absolute silence on the mountain made her feel like they were the only two people on Earth. When she'd thought about her honeymoon, this was what Sarah had imagined. The full moon glowing in the sky, the fresh air, the safe feeling of Will beside her, the glorious prospect of uninterrupted, unrushed time to be with each other. She heard the lake before they reached it, the gentle slap of waves against the rocky shore. Up close, there was something breathtaking about the shallows. The water was cast in an almost neon blue. The trees curved around the bend like a protective wall. Sarah could see a floating dock several yards out. There was a diving board and a sunbathing platform. She had grown up on a lake, and it made her happy to be close to the water. She kicked off her sandals. She slipped out of her dress.
Oh, Will said. No underwear.
Hard to have hot lake sex unless you're naked. Will glanced around. He clearly didn't relish the idea of public nudity.
It seems like a bad idea to jump into something you can't see in the middle of the night when no one knows where you are.
Let's live dangerously.
Maybe we should.
Sarah cupped him between the legs and gave him a deep kiss. Then she walked into the water. She suppressed a shiver at the sudden drop in temperature. Even though it was the middle of summer, the melt in the Appalachians had come late. There was something bracing about the chill as she swam toward the floating dock. She turned onto her back to check on Will, asking, "Are you coming in?" Will didn't answer, but he rolled off his socks, then started to unbutton his pants. "Whoa," she said. "A little more slowly, please." Will made a show of pushing down his pants. Then he moved his hips as he unbuttoned his shirt. Sarah gave out a whoop of encouragement. The water didn't seem so chilly anymore. She adored his body. His muscles looked like they had been carved from a slab of marble. He had the sexiest legs that any man had a right to. Before she could really drink him in, Will did the same thing she had, walking straight into the water. Sarah could tell by his clenched teeth that the temperature had surprised him. She would have to work to warm him up. She pulled him close, resting her hands on his strong shoulders. He said, "Hey." "Hey." Sarah smoothed back his hair. "Have you ever been in a lake before?"
"Not by choice. Are you sure the water's safe?"
"Copperheads are usually more active at dusk." She could see his eyes widen in alarm. He'd grown up in Atlanta, where most of the snakes were under the Capitol Dome. We're probably too far north for cottonmouths. He glanced around nervously, as if he'd be able to see a cottonmouth before it was too late. "I have a confession," Sarah said. "I told Mercy we lied to her."
"I figured. Is she going to be okay?"
"Probably." Sarah was still worried Mercy's thumb would get infected, but there was nothing she could do about that. John seems like a good kid. It's hard being a teenager.
There's something to be said for growing up in an orphanage.
She pressed her finger to his lips, then tried to distract him. "Look up." Will looked up. Sarah looked at Will. The muscles on his neck stood out. She saw his suprasternal notch, which brought her back to dinner, which, unfortunately, brought her back to Mercy. She said, "Places like this, you scratch a little bit under the surface, and all sorts of bad things come out." Will gave her a careful look. "I know what you're going to say. This is why we lied." Will raised an eyebrow, but he spared her the "I told you so." "Hey," she said, because they had spent enough of their night talking about the McAlpines. "I have another confession." He started smiling again. "What's your confession?" "I can't get enough of you." Sarah licked her tongue into the notch on his neck, then kissed her way up. She let her teeth graze his skin. The water temperature became a non-issue. Will reached between her legs. The feel of his touch made her moan. She reached down to return the favor. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the water. "Will?" Sarah clutched him by instinct. "What was that?" He took her hand, scanning the area as they waded back to shore. Neither of them spoke. Will passed Sarah her dress. She turned it around, looking for the end. She was still hearing the scream echo in her head, trying to figure out where it had come from. Mercy seemed like the most likely source, but she hadn't been the only person upset tonight. Sarah went through the others, starting with the caterers. The fighting couple at dinner. The dentist was wasted. The IT guy was... What about the single guy? Will pulled on his pants. The one who kept needling Mercy. Chuck. Sarah had watched the creepy man staring at Mercy over dinner. He seemed to revel in her discomfort. The lawyer was obnoxious. How did he get on the Wi-Fi? His horse-obsessed wife annoyed everybody. Will shoved his feet into his boots. The lying app guys are up to something. Sarah had told him about the weird Landry/Paul name change. What about the jackal? Will's face went stony. Sarah slid on her sandals. "Babe, are you ready?" Will didn't give her a chance to answer. He went ahead of her up the path. They passed the cottage, then veered left onto the loop. She could feel him making an effort to match his pace to hers. Sarah would have normally broken into a run, but her sandals made that impossible. He finally stopped, turning to her. "Is it okay if... Go, I'll catch up." Sarah watched him run into the dense forest. He was bypassing the loop, making a straight line toward the main house, which made sense because that was where the only light was coming from. Sarah turned back toward the lake. From the map, there had been 3 sections, one tiered larger than the next, like a wedding cake. She could have sworn the screen came from the bottom layer, at the opposite end of the shallows. Or maybe it wasn't a scream. Maybe an owl had plucked a rabbit from the forest floor, or a mountain lion had squared off with a raccoon. Stop, Sarah chided herself. This was insanity. They darted off without a plan. It wasn't like Sarah could run around waking people up because she might have heard a scream. There had been enough drama at the lodge tonight. The problem was likely Will and Sarah. Neither one of them could turn off their brains from work. There was nothing for her to do but continue up to the main house. She would sit on the porch stairs and wait for Will to join her. Maybe one of the fluffy cats would keep her company. Sarah was grateful for the low-voltage lighting along the trail as she made her way up to the house. She couldn't tell if the walk felt longer or shorter this time. There were no landmarks to pick out. She didn't have a watch. Time seemed to stand still. Sarah listened to the sounds of the forest. Crickets chirped. Creatures scattered. A breeze rustled her dress. The promise of rain was heavy in the air. Sarah picked up the pace. Another few minutes passed before she saw the porch light glowing from the main house. She was about 50 yards away when she noticed a figure coming down the stairs. The moon had gone behind some clouds. The pitch black dueled with the weak light bulb, creating a monstrous shape. Sarah chastised herself for feeling afraid. She had to stop listening to Bigfoot podcasts before she fell asleep. The shape was a man carrying a backpack. She was about to call out when he stumbled across the compound, fell to his knees, and started vomiting. The sour smell of alcohol wafted through the air. Sarah had a split second where she considered turning around, finding Will, and going on with her night. But she couldn't quite bring herself to look the other way, particularly because she had a sinking suspicion that the monstrous figure was actually a troubled teenager. She tried. "John?"
What?
He stumbled, grabbing his backpack as he tried to stand.
Go away.
"Are you all right?" Sarah could barely see him, but he was clearly not all right. He was swaying back and forth like a windsock. "Why don't we sit down on the porch?"
No.
He took a step back, then another.
Fuck off.
"I will," she said, "but let's find your mom first. I'm sure she wants to—" "Help!" Sarah felt her heart freeze inside of her chest. She turned toward the sound. There was no mistaking it had come from the back part of the lake. "Please!" The front door had slammed closed by the time she turned back toward John. Sarah didn't have time for a drunk kid. She was more worried about Will. She knew that he would go directly toward the screaming woman. She had no choice but to take off her sandals. She lifted the hem of her dress and started running across the compound. Her brain furiously tried to figure out the best route. At cocktails, Cecil had mentioned Lost Widow Trail led to the bottom of the lake. Sarah vaguely recalled seeing it marked on the map. She ran around the loop, bypassing the trail to the dining hall. She couldn't find any markings for Lost Widow. All she could do was take off into the forest. Pine needles drove into the soles of her bare feet. Briars pulled at her dress. Sarah blocked the worst of the damage with her arms. This wasn't a sprint. She had to pace herself. Judging by the map, the bottom of the lake was quite a distance from the compound. She slowed to a jog, even as she was considering all the things she should have done first. Locate a first aid kit. Put on her hiking boots. Alert the family, because John was drunk and a kid, and he'd probably passed out in his room. Poor Mercy. Her family would not come running. They had been so horrible to her at dinner. The way her mother had snapped at her. The disgusted look on her father's face. Her brother's pathetic silence. Sarah should have talked to Mercy more. She should have pressed the woman on her fears that she wouldn't make it to see the morning. "Sarah!" Will's voice was like a hand squeezing around her chest. "Get John! Hurry!" She stumbled to a stop. Sarah had never heard him sound so raw. She turned back toward the direction she'd come. There was no telling how much time had passed since she'd talked to John outside the house. She knew that Will was close. She also knew that mindlessly running back to the compound was not what John needed. Something very bad had happened to Mercy. Will wasn't thinking straight. Mercy would not want her son to see her in distress. If Dave had gotten to her, if he had really hurt her, then there was no way Sarah would let John have that memory etched into his brain. "Sarah!" Will yelled again. The sound of his need set her off again, this time with purpose. She ran full out, tucking her arms into her body. The closer she got, the more the air thickened with smoke. The terrain dropped precipitously. Sarah went into a controlled slide. She lost her balance at the last minute, nearly tumbling the rest of the way. The wind was knocked out of her, but she could finally see a clearing. She pushed herself up, started running again. Saw the moonlight tracing the spine of a sawhorse, outlining the tools scattered on the ground. A generator, a table saw, then, finally, the lake. The smoke blackened the space in front of her. Sarah ran at a crouch along the curving, rocky terrain. There were 3 rustic cottages. The last one burned so hot that she could feel the heat on her skin. Smoke furled like a flag as the wind shifted back. Sarah took another step closer. The ground was wet. She could smell the blood before she realized what she was standing in. The familiar copper penny smell that she'd lived with most of her adult life. "Please," Will said. Sarah turned. A trail of blood led to the lake. Will was on his knees, leaning over a prone body in the water. Sarah recognized Mercy, by her lavender-colored shoes.
"Mercy,"
Will sobbed.
"don't leave him. You can't leave him."
Sarah walked toward her husband. She had never seen him cry this way before. He was more than distraught. He was utterly devastated. She knelt down on the other side of the body, gently rested her fingers on Mercy's wrist. There was no pulse. The skin was nearly frigid from the water. Sarah looked at Mercy's face. The scar was nothing more than a white line. The woman's eyes stared lifelessly at the menagerie of stars. Will had tried to cover her with his shirt, but there was no obscuring the violence. Mercy had sustained multiple stab wounds, some of them so deep that they had probably shattered bone. The volume of blood was so great that Sarah's dress wicked up the red in the water. She had to clear her throat before she could speak. "Will." He didn't seem to register that Sarah was there. "Please," he begged Mercy. "Please." He laced together his fingers and placed his palms over Mercy's chest. Sarah couldn't find it in her heart to stop him. She had coded so many patients in her career. She knew what death looked like. She knew when a patient had already crossed over. She also knew that she had to let Will try. He leaned over Mercy, put his full weight into her chest. She watched his hands press down. It happened so fast that initially Sarah didn't understand what she was seeing. Then she'd realized a piece of sharp metal had sliced into Will's hand. "Stop!" she yelled, grabbing his hands, pinning them in place. "Don't move. You'll cut the nerves." Will looked up at Sarah, his expression the same that he would offer a stranger. "Will," Sarah tightened her grip. "The knife is inside her chest. You can't move your hand, okay?" "Is John... is he coming?" "He's back at the house. He's okay." "Mercy wanted me to tell him that she loves him, that she forgives him for the fight." Will was shaking with grief. "She said that she wanted him to know it's okay." "You can tell him all of that." Sarah wanted to wipe away his tears, but she was afraid he would rip out the knife if she let him go. "We need to help you first, okay? There's some important nerves in this part of your hand. They help you feel objects, a basketball, or a gun, or me." Slowly, he came back to himself. He stared down at the long blade that had impaled the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Will didn't panic. He said, "Tell me what to do." Sarah let out a shallow breath of relief. "I'm going to take away my hands so I can make an assessment, all right?" She saw Will's throat work, but he nodded. Sarah gently let him go. She studied the injury. She was grateful for the moonlight, but it wasn't enough. Shadows crisscrossed the scene, from the passing smoke, from the trees, from Will, from the knife. Sarah pinched the tip of the blade between her thumb and index finger. She tested it to see how tightly it was embedded inside Mercy's body. The firm resistance told her that the knife had somehow wedged between the vertebra or sternum. There was no way to pull it out, except by force. In any other situation, Sarah would have stabilized Will's hand to the blade so that a surgeon could remove it in a controlled setting. They didn't have that luxury. Mercy was partially submerged in water. The pressure from Will was the only thing keeping her body from shifting with the waves. They were God only knew how far from a hospital, let alone an EMT. Even with all of the help in the world, they would be ill-advised to try to carry both Mercy's body and Will out of the forest with his hand pinned to her chest. Not to mention the risk of having a living person pinned to a dead body. The bacteria from decomposition could set up a life-threatening infection. She would have to do it here. Will was on Mercy's left side. The knife was sticking out of the right side of her chest. Otherwise, it would have been in her heart, which would have precluded attempting CPR. Will's fingers were still laced together, but the damage was limited to his right hand. The angled tip of the knife had pierced the web between his thumb and index finger. Roughly 3 inches of the serrated blade was showing. She estimated it was half an inch wide and razor sharp. The killer had probably taken it from the family kitchen or the dining hall. Her hope was that most of the important structures in Will's hand had been spared. There wasn't much going on in the thenar web, but Sarah wasn't taking any chances. She called out the anatomy for her sake as much as Will's. The thenar muscles are innervated by the median nerve, here. The radial nerve provides sensation to the back of the hand from the thumb to the middle finger, here and here. I need to make sure they are intact. Okay. His expression had turned stoic. He wanted this over with. How do you check for that? I'm going to touch your fingers around the outside, and you need to tell me if the sensation is normal or if something feels off. She could see the concern in his face as he nodded. Sarah lightly traced her finger along the outside edges of his thumb. Then she did the same with his index finger. Will didn't offer any feedback. His silence was maddening. Will? It's normal, I think. Sarah felt some of her anxiety lessen. I can't get the blade out of the body. I'm going to lift your hand off the blade, but I need you to relax the muscles in your arms. Keep your elbows soft, and let me do all the work. Don't try to help me, okay? He nodded. Okay. Sarah held his thumb steady as she slipped the tips of her fingers underneath his palm. As slowly as she could, she started to lift upward. Will hissed in air between his teeth. Sarah continued lifting until she had finally cleared the blade. Will let out a long breath. Even though he was free, he kept his hand in the same position, fingers splayed, hovering in the air above the body. He looked at his palm. The shock had worn off. He was feeling everything now, realizing what had happened. He moved his thumb, flexed his fingers. Blood dripped from the wound, but it was more of a trickle than a spray, which indicated that the arteries were intact. Thank God, Sarah said. We should go to the hospital so they can look at this. There could be damage we're not seeing. You're caught up on your Tdap, but the wound needs to be thoroughly cleaned out. We can find someone to take us down the access road and drive back to Atlanta. No, Will said. I don't have time for that. Mercy wasn't just stabbed. She was butchered. Whoever did this was frenzied, angry, out of control. The only way you hate somebody that much is if you know them. Will, you need to go to the hospital. I need to find Dave. Chapter 8. Will followed Sarah into the dining hall. The lights were off, but someone had left the music playing. He put out his arm to stop her from going toward the kitchen. Dave could be hiding out. He could have another knife. Will went in first. He hoped that Dave had another knife. Will could take the murdering asshole with one hand. He'd spent nearly 10 years at the children's home holding himself back, but they weren't kids anymore. He kicked open the kitchen door, turned on the overhead lights. He could see clear back to the bathroom and into the office beyond. Empty. He scanned the knives hanging on the wall and sticking out of the butcher's block. Doesn't look like any are missing. Sarah didn't seem to care about identifying the murder weapon. She headed toward the bathroom. Will asked, Is there a phone in the office? No. She pulled the first aid kit off the wall. Wash both of your hands at the sink. You're covered in blood. Will looked down. He'd forgotten that he'd used his shirt to cover Mercy. His bare chest was coated in red. Crimson lake water had stained his navy cargo pants, leaving darker splotches like a Dalmatian. He turned on the kitchen faucet, saying, We need to call local police. Get together a search party. If Dave's on foot, he could be halfway down the mountain by now. We're wasting time. We're not doing anything until I stop the bleeding. Sarah opened the first aid kit on the kitchen counter. She squirted a liberal amount of dishwashing soap in her hands, then scrubbed at his forearms to get them clean. Tell me why you're so certain that Dave killed Mercy. Will hadn't been expecting the question because it seemed obvious that Dave was guilty as hell. You told me he already tried to strangle Mercy once today. But he wasn't at dinner. We didn't see him anywhere in the woods or on the trails. Sarah grabbed a dish towel and started cleaning the blood off his stomach. Less than 2 hours ago, Mercy's exact words were, "There's hardly a person on this mountain right now who doesn't want to kill me." You told me she walked that back, tried to pretend like she was joking. And then she was murdered, Sarah said. You're focusing on Dave for the obvious reason, but it could have been someone else. Like who? How about the guy who introduced himself as Landry, but his partner called him Paul? What does that have to do with Mercy? Instead of answering, she told him, "This is going to hurt." Will clenched his jaw as she poured disinfectant into his open wound. "The pain will get worse before it gets better," she warned. How about Chuck? Mercy clearly wanted nothing to do with him. Even after she basically told him to fuck off, he kept staring at her like a stalker. Will was about to answer when she pinched some gauze around the webbing between his thumb and finger. It felt like she'd lit a match to gunpowder. "Jesus, what is that?" "Quick clot," she said. "It can cause cutaneous burns, but it'll stop the bleeding. I need to hold pressure for a few minutes. You've got maybe 24 hours before it has to come off. Or you can go to the hospital and have the wound properly taken care of." Will could tell from her clipped tone which choice she wanted him to make. "Sarah, you know I can't walk away from this." "I know." She kept a steady pressure on the bandage. Neither of them spoke, but they were each thinking their own thoughts. She was probably running through all the ways his hand could get infected, or nerves could be damaged, or whatever medical thing she was most concerned about. He was thinking about Dave with a singular intensity that took his mind away from the fact that his hand felt like it was exploding from the inside. Just another minute. Sarah was watching the second hand move around the clock on the wall. Will watched her to pass the time. She was as sweaty and disheveled as he was. He picked a twig out of her hair. She was barefooted. Mercy's blood in the water had turned Sarah's sage-colored cotton dress into a tie-dye version that reminded him of the outfit Mercy's aunt had worn at dinner. Thinking about the aunt made him think about the rest of Mercy's family. Will had been so focused on tracking down Dave that he hadn't considered what needed to happen first. As of right now, he had no authority in the investigation. At best, he was a witness. At worst, he was just a placeholder until the local sheriff arrived. It might take a while for the man to reach the lodge. Will would have to do the death notification. John would have to be told that his mother had been murdered. The kid would probably want to see her body. Mercy couldn't be left floating in the water. So Will and Sarah had managed to carry her into the second cottage. They had barred the door with some of the lumber scattered around the worksite so that an animal couldn't get to her. The coming rain meant the crime scene would be destroyed anyway. Cecil's disability presumably takes him off the list. Sarah was still going through alternative suspects. John was with me. Why was John with you? He was still drunk. I think he was trying to run away. Sarah kept the bandage on his hand while she opened a pack of gauze. There was obviously tension between Mercy and her brother and her mother. God, they were all so awful to her at dinner. Will knew she was trying to help, but this wasn't a complicated case. The cabin was set on fire, probably to cover the crime scene. Her jeans were pulled down, probably because she was assaulted. She was dragged to the water, probably so she would drown. Bonus points for washing away any DNA. The attack was frenzied. The killer was angry, uncontrolled, violent. Sometimes the obvious is obvious for a reason. And sometimes an investigator can develop tunnel vision at the start of a case that ends up leading him in the wrong direction. I know you're not questioning my skills. I'm always on your side, she said, but I'm giving you a check on the situation. You understandably hate Dave. Tell me how he's not the prime suspect. Sarah didn't have an immediate answer. Look at us. Look at our clothes. Whoever killed Mercy would have been covered in blood. That's why the clock's ticking, Will said. The crime scene is basically useless. We've got the blade inside Mercy's chest, but we don't know where the broken handle is. I don't want to give Dave a second longer to destroy the evidence, but I'm going to have to wait for the sheriff to get here. He'll have to organize a manhunt and formally start the investigation. I'm not sure how I'd get out of this place anyway. I don't have a legal justification to confiscate a vehicle. Sarah started wrapping his hand with a compression bandage. We need to find a phone, or the Wi-Fi password. We need more than that. I've got emergency SOS on my phone. All you have to do is find a clear signal. It uses satellites to send a text and location to emergency services and specified contacts. Amanda. She'll be able to talk her way into the investigation. Will said. The GBI wasn't allowed to take over a case. They had to be asked by the locals or ordered in by the governor. We're in Dillon County. The sheriff's probably dealt with one murder his entire career. We need arson experts, forensics, a complete autopsy. If the manhunt stretches into tomorrow, we'll have to coordinate with marshal services in case Dave's crossed state lines. The sheriff won't have any of that in his budget. He'll be grateful when Amanda shows up. I'll get your phone from the cottage and send out the text. Sarah tied off the bandage. Go ring the bell at the main house. That'll bring everyone out. Unless it's not Dave, he allowed. Then we'll know pretty fast if someone else is involved. They'll either be covered in blood or they won't come out. Or they'll have the broken knife handle hidden somewhere. We'll need to search all the cottages and the main house. Are you allowed to do that? Exigent circumstances. The killer escaped from the scene. There could be other victims. Are you ready? Wait a second. Sarah went back to the bathroom and brought out a white jacket that probably belonged to the chef. Put this on. I'll bring you something from the cottage to change into. She helped him into the jacket. It was so tight across the shoulders that Sarah struggled with the buttons. The thick material gaped open at the bottom, but there was nothing to be done about it. She knelt down and tied the lace on his boot. Will remembered that she was still barefooted. He took his socks out of his pocket and offered them to her. Thank you. Sarah's eyes stayed on his as she put them on. Promise me you'll be careful. He wasn't worried about himself. It occurred to Will that he was sending his wife to their cottage, the farthest cottage from the main compound, alone, at night, with a killer on the loose. Maybe I should come with you. No, go do your job. She pressed her lips to his cheek for a second longer than usual. The family will probably want to make sure Mercy isn't alone all night. Tell them I'll sit with the body until she can be removed. Will touched his hand to her face. Her compassion was one of the many reasons why he loved her. He said, "Let's go." They split up when the Chow Trail hit the loop. The clouds had shifted with the coming rain, obscuring the full moon. Will felt all of his senses on alert. It was so dark that Dave could be standing 10 feet in front of him, and Will would have no idea. He picked up the pace, jogging toward the house, ignoring the tweak in his ankle. The burning pain in his hand got pushed down on the list of things he had to worry about. Sarah was right about considering other possible suspects, but not for the reason she'd stated. One day, Will was going to be called to testify about this night in front of a jury. He was going to make sure he could honestly say he'd considered other suspects. There were going to be no mistakes in this investigation that a defense attorney could use to pry apart a conviction. Will owed that to Mercy. He especially owed that to John. The wooden post with the ancient-looking bell on top was a few feet from the main house. Will felt like a lifetime had passed since he'd stood by the porch stairs eating brownies and potato chips. The day flashed before his eyes, but instead of the things he'd thought he'd remember from his honeymoon, Sarah's smile, the hike to the lodge, holding her in his arms while she fell asleep in the bathtub. He was remembering all the points of tension that had spoked out from Mercy McAlpine on the day she had been brutally murdered. Dave had strangled her. Chuck had enraged her. Keisha had pissed her off about the water glasses. John had humiliated her in front of a crowd. Cecil had been cruel. Biddy had been frosty. Christopher had been cowardly. The horse-crazy woman had clearly pissed off Mercy when she'd asked for a tour of the pastures. The chef had stayed inside the kitchen when John had caused a scene. Maybe the lying app guys were hiding something from Mercy. Maybe the dentist or the IT guy or the bartender or... Will didn't have time for maybes. He reached for the rope and pulled. The sound the bell made was more like a clang than a ring. He yanked the rope a few more times. The noise was obscene in the silence. But what had happened to Mercy at the lake was the definition of depraved. He was reaching for the rope again when lights started to come on, first inside the main house. The curtain twitched in one of the windows on the top floor. Will saw Biddy dressed in her robe, scowling as she looked down. Another second-story light came on, this one in the far back corner. There was a popping noise as floodlights sparked on around the perimeter of the compound. Will hadn't noticed the fixtures in the trees during the daytime, but he was grateful for them now because he could see the layout of the entire area. The windows in 2 of the cottages were glowing like every lamp had been switched on. He saw Gordon come onto his porch. The man was wearing black bikini briefs and nothing else. Landry/Paul was nowhere to be seen. 2 cottages away, Chuck stumbled down the stairs wearing a yellow bathrobe with a rubber duck pattern. He cinched the terry cloth material closed, but not before Will saw that he was naked underneath. The lights clicked on in another cottage. Will expected to see Keisha and Drew, but Frank opened the door in a white undershirt and boxers. He adjusted his glasses. He looked startled to find Will. He asked, "Is everything okay?" Will was about to answer when he heard the door to the main house groan open. "Who's out there?" Cecil McAlpine's chair rolled onto the porch. He was shirtless. Deep scars crisscrossed his chest. They were straight slashes, like he'd lain on pieces of sharp metal. "Biddy, who rang the bell?" "I have no idea." Biddy stood behind her husband, face twisted by anxiety as she tightened the sash on her dark red robe. She asked Will, "What the hell is going on?" Will raised his voice. "I need everyone outside." "Why?" Cecil demanded. "Who the hell are you to tell us what to do?" "I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation," Will announced. "I need everyone outside right now." "Special agent, huh?" Gordon glanced back into his cottage before he casually walked down the stairs. Still no Landry. "I'm sorry." Frank had stayed put on the porch. "Monica's out of it. She had a bit too much to drink and—" "Bring her out here." Will started walking toward Gordon's cottage. "Where's Paul?" "In the shower?" Gordon didn't correct him on the name. "What are you—" Will pushed open the door. The cottage was smaller than his and Sarah's, but basically the same layout. Will heard the shower turn off. He called, "Paul?" A voice said, "Yeah?" Will took that as all the confirmation he needed that the 2 men had lied about Paul's name. He walked into the bathroom. Paul was reaching for a towel. He glanced at Will, then did a double take, probably because of the small chef's jacket. His mouth went into a smirk. He asked, "Did you get bored with your vanilla wife?" Will looked at his watch. 1:06 in the morning. Not the usual time for a shower. He saw Paul's clothes piled onto the floor. He used the toe of his boot to move them apart. No blood. No broken knife handle. "Is there a reason you're in my bathroom looking like you just left a Taylor Swift concert?" Paul was drying his hair with a towel. Will could see a tattoo on his chest, an ornate, flowery design around a looping script. Paul clocked that he'd noticed. He draped the towel over his shoulder, covering the word. "I'm not generally into the strong, silent type, but I could make an exception. Get dressed and come outside." Will's bad feeling about Paul just got worse. He glanced around the bedroom, then the living room on his way out. No bloody clothes, no broken knife handle. More people had assembled while he was inside the cottage. As Will crossed the compound, he saw Cecil's chair at the top of the main stairs. Christopher was standing beside Chuck, also in a yellow patterned bathrobe, this one with fish. They were all tracking him with their eyes, taking in the dark stains on his cargo pants, the tight-fitting chef's jacket. No one asked any questions. The only sound came from Frank, who made a tutting noise as he helped Monica sit down on the bottom stair. She was wearing what looked like a black silk slip, and was so drunk that her head kept lolling to the side. Sydney, the horse lady, was with her husband, Max. They were still wearing the matching jeans and t-shirts they'd had on at dinner, but Sydney was in flip-flops instead of her riding boots. Of all the people assembled, the wealthy couple looked the most agitated. Will didn't know if it was guilt or privilege that made them wary of being called out of bed in the middle of the night. "Are you going to explain yourself?" Gordon was leaning against the bell-post, still dressed in only his briefs. Paul was slowly making his way across the compound. He'd put on a pair of boxers and a white t-shirt. The smirk had left his face. He looked like he was worried. Will turned at the sound of footsteps on the family's front porch. John walked down the stairs with none of his earlier bravado. His hair was wet. Another late-night shower, probably to sober up. The kid was dressed in pajamas, no shoes. His face was bloated, his eyes were glassy. Will asked, "Where's Keisha and Drew?" "They're in 3. Chuck pointed to the cottage that lined up to the corner of the front porch. The windows were closed, curtains drawn, no lights were on. Will asked Chuck, "Is there a phone inside the house?" "Yes, in the kitchen." "Go inside. Call the sheriff. Tell him a GBI agent asked you to report a code 122. Needs immediate assistance." Will didn't hang around to explain himself. He jogged toward Cottage 3. Every step brought him a feeling of dread. Again, he thought about his conversation with Sarah in the kitchen. Had Will developed tunnel vision? Was Mercy's attack a random event? The lodge was in the foothills of the Appalachian Trail, which stretched 2,000 miles up the eastern seaboard from Georgia to Maine. At least 10 murders had taken place on the trail since they started recording them. Rapes and other crimes were rare, but not uncommon. That Will knew of, at least 2 serial killers had stalked victims on the trail. The Olympic bomber had spent 4 years hiding in these woods. It was exactly like Sarah had said. Scratch a little bit under the surface, and all sorts of bad things came out. Will made his footsteps heavy on the stairs to Cottage 3. Like the other cabins, there was no lock. He threw open the door so hard that it banged against the wall. "Jesus Christ!" Keisha screamed. She sat up straight in bed. Blindly reaching for her husband, she shoved up her pink eye mask. "Will, what the fuck?" Drew moaned. He was pinned under the octopus of a sleep apnea mask. The machine was making a loud mechanical sound that competed with a spinning box fan by the bed. He pushed the mask away, asking, "What's wrong?" "I need you both outside, now." Will left, silently running through the count, trying to see who was missing. The group was still assembled by the stairs. Chuck was in the house calling the cops. Sarah was hopefully on the trail heading back this way. He asked Christopher, "Where's the kitchen staff?" He provided, "They go home at night. They're usually off the mountain by 8:30. "Did you see them leave?" "Why does that matter?" Will squinted at the parking pad. 3 vehicles. "Who drives the—" "Enough of your questions," Biddy said. "Why didn't you tell us you're a police officer? Your registration form said you're a mechanic. Which one is it?" Will ignored her, asking Christopher, "Where's Delilah?" "Up here." She was leaning out of a window on the 2nd floor. "Do I really have to come down?" "What the hell, man?" Drew strode toward Will with an aggressive look on his face. He and Keisha were dressed in matching blue pajamas. The man's previously friendly face was filled with a simmering anger. "You got no right scaring the shit out of my wife like that." "Hold up," Keisha said. "Where's Sarah? Is she okay?" "She's fine," Will told her. "There's been a—" "I called the sheriff." Chuck trotted down the stairs. "He said it'd take 15 or 20 minutes to get up here. I couldn't offer any details. I told him you're a cop and gave him the code and said that he needs to hurry." "You're a cop?" Drew's anger kicked up several notches. "You told me you work on cars, man! What the fuck is going on?" Will was about to answer when Delilah walked onto the porch. She asked the only question that should matter right now. "Where's Mercy?" Will's eyes found John. He was sitting on the stairs a few treads up from Monica. Biddy was standing beside him. She was so small that his shoulder came up to her waist. She kept his head pinned to her hip with a fiercely protective arm. With his curly hair slicked back, John looked young and vulnerable. More like a boy than a man. Will wanted to take him aside to gently explain to him what had happened, to assure him that he would find the monster who had taken his mother away from him. But how could he tell this child that the monster was probably his own father? "Please," Delilah said. "Where's Mercy?" Will swallowed down his emotions. The best thing for John, right now, was for Will to do his job. There's no easy way to say this. "Oh, no." Delilah's hand went to her mouth. She had already figured it out. "No, no, no." "What?" Cecil demanded. "For God's sake, spit it out." "Mercy's dead." Will ignored the gasps from the guests. He was watching John as he delivered the news. The kid was stuck somewhere between shock and disbelief. Either way, it hadn't hit him yet. Maybe, in a few years, John would remember this moment and wonder why he had felt paralyzed sitting there with his head pressed against his grandmother's side. The recriminations would flood in. He should have demanded answers and screamed and howled over the loss. For now, all that Will could offer him were details. I found Mercy down by the water. There are 3 buildings. The bachelor cottages. Christopher turned toward the lake. What's that smell? Is there a fire? Was she in a fire? No, Will said. There was a fire, but the flames burned themselves out. Did she drown? Christopher's tone was hard to decipher. He spoke with an odd air of detachment. Mercy's a good swimmer. I taught her in the shallows when she was 4 years old. She didn't drown, Will said. She sustained multiple injuries. Injuries? Christopher's tone was still flat. What kind of injuries? Hush, Biddy said. Let the man speak. Will debated how much to give away in front of all the guests, but the family had a right to know. I saw stab wounds. Her death will be ruled a homicide. Stabbed? Delilah clutched the railing to keep herself upright. Oh, my Lord. Poor Mercy. Homicide? Chuck repeated. You mean she was murdered? Yes, you idiot, Cecil answered. You don't get stabbed multiple times by accident. Poor baby. Biddy wasn't talking about Mercy. She pulled John closer, pressing her lips to the top of his head. He clutched at her in anguish. His face had disappeared into the material of her robe, but Will could make out his muffled sobs. You'll be okay, my sweet boy. I'm here. Will kept addressing his words toward the family. We secured her body inside one of the cottages. Sarah has offered to sit with her until she can be removed. This is awful, Keisha had started to cry. Why would anyone want to hurt Mercy? Drew pulled her close, but he still managed to pin Will with a look of unbridled hatred. Will tuned him out. He was more interested in the family. He'd expected a collective sense of grief, but as he studied each person, he saw nothing even close. Christopher's earlier detachment was still visible on his downturned face. Cecil's expression was one of a man who'd been incredibly inconvenienced. Delilah had her back to Will, so he had no clue what she was thinking. Biddy was understandably focused on John, but the woman had shed no tears for her daughter, even as her grandson shook with grief beside her. The thing that struck Will the most was that none of them had any questions. He had done countless death notifications. Families wanted to know who did it, how did it happen, did she suffer, when could they see her body, was he sure it was her, could this be a mistake, was he absolutely certain? Had he caught the murderer? Why wasn't he out catching the murderer? What was going to happen next? How long would it take? Would they seek the death penalty? When could they bury her body? Why had this happened? For God's sakes, why? You assholes! Delilah's bedroom slippers thumped on the boards as she slowly walked down the stairs. She was talking to her family. Which one of you did this? Will watched her stop in front of Biddy. The aunt's anger had sparked like lightning. Her lower lip trembled. Tears streamed from her eyes. You! She jammed her finger in Biddy's face. Did you do it? I heard you threaten Mercy before dinner. Chuck barked a nervous laugh. Delilah turned on him. Shut your filthy mouth, you disgusting pervert. We all saw you pawing at Mercy. What was that about? And you feckless panty-waist. Christopher didn't look up, but it was clear he knew Delilah was talking to him. Delilah said, Don't think I'm not on to you, Fishtopher. Cecil said, Damn it, Dee, stop this bullshit. We all know who did this. Don't you dare. Biddy's voice was soft, but it carried weight. "We don't know at all." "For fuck's sakes." Delilah's hands were on her hips as she loomed over Biddy. "Why are you always protecting that worthless piece of shit? Didn't you just hear the man? Your daughter has been murdered, stabbed multiple times. Your own flesh and blood. Don't you care?" "Like you care," Biddy demanded. "You've been gone for 13 years and suddenly you know everything about it." "I know about you, you goddamn... That's enough." Will had to get them separated before they tore each other apart. "You should each go back to your bedrooms. Guests, please go back to your cottages." Cecil said, "Who put you in charge?" "The state of Georgia. I am standing in until the sheriff arrives." Will addressed the group. "I'm going to need to get statements from all of you." "Fuck no." Drew turned toward Biddy, saying, "Ma'am, sorry for your loss, but we'll be gone when the sun comes up. You can ship our bags back home, charge our credit card, forget about that other business. Do whatever you want up here. We don't care." "Drew," Will tried, "I need a witness statement, that's all." "Oh, hell no," Drew said. "I don't have to answer your questions. I know my rights. As a matter of fact, you don't say shit to me or my wife from now on, Mr. Police Officer. You think I haven't seen this dateline before? It's the people who look like us who end up going down for shit they had nothing to do with." Drew dragged Keisha back toward their cottage before Will could think of a reason to stop them. The door slammed so loudly that it sounded like a shotgun going off. No one spoke. Will looked down the trail that led to Cottage 10. The low lights showed the path was empty. He shouldn't have let Sarah go off on her own. This was taking too long. "Officer." Max, the wealthy lawyer from Buckhead, waited for Will's attention. "While Sid and I firmly back the blue, Will also declined to be interviewed." Will had to stop this. "You're all witnesses. No one has been designated a suspect. I need statements about what happened at dinner and where everyone was after dinner." "What do you mean, where everyone was?" This question came from Paul. His eyes shifted toward Gordon. "Are you asking us for alibis?" Will scrambled to keep them from bolting. "John told us someone walks the loop at 8 in the morning and 10 at night. Maybe they saw something." "It was Mercy," Christopher said. "She was on the 10 o'clock loop this week. I was on the 8. Will remembered John telling them the details, but he wanted to keep them talking. "What does that look like? Do you knock on doors?" "No," Christopher said. "People flag us down if they need anything or they leave notes on the stairs. There's a rock you place over the paper to keep it from blowing away." "Look," Monica had temporarily revived. She was pointing at their cottage. "We left a note under a rock on our porch around 9 o'clock. It's gone." Will guessed that was confirmation of life. "Did Mercy bring the thing you asked for?" "No." Frank glanced at Monica. Will assumed from the look the request had been for more alcohol. "Did anyone see Mercy after 10 o'clock?" No one answered. "Did anyone hear any screams or shouts for help?" Again, he was met with silence. "I hate to interrupt again," Max said, though he wasn't interrupting anything. "But Sid and I need to get back into town." Sydney said, "Horses have to be fed and watered." Will would have expected a better excuse, but there was no point in challenging them. Legally, they couldn't be compelled to talk, let alone stick around. "Cecil, Biddy," Max turned to the McAlpine family. "We're both so sorry about your daughter. It was a lovely evening spoiled by an unspeakable tragedy. We understand your family needs time to grieve." Cecil didn't look like he wanted time for anything. "We're still ready to go forward, now more than ever." "Sure," Max said, not sounding sure at all. Sydney added, "We'll hold your family in our thoughts and prayers." The pair walked off shoulder to shoulder. Will wondered what Cecil was ready to go forward with. The Buckhead couple had gotten special treatment from the beginning. The Wi-Fi password was the least of it. Will assumed the $150,000 Mercedes-Benz G550 parked between an ancient Chevy and a dirty Subaru meant they'd been allowed to bypass the hike into the lodge. "Fuck this," Gordon said. "I need a drink." He headed back toward his cottage. Paul joined him, but not before glancing back at Will. The look sent up a red flag. In the bathroom, Paul had clearly noticed the blood on Will's pants, but hadn't been fazed. Now he was visibly nervous. Obviously, the news of Mercy's death had changed his demeanor. Figuring out why would have to wait until Will was sure the property was secure. 6 of the cottages were occupied, which left 4 empty. Dave could be hiding in any of them. Will silently debated the pro of checking them versus the con of giving the family time to regroup. His gut told him to stay put. There was something deeply wrong with how they were behaving. Paul wasn't the only person making him suspicious. Maybe Sarah had a point about tunnel vision. "Excuse me, Will." Frank and Monica were the only guests remaining. "I don't care that you lied about being a cop. It's lucky that you were here, and Monica and I don't have anything to hide. What do you want to know?" Will wasn't going to start with Frank and Monica. "Could you both return to your cottage? I need to speak to the family first. There are some private details we need to address." "Oh, right." Frank helped Monica stand. The woman could barely walk on her own. "Just give a knock when you're ready. We'll do whatever we can to help." Will saw that none of the McAlpines had moved. No one would look at him. No one had started in on the questions. Except for Delilah, no one had expressed a hint of grief. The air felt heavy with calculations. "Will?" Sarah had finally joined them. Will was relieved to see that she was safe, but he was also relieved to have some assistance. He jogged toward her so they could have some privacy away from the McAlpines. She had changed into a t-shirt and jeans. She was carrying one of his button-down shirts under her arm. She handed him his phone, then passed him the shirt. "It took a while to get a signal, but I sent the text and got a confirmation. Everyone's been notified. How's your hand?" His hand felt like it was caught in a bear trap. "I need you to get the family inside and babysit them while I check the other cottages. Don't let them get their story straight. The sheriff should be here soon. See if there's a missing knife in the kitchen. If you get a chance, Paul has a tattoo on his chest. I want to know what it says." "Got it." Sarah walked ahead of him toward the house. She addressed the family using her professional tone. "I'm very sorry for your loss. I know this is a traumatic time for all of you. Let's go inside. Maybe I can answer some of your questions." Biddy was the first to speak. "Are you a cop too?" "I'm a doctor and a medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation." "You're a couple of liars is what you are." Biddy seemed even more concerned than Drew that they were both law enforcement. Will watched her grab John by the arm and drag him back into the house. Christopher took over pushing Cecil's chair. Chuck quickly followed. Only Delilah hung back. Will needed her to go inside. If Dave was hiding in one of the empty cottages, he could be armed with a knife or a gun. Will didn't want to risk Delilah getting caught in the crossfire, or being taken hostage. He placed his shirt on the stairs, then slipped his phone into his pocket. He put his hand to his chest to help with the pain. Delilah was watching him carefully. She hadn't gone inside with the family. He asked, "Did you have something to tell me?" She clearly had a lot to say, but she dragged it out, pulling a tissue from her pocket, sniffing, wiping her eyes. He didn't think it was for show. She was truly shaken by Mercy's death. Unless you were Meryl Streep, you couldn't fake that kind of despair. Finally, she asked, "Did she suffer?" Will kept his answer neutral. "I got there at the end." "You're sure?" Her voice caught. "You're sure she's gone?" Will nodded. Sarah pronounced her at the scene. Delilah dabbed at her eyes with the tissue. "I've stayed away from this God-forsaken place for over a decade, and the second I'm back, I'm mired in their bullshit." He got the feeling she was referring to more than the murder. Will double-clicked the button on the side of his iPhone to start his recording app.
What bullshit are you mired in?
More than is dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio.
Let's skip the Shakespeare, Will said. I'm an investigator. I need facts.
Here's one, she said. Every person inside of that house is gonna lie to you. I'm the only one who's gonna tell you the truth. In Will's experience, the least honest people were the ones who went out of their way to announce that they were being honest. But he was eager to hear the aunt's version of the truth.
Run it down for me, Delilah. Who has a motive?
Who doesn't? Delilah asked. Those rich jackasses from Atlanta. They are here to buy the lodge. There has to be a family vote to approve the sale. $12 million split 7 ways. Mercy gets 2 votes, her own as well as John's, because he's still a minor. She told the family in no uncertain terms that she wouldn't let the sale happen.
Will felt some of his calculations start to shift. When was this?
During the family meeting at noon today. I hid in the sitting room to listen because I'm nosy and I love drama. Finally, it pays off.
Delilah took another tissue from her pocket to wipe her nose.
Cecil tried to browbeat Mercy into voting to sell, but she turned on him. Turned on all of them, really. Mercy said she wasn't going to let them take the lodge from her, or John, that she would ruin every one of them if it came to that. She told them if she lost this place, she was going to take them all down with her. And she meant it. I could tell from her tone that she meant it.
Will found himself recalculating again. Money motives were at the root of most crimes. $12 million was a lot of motive. What did she threaten to do?
Expose their secrets.
Do you know their secrets?
If I did, I would tell you all of them. My brother is an abusive asshole. I'll give you that much, but his days of hurting people are over. Physically, at least.
Delilah glanced back at the house.
Mercy's threats had more teeth, if you catch what I mean. She said some of them could go to prison. Some of them would never get their reputations back. I wish I could remember more of the details. At my age, I'm lucky I can still find my way home, but those are the 2 things that stuck.
Will recalled something she'd said earlier. You told Biddy you overheard her threatening Mercy before dinner.
She fired her is what Biddy did.
Delilah angrily shook her head.
Then she told Mercy if she didn't vote to sell the lodge, she'd end up with a knife in her back.
That felt like a remarkable coincidence. But Biddy was small. She couldn't drag Mercy to the lake. At least, not without help. What about Dave?
Greedy bastard.
Her mouth twisted in disgust.
He was voting to sell too.
That hadn't been the question Will was asking, but now he wanted to know. Why does Dave get a vote?
Cecil and Biddy legally adopted him 20-odd years ago, which unfortunately means he's part of the family trust. If you're in the trust, you get a vote.
Will needed another moment to reset, but for personal reasons. Dave hadn't just gotten one family. He'd gotten 2. How did the adoption come about?
They found him slinking around the campgrounds like a feral cat. Cecil wanted to hand him over to the sheriff, but Biddy took a shine to him. She's normally a cold fish, but Biddy's got a very unhealthy relationship with that boy. She comes down on Mercy like a ton of bricks. She treats Christopher like a red-headed stepchild. Meanwhile, Dave can do no wrong. I dare say she's the same way with John. Probably because he's the spitting image of his father. They all act like this is perfectly normal, by the way.
Will didn't question her about the fact that Dave was the equivalent of a half-uncle to his own son. He was uniquely qualified to understand the strange relationships that came out of the foster care system. Instead, he asked, "What about Christopher? You called him something else."
Fishtopher. It's a nickname Dave gave him.
I was trying to be an asshole because he used to hate the name, but I guess he's gotten used to it. That's how Dave works. He wears you down until you just let him do what he wants to do.
Will tried to steer her away from Dave. Would Christopher hurt Mercy?
Who knows? She asked.
He's always been reclusive. Not eccentric reclusive, more like serial killer collecting women's panties reclusive. And Chuck, they seem like two peas in a pod, lurking around the woods doing God knows what.
You said you haven't been here in over a decade. How do you know they lurk around?
I spotted them colluding near the woodpile when I drove up to the house this morning, faces close together, shooting furtive looks. They saw my car, and Chuck scampered off like a startled squirrel, while Christopher ducked down as if the tall grass could make him invisible. Something was definitely up.
She sniffed again.
Then, after the family meeting, I saw both of them back in that same spot with their heads together again.
Will would need to add the woodpile to his list of areas to search. Are they in a relationship?
You mean, are they like the two exhibitionists in Cottage 5? She gave a vacant laugh. Christopher should be so lucky. He's had terrible luck with women. His high school girlfriend got pregnant by another boy. Then that awful business happened with Gabby.
Who's Gabby?
Just another girl he lost. It was a long time ago. He never really dated after that. At least not that I know about. Then again, it's not like I've been kept in the loop.
Will felt a drop of water hit his head. The rain was coming, but he stood there in the open, waiting for her to speak.
She said, "Listen, Dave is probably your best bet. They all had a reason to want her dead, but Dave used to beat the hell out of Mercy. Broken bones, bruises. No one ever said or did anything to stop it. Except for me, and a lot of good that did. You can't change people by telling them they're wrong. They have to come to it themselves. And I guess this means she never will."
Will saw her throat work. Fresh tears welled into her eyes. He asked, "What about you? Did you have a reason to want Mercy dead?"
"Are you asking for a motive?" She let out a heavy sigh. "I was glad Mercy finally had her life on track. I even offered to help her block the sale of the lodge. But Mercy's proud. Was proud. Jesus, she was so young. I don't even know what to say to John. He never had a father, and now to lose his mother like this."
Will tested her honesty. "What are those people inside the house going to tell me when I ask them whether or not you have a motive?"
"Oh, they'll definitely throw me under the bus."
Delilah shoved the folded tissue back into her pocket.
"They'll say that I wanted revenge because Mercy stole John away from me. I raised him from the day he was born until he was 3, nearly 4 years old. Mercy sued to get permanent custody restored in January of 2011. This was a year after the car accident."
Will guessed. That's how she got the scar on her face.
Delilah nodded. "I gather it put the fear of God into her, made her re-examine her life, decide to grow up a bit. I was dubious. Heroin is a hell of a monkey to have on your back. Her sobriety felt tenuous to me. The custody battle was akin to a street fight. Dragged on for half a year. We tore each other apart. I was heartbroken when she won. Told her on the courthouse steps that I hoped she died. She cut me entirely out of John's life. I wrote letters, tried to call. Biddy stopped me at every turn, but I'm sure Mercy knew she was doing it. So that's my motive, if you believe it took me 13 years to snap."
"Where was Dave in all this?"
"Mercy was with him. Then she wasn't. Then she was. Then she was in the hospital and it was over. Then she was out of the hospital and it was back on." Delilah rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Dave never attended any supervised visitations. Too drunk or stoned, I assumed. Or terrified of me, which he should have been.
If that was Dave lying dead at the lake right now, you'd rightly put me at the top of your list. What's going to happen to John now? I have no idea. He doesn't really know me anymore. I think it's probably best he stays with Cecil and Biddy. They are the lesser of the evils. He's lost his mother. He'll lose his father if there's any justice. John needs things to stay as familiar as possible. Maybe one day I can have a relationship with him, but that's what I want. Right now is about what John needs. Will wondered if that was her real answer or the one that she'd thought made her look good. Where were you tonight between 10 and midnight? She arched an eyebrow but answered, I read in my room until around 9:30 or 10. No alibi. I was asleep in bed when the bell started to clang. You get to my age, moisture is a stranger. I've got a bladder like a steel trap. Will heard a car. The sheriff had finally arrived. The brown car pulled into the parking pad just as Sydney and Max were rolling their suitcases toward the Mercedes. If they noticed the sheriff, they didn't react. They were too busy getting the hell out of here. Will thought it said a lot about the couple that they hadn't offered to give anyone else a ride back into town. Delilah let out a disgusted groan when the sheriff got out of the car. They both watched him reach back to grab a large umbrella. Delilah mumbled, Never fear, Biscuits is here. Biscuits? Nickname. She looked up at Will. Agent whatever your name is, I don't know you from Adam's house cat, but I wouldn't trust that man as far as I can throw him, and I'm pretty damn good at throwing things. Will felt more raindrops hit the top of his head as he watched the sheriff walk across the compound. The man was probably 5'8" and slightly pudgy underneath his brown sheriff's uniform. The fit wasn't flattering to anyone, but the sheriff looked particularly uncomfortable in the tight pants and stiff collar. He was also in no hurry. He stopped to open his umbrella when the rain started to come down in earnest. Will picked up his folded shirt and jogged up the stairs. He dropped it in a rocking chair. He waited with Delilah under the cover of the porch. The sheriff slowly climbed the stairs, then stood at the top, looking out at the compound while he shook out his umbrella. He leaned it against the house by the front door. He looked up at Will. Sheriff. Will had to shout over the shush of rain on the metal roof. I'm Will Trent with the GBI. Douglas Hartshorn. Instead of asking Will for the rundown, he scowled at Delilah. You show up after 13 years on the night Mercy gets stabbed to death? What about that? Will didn't let Delilah answer. How do you know she was stabbed? His smile had an arrogant quality. Biddy called me on the road. How surprising, Delilah told Will. They call her Biddy because she's got fools like him wrapped around her bitty finger. The sheriff ignored her, asking Will, Where's the body? Delilah said, Down by the bachelor cottages. Did I ask you? For God's sakes, Biscuits, it's not like you're gonna do a thorough investigation. Don't call me Biscuits, he shouted. And if I was you, Delilah, I'd shut the hell up. You're the only one up here with a history of stabbing people. It was a goddamn fork, Delilah explained to Will. This was back before John was born. Mercy was living in my garage. I caught her trying to steal my car. The sheriff countered, So you say. Will felt his teeth grit as they continued to bicker. This bullshit was burning through time they didn't have. The sheriff seemed more focused on scoring points than the fact that he had a murder on his hands. Will looked at his watch. Even if Amanda woke up to read the emergency text, it would take her a minimum of 2 hours to drive up from Atlanta. Go fuck yourself. Delilah walked down the stairs, oblivious to the pouring rain. I'm going to go sit with my niece. Don't touch anything, the sheriff called. She raised a middle finger to let him know what she thought about the order. The sheriff told Will, Some things don't get better with age. Will needed this man to focus on what mattered. Should I call you sheriff or... Everybody calls me Biscuits. Will's teeth gritted again.
No one in this place went by their actual name. Still, he ran down the last 2 hours for the sheriff. Roughly around midnight tonight, I was at the lake with my wife. We heard 3 screams. The first was about 10 minutes apart from the second 2, which were closer together. I ran through the woods and located the area with the 3 bachelor cottages. The last one was on fire. Mercy was located at the lake shore. Her upper body was in the water, but her feet were on dry land. I discovered that she was stabbed multiple times. Blood loss was severe. We spoke, but her only concern was John, her son. I wasn't able to get any information about her attacker. I tried to administer CPR, but the blade of the knife was still inside of her chest. It subsequently pierced my hand. The handle must have broken off during the attack. I was unable to locate it at the scene. There doesn't seem to be any missing knives in the commercial kitchen. We should check the family kitchen and all of the cottages. As soon as the sun comes up, we can begin a grid search. I recommend starting at the main compound and moving in the direction of the crime scene. Do you have any questions? No, you covered everything. That was a damn good briefing. Gonna need to run it down one more time for the coroner. The roads are getting dicey. Shouldn't be more than another half hour. Biscuits looked down at Will's bandaged hand. I was wondering what happened to your paw. Will wanted to shake some urgency into the man. Mercy was dead. Her son was in the house grieving. I can take you to see the body. She'll still be dead when the rain passes and the sun comes up. Biscuits looked out at the compound again. Delilah ain't wrong about nothing to investigate. Mercy's got an ex, Dave McAlpine. Long story on how they all got the same name, but them two have been beating on each other since they were teenagers. My baby sister used to see 'em walloping on each other back in high school. What happened this time was they took it too far and she ended up dead. Will had to take a slow breath before he responded. It sounded a hell of a lot like the sheriff was blaming Mercy for being a murder victim. My boss, Wagner, is that her name? He didn't wait for confirmation. She offered to send some of her field agents to take over, but I told her to cool her jets. Dave will show up eventually. Amanda didn't have a cool setting on her jets. We should search Mercy's room. Who's the we here, fella? Biscuits was smiling, but not really. My county, my case. Will knew he was right. I'd like to volunteer to help look for Dave. Don't waste your time. I already had my deputy swing by his trailer and all the bars he hangs out at. He ain't around. Probably sleeping it off in a ditch somewhere. Will pivoted. He might be hiding in one of the empty cottages. I don't have my weapon, but I can give you backup for the search. Don't bother, Biscuit said. Dave ain't allowed up here after 6. Papa banned him from the compound a while back. The only reason he's been up this last month is to work on the bachelor cottages. Will wondered if the man understood the words coming out of his own mouth. Dave was a murder suspect. He wasn't sticking to a curfew. Will tried another angle, asking, what kind of vehicle does he drive? He ain't allowed to drive. DUI. I think he's got a woman brings him up and down the mountain. Dave's real good at talking people into doing things for him. Will waited for the man to suggest they speak to this woman, or consider other possible places to search, or even the fact that Dave could still drive without a license. But Biscuits seemed content to watch the rain come down. Well, the man turned back to Will. I should probably go in and check on Biddy. Been a hard couple of years for the poor little gal. Will kept his mouth shut and made himself accept the obvious. The sheriff was too close to the family. He was blinded by their same disregard for Mercy's life. He wasn't interested in searching for the main suspect, or collecting evidence, or even talking to witnesses. Not that the possible witnesses were going to help. 2 of them had already driven away in their Mercedes. 2 more had refused to be interviewed. 2 were acting suspicious while they walked around in their underwear. 2 of the least important ones were eager to help. 1 was an enigma wrapped up in a duck bathrobe. The victim's immediate family was behaving like a stranger had died. Add to that the fact that part of the murder weapon was missing. Their prime suspect was in the wind. The body had been partially submerged in water. The cabin had been burned to the ground. The rest of the crime scene was at this very moment being washed away. Maybe Biscuits was right about Dave showing up eventually. The sheriff was clearly relying on a rural jury's belief that cops were the good guys who only arrested people if they were guilty. But Dave wasn't a typical defendant. He would know how to manipulate the jury. He would put on a vigorous defense. Will wasn't going to let a man called Biscuits be the reason Dave got away with murder. Neither was he going to stand around with his thumb up his ass while he waited for the next bad thing to happen. Will? Sarah had opened the front door. John left a note on his bed. He ran away. January 16th, 2011. Dear John, it's probably stupid to be writing you a letter I'm not even sure you're ever going to read, but here I am doing it. People in AA say it's good to put your thoughts down on paper. I started doing that when I was 12, but I stopped because Dave got a hold of my diary and made fun. I shouldn't have let him take that from me. But people been taking things from me my whole life. I guess what made me start back writing is I want some kind of record in case something bad ever happens to me. What I'm going to tell you first is this. Today, I filed court papers to get you back so I can start being what I should have been from the get-go. Your mama. Delilah doesn't have a lot of money, but she told me to my face that she would spend every last dime she had just to hold on to you. She's got her reasons, and I won't go into them. One day you'll learn the story of my ugly face and understand why she hates me so much. Why everybody does, I guess. And you got it written down right here that I never said it ain't for no reason. I've pretty much fucked up every day of my 18 years on this planet except for one, and that's the day I gave birth to you. I'm trying to unfuck my life right now by getting you back. I'm sorry for my cursing. Your grandma Biddy would be on my ass about it, but I'm talking to you like a man because you're not going to read this when you're still a boy. I gave you up. That's the truth. I was going through withdrawal and chained to a hospital bed because I was under arrest for driving drunk again. Delilah was there, and it don't cost me nothing to admit I was glad to see her. The doctor wouldn't give me any pain medication because I was a junkie. The cop wouldn't loosen the handcuff. That's the kind of asshole he was. It's not like I could run off with a baby coming out of me, but this is the world you were born into. I guess you could say it's a world I created for myself. And you wouldn't be wrong. That's why I gave you up to Delilah that day. I wasn't thinking about you or how lonely I would be without you. I was thinking about where I was going to get my drink on or find some pills to hold me over until I could score, and that's the honest truth. When I was a kid, I started drinking to drown away my demons, but what I did was create a prison for myself, trapped with the demons inside. But that is over for real now. I've been a whole 6 months without anything, and that's a fact. I've stopped partying, and I'm even going to night classes to get my GED. So when you're in school, you can't say nothing about me not finishing as an excuse for you to drop out. Your daddy's been giving me hell for spending all that time studying when I should be taking care of him, but I'm trying to change my life. I'm trying to make things better for you, 'cause you are worth it. He'll see that one day. He just doesn't know you like I do. I guess this letter seems like I'm being hard on your daddy. I'm not going to say anything bad about him, but one thing, I know in my heart that he's going to take money from Delilah to turn on me in the custody case. It's just his way, because there ain't never enough money or enough love in the world that are ever going to be enough for him. And I'm pretty sure the rest of my family will turn on me too, but not for money, just for making things easy on themselves. It's not that they for real hate me. At least, I don't think so. It's just that they all tend to go to ground when things are messy, like rabbits burrowing deep into a hole. It's for survival, not out of spite. At least, that's what I'm holding on to, because if I took it personal, I don't think I'd be able to get out of bed every morning. That's what I'm doing now. getting out of bed every morning, showing up at the motel down the mountain to clean rooms. Same thing I've been doing at the lodge for as long as I can remember, but nobody whipping me if I do it too slow. And nobody telling me the roof over my head and food on the table is my only reward for hard work. The motel don't pay much, but if I manage to keep saving, it'll be enough one day to get us a little apartment to live in. I'm not going to raise you in your daddy's trailer down the holler where half the world drops by every night to party. You and me are going to live in town, and you're going to see the world. Or at least more of the world than what I did. This is the first time in my life I've had cash money in my pocket that belongs to me. I was always having to beg Papa or Biddy for change so I could buy a pack of gum or go to a movie. And then your daddy made me beg. But now I don't have to beg nobody. I just work at the motel and they pay me, and that's an honest living. Even your daddy can't take that away. Lord knows he tries. If he knew how much I was really making, well, I wouldn't have a dime. Like I told you, I'm not saying your daddy is a bad man, but what I will tell you is that even though he wasn't born into us, he's a McAlpine, sure enough. Maybe even worse, because he's got different skins he slips into depending on what he needs to get out of somebody. You'll have to decide for yourself when you're grown up whether that's a problem. You're a McAlpine too, so who knows? You might end up exactly like all the rest of them. Maybe, if that's what happens, I will still love you. No matter what you do, or if Delilah wins and I have to accept that spending 2 hours with you at the community center every other weekend is all I'm ever going to get, I will always be there. I don't even care if you end up being the worst McAlpine in the bunch. Even worse than me, a person with blood on her hands. I'm always going to forgive you, and I'm always going to stand up for you. I will never be a rabbit hiding in a hole. At least not where you're concerned. The skin you see on me, even the ugly parts, maybe especially the ugly parts, is the same skin through to my heart. I love you forever, Mama. Chapter 9. Sarah read aloud from the brief note that John had left on his bed. I need some time. Don't come looking for me. Well, damn, the sheriff said. Maybe he'll find Dave and save us the trouble. She watched the side of Will's jaw jut out like a shard of glass. Sarah assumed he was having as bizarre a time on the porch with the sheriff as she'd had inside the house with Mercy's cold, calculating family. None of them seemed affected by her death. All they had talked about, screamed about, railed about, was money. Sarah asked the sheriff, "Do you think John went to see Mercy?" "Didn't mention it in his note," the man said, as if a 16-year-old could be relied upon to write down his intentions. "Old truck's still over yonder. John would have passed through here if he was on foot. The trail to the bachelor cottages is way down that way." Sarah tried. "Does he have a girlfriend? Someone in town he might—" "Boy's about as popular as a snake in a sleeping bag. We'll hear soon enough if somebody spots him in town. The hike will take him a couple of hours, and that's after the rain clears. No way he'd take a bike out in this weather, end up like Papa tumbling down a cliff." Nothing he said brought her any relief, but Sarah felt like she might as well shout at the rain as try to get the sheriff to show concern for a missing child. Will told Sarah, "If you went to see Mercy, Delilah will be there. She wanted to sit with the body." Sarah felt her eyes sting with the threat of tears. At least someone actually cared. "Ma'am, I'm Douglas Hartshorn, by the way." The sheriff held out his hand. "You can call me Biscuits." Sarah Linton. His hand felt weak and clammy when Sarah shook it. She glanced at Will, who looked like he wanted to throw the man over the side of the railing. It made no sense that the two law enforcement officers were standing on the porch talking while Mercy lay brutally murdered down by the lake. They should be searching for Dave, taking witness statements, arranging for Mercy's body to be cared for. She could tell by the way Will had his left hand clenched that the lack of momentum was causing him more pain than the wound in his right hand. She couldn't give up. She asked the sheriff, Is it possible John will try to take revenge on Dave? Biscuit shrugged.
Note, don't say anything about revenge.
Sarah tried yet again. He's still a minor who lost his mother to a brutal murder. We should look for him. Will said, I can help search.
Nah, the boy was raised in these woods. He'll be fine. Thank you kindly for the offer anyways. I got it from here on out.
Biscuit started for the door, but then he seemed to remember Sarah. He tipped his hat to her.
Ma'am.
Will and Sarah were both speechless as Biscuits gently closed the door behind him. Will nodded for Sarah to move toward the corner of the porch. They could only stare at each other. Neither one of them could articulate their feelings. Finally, Will said,
Come here.
Sarah buried her face in his chest as his arms wrapped around her. She felt her body let go of a tiny bit of the anguish she'd been carrying since they'd left the lake. She wanted to cry for mercy, to yell at her family, to find Dave, to bring back John, to feel like she had actually done something on behalf of the dead woman lying inside an abandoned old cottage.
I'm sorry,
Will said.
This isn't much of a honeymoon for you.
For us, she said, because this was meant to be a special week for him, too. What can we do now? Tell me how to help. Will seemed reluctant to let her go. Sarah leaned against one of the posts. The late hour had suddenly caught up with her. They both stared at each other again. The only sound was the rain gushing off the roof and slapping the hard ground. Will asked,
What happened inside?
I volunteered to make coffee so I could search the kitchen. If there's a missing knife, I couldn't tell. It looks like they've been hoarding cutlery since the lodge opened. We'll have to find the broken handle before we can try for a match.
Well, I'm sure Biscuits will get right on it.
He rested his injured hand against his chest. Now that the adrenaline had burned off, the pain was probably making itself known. He asked,
When did Biddy talk to the sheriff?
Sarah felt the surprise register on her face. I didn't see her on the phone. Probably when I was in the kitchen.
There was nothing you could have done about it anyway.
Will moved his hand higher, like he could put it out of reach of the burning.
I need to find Dave. He could still be on the property.
The thought of him going after Dave, injured and without backup, sent a chill through her spine. He could have another weapon.
If he's still hanging around up here, he wants to get caught.
Not by you.
What is it you're always saying? Life makes you pay for your personality?
Sarah felt her throat tighten.
The sheriff isn't going to help,
Will said.
He told me the coroner should be here in 30 minutes. Maybe they'll treat this murder with some urgency. Did you get anything at all from the family?
They were worried about the guests who are leaving and the ones who are due here on Thursday. Could they keep the deposits? Would people still come? Who was going to order the food and handle the staff and book the guides? Sarah still cannot believe none of them had said anything about Mercy. Then things got really heated when they started talking about the investors.
You know about the sale?
I gathered the details from the screaming match over who would get John's proxy vote, particularly if Dave is arrested. She crossed her arms. She felt a strange kind of vulnerability on Mercy's behalf. Somewhere in the middle of it, John disappeared upstairs. I tried to follow him, but Biddy said to give him time.
That's what his note said, that he needed time.
Sarah remembered. I got onto the Wi-Fi. Open your phone so I can share the connection. Will tapped in his code with his thumb. Fortunately, he was left-handed, so at least he still had dexterity. Sarah made sure he was on the network before retrieving his shirt from the rocking chair. She started to unbutton the ridiculously tight chef's jacket. Will said,
You know I can do that.
I know. Sarah helped him out of the jacket. He made it clear he was humoring her when she held open the arms so he could dress. Her hands felt clumsy on the buttons. The events of the night had left her shaken. She did the last button, then pressed her hand to his heart. There were a lot of things she could have said to keep him from leaving. But Sarah knew, above all else, that Will wanted to get to work. So did Sarah. Not many people had cared about Mercy when she was alive, but there were at least 2 people who cared very much that she was dead. "You'll need these." She took his earbuds out of her pants pocket and slid them into his. Will could read, but not quickly. It was easier for him to use the text-to-speech app on his phone. "I texted you the names of the kitchen staff along with their phone numbers. I managed to get them off a list taped by the kitchen door. They should come through when your messages load." He was looking out toward the parking pad. He was ready to go. "I'll start with the cottages. Then I want to check that wood pile. Delilah told me Christopher and Chuck were hanging around there earlier. Could be there's a hiding place." "I can talk to Gordon and Landry, try to figure out what that tattoo means." "Landry answered to the name Paul, so that's what you should call him until he gives a better explanation." Will pointed to one of the cottages. The lights were on. "The guys are over there. Drew and Keisha are there, but they're refusing to talk. Not that I think they'd have much to say. I doubt they could hear anything inside their cottage. It was basically a wind tunnel. They're really upset we lied to them about who we are." Sarah felt an ache over their lost week. She knew that Will had liked Drew, and she had been looking forward to spending time with Keisha. He said, "There was something odd that Drew said to Biddy before they stormed off. Something along the lines of, 'Forget that other business. Do what you like up here.'" Maybe they had a complaint about their cottage? Maybe. He continued through the rundown. "Monica and Frank are there. Chuck came out of there. Max and Sydney were there. They already left." "Great," Sarah said. The crime scene was washed out and the witnesses were disappearing along with it. What a shit show. Does anyone care that Mercy's dead? Delilah does. At least, I think she does. He looked down at his phone. His messages had started to load. According to her, Christopher had a few failed relationships. One woman got pregnant by another guy and left him. Another woman was lost. I don't know if that means dead or disappeared, or if it even matters. People hide things for their own reasons. Sarah felt a light bulb clicking on in her head, but not about Christopher's love life. The argument the app guys had on the trail outside our cottage. What about it? Paul said, "I don't care what you think, it's the right thing to do." Then Gordon said, "Since when do you care about the right thing?" Then Paul said, "Since I saw how she fucking lives." Will was giving her his undivided attention. She meaning Mercy? There are only 2 women living at this place, and the other one is Biddy. He scratched his jaw. Did Gordon have a response? Sarah closed her eyes, trying to recall. The 2 men had spent perhaps 15 seconds arguing in front of the cottage before walking down the trail. I think Gordon said, "You've got to let it go." Then Paul walked down toward the lake, and I couldn't hear anything else. Why would Paul care how Mercy is living? It sounded like he resented it. The screen on Will's phone lit up. He looked down. Faith dropped me a pin half an hour ago. She's on 75, about to hit 575. Sarah felt a total disconnect between the happy honeymooner who'd made the same car trip yesterday and the woman in the middle of a murder investigation now. She probably has 2 more hours until she gets here. My plan is to have Dave in custody by then so she can do the interrogation. You're still sure it's him? We can talk about who else it could be, or I can go find Dave and settle it once and for all. Sarah got the feeling that Will had more things to settle than he was letting on. What about the sheriff? He made it clear he doesn't want our help. Amanda wouldn't be sending Faith if she didn't have a plan. Will's phone went back into his pocket. I need you in the house while I check the empty cottages. Sarah couldn't go back into the depressing house. I'll talk to Gordon and Paul. Maybe I can figure out what's going on there. Do you remember anything about the tattoo? Lots of flowers, a butterfly, a curly script, definitely a word, arced around his chest here. He touched his hand over his heart. He put on a t-shirt before he came out. I don't know if that means he didn't want anyone else to see it, or maybe he was just putting on a shirt because that's what you do when you get out of the shower. This was the frustrating part of an investigation. People lied. They hid things. They kept their secrets. They shared others. And sometimes none of it had anything to do with the crime you were trying to solve. Sarah told him, I'll see what I can find out. Will nodded, but he didn't move. He was really going to wait until she was safely inside Cottage 5. Sarah borrowed the large umbrella leaning up against the side of the house. Her hiking boots were waterproof, but there was no stopping the rain from splashing against her legs. By the time she reached the small, covered porch, her pants were soaked from the knees down. So much for the water-resistant material. She folded the umbrella, then knocked on the door. It was hard to tell if there was any sound inside the cottage over the white noise of rain. Fortunately, Sarah didn't have to wait long before Gordon answered the door. He was wearing black briefs and fuzzy slippers. Instead of asking Sarah why she was here or what she wanted, he flung open the door, saying, "Misery loves company." "Welcome to our sad little party," Paul called from his place on the couch. He was wearing boxers and a white t-shirt. His bare feet rested on the coffee table. "We're just sitting around in our underwear getting hammered." Sarah tried to play along. "Reminds me of college." Gordon laughed as he walked into the kitchen. "Grab a seat." Sarah chose one of the deep club chairs. The cottage was smaller than her own, with the same style furniture. She could see through to the bedroom. There were no suitcases laid out on the bed, which she took as a sign that they weren't planning to leave. Or maybe they had different priorities. There was an open bottle of bourbon on the coffee table. 2 empty glasses were beside it. The bottle was half full. Gordon put a third glass on the table. "What a fucking night. Morning. Fuck, the sun will be up soon." Sarah could feel Paul studying her. He asked, "Married to a cop, huh?" "Yes." Sarah wasn't going to lie anymore. "I work for the state, too. I'm a medical examiner." "I could not touch a dead body." Gordon scooped up the bourbon from the coffee table. "This stuff tastes like turpentine, but you wouldn't know it from the price." Sarah recognized the upscale label. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a hard drink. Will had an aversion to alcohol that dated back to his childhood. Sarah had become a teetotaler by default. Paul said, "It's the altitude, right? Changes your taste buds." "Hon, that's on airplanes." Gordon sloshed doubles into all 3 glasses. "We can't be 30,000 feet up right now." Paul asked, "What's the elevation here?" He was looking at Sarah when he asked the question, so she provided, "We're about 2,300 feet above sea level." "Thank God we're not going to get hit by a plane. That would be the cherry on top of this shit sundae." Gordon handed Sarah her glass. "What does a medical examiner do? Is that like, what's her name who was in that show?" "What show?" Paul asked. "The one with the hair. We heard her on Mountain Stage, and then she was on Madam Secretary." Paul snapped his fingers. "Crossing Jordan. That's the one." Gordon downed half of his glass. "Catherine Hahn was in that. Oh, we love her." Sarah assumed their original question had gotten lost. She took a sip of bourbon and tried not to blanch. Calling it turpentine was a compliment. "Right?" Paul had noticed her reaction. "You've got to hold it in your mouth to get past the gag reflex." Gordon snorted at the double entendre. "I guess there's none of that for the honeymooners tonight." "What's Agent McSexy up to?" Paul asked. "Doesn't look like anyone's interested in giving him a statement." Sarah felt a heat wash over her body as she thought about Will searching for Dave on his own. "Did either of you see Mercy after dinner tonight?" "Oh, cop questions," Gordon said. "Shouldn't you read us our Miranda rights first?" Sarah had no obligation to read them anything. "I'm not a police officer. I can't arrest you." She left out the part about how she could give testimony as a witness to anything they said. Gordon volunteered. "Paul saw her." Sarah guessed that meant the Landry ruse was well and truly over. "Where was she?" "Right outside our place. This was roughly around 10:30. I just happened to be looking out the window." Paul held his glass to his mouth, but didn't drink. "Mercy strolled along for a bit, then went up the stairs to Frank and Monica's." "Monica was probably asking for more booze," Gordon supplied. "Frank said she left a note on the porch." Paul said, "Not sure how she managed to hold a pen.
That bitch was pickled. To Monica's liver.
Gordon raised his glass in a toast. Sarah pretended to take another drink. She thought it was interesting that Paul knew where Mercy had gone. You couldn't see Frank and Monica's cottage from their windows. You had to actually walk onto the porch, which meant he had been tracking Mercy's progress.
So, Gordon said, what'd she look like?
Sarah shook her head. Who?
Mercy, Gordon said. She was stabbed to death, right?
Pretty gruesome, Paul said.
I bet she was terrified.
Sarah looked down at her glass. The two men were treating this like a reality show. Paul asked, "Do you know if our hike is still on for tomorrow?"
Hon, Gordon said, that's a bit ruthless.
It's also valid. We paid a fuck ton of money to get up here. He looked at Sarah. Any idea? You'll have to ask the family. Sarah couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. She returned her glass to the table. Paul, Will told me he saw the tattoo on your chest. Paul's laugh sounded forced. Don't worry, sweetheart. He's totally into you. Sarah wasn't worried. I've learned in my job that every tattoo has a story. What's yours?
Oh, it's a stupid one, he said. A little too much tequila, a little too much melancholy.
Sarah looked at Gordon. He shrugged.
I'm not a tattoo person. I hate needles. What about you? Any tramp stamps you want to tell us about?
None. She tried to come at this from a different angle. Have you guys been at the lodge before?
First time, Gordon said. Not sure we'll be repeat customers. I don't know, hon. We could probably get a deal if we book right now.
Paul reached for the bourbon as he sat up on the couch. He poured another double, then asked Sarah, You want more?
She's barely touched the first one.
Gordon reached out his hand.
May I?
Sarah watched Gordon dump her glass into his. She asked, What about Mercy? Paul slowly sat back. Gordon asked,
What about her?
It seemed like you knew her, or at least knew of her. She said this to Paul. And like, you weren't happy to find her living a nice life up here at the lodge? Sarah caught a flash of something in Paul's eyes, but she couldn't tell if it was anger or fear. Gordon said, She was a strange bird, don't you think? A bit rough around the edges? And what about that scar on her face? Paul asked. I bet that could tell you a story too.
I wouldn't want to hear it,
Gordon said. The whole family is a bit sus if you ask me. The mother reminds me of that girl from that movie, but her hair was dark, not stringy white like a witch's pubes. Paul asked, Samara from The Ring? Yes, but with an evil child's voice. Gordon looked at Sarah. Have you seen it? Sarah wouldn't let them sidetrack her. So, you'd never met Mercy before you checked in? Gordon answered, I can honestly say today was the first time that I ever laid eyes on the poor woman. That was yesterday, Paul said. It's already tomorrow. Sarah pressed a little harder. Why did you lie about your name? We were just having a little fun, Gordon said. Like you and Will, right? You lied too. Sarah couldn't argue with that logic. This was one of the many reasons she hated lying. Let's have a toast. Paul raised his glass. To all the liars on the mountaintop, may they not all share the same fate. Sarah knew it was pointless to ask if he was including Mercy in their liars' club. She watched Paul's throat work as he drank the entire contents of his glass. He slammed it down on the coffee table for good measure. The sound echoed in the silence. No one spoke. Sarah could hear a dripping sound outside. The rain had passed for now. She hoped that Will had kept his bandage dry. She hoped that he wasn't lying on his back with a knife sticking out of his chest. She was about to take her leave when Gordon broke the tension with a loud yawn. He said, I'd better go to bed before I turn into a pumpkin. Sarah stood. Thanks for the drink. There were no pleasant goodbyes, just a pointed silence as Sarah left the cottage. She looked up at the sky. The full moon had moved toward the ridgeline. Only a few clouds remained. Sarah left the umbrella on the porch and walked down the stairs. She scanned the compound looking for Will. The floodlights were still blazing, but there was only so far they could reach. Movement near the parking pad caught her eye. No false Bigfoot sightings this time. She recognized Will by his shape. His back was to her, both his hands were down at his sides. She assumed his bandage was soaking wet. There was no sign of Dave, which shouldn't have brought her any relief, but it did anyway. She thought Will must have been looking at the woodpile Delilah had mentioned, but then a set of headlights broke through the darkness. Sarah put up her hand to block the light. Not a car, but a dark-colored Sprinter van. She assumed the coroner had arrived. She hoped the man would be glad to have a state medical examiner already on scene, but considering the unexpected reactions Sarah had witnessed tonight, she wasn't taking anything for granted. At the very least, she hoped the coroner knew the limitations of his job. People often confused the role of medical examiner with that of a county coroner. Only the former position required a medical doctor. The latter could be, and tended to be, anything but. Which was unfortunate because county coroners were the gatekeepers of death. They were in charge of overseeing the collection of evidence and officially ruling whether or not a death was suspicious enough to ask the state medical examiner to perform an autopsy. The state of Georgia was the first to recognize the office of coroner in its 1777 Constitution. The position was elected, and there were only a few requirements to run for office. Candidates must be at least 25 years of age, registered to vote in the county in which they were running, have no felonies on their record, and have a high school diploma. One coroner, out of the state's 154 counties, was an actual physician. The rest were funeral directors, farmers, retirees, pastors, and in one case, a motorboat repairman. The position paid $1,200 a year and required the coroner to be on call 24/7. Sometimes, you got what you paid for. Which was how a suicide could be ruled a homicide, and an act of domestic violence could be coded as a slip and fall. Sarah's hiking boots snicked against the mud as she walked toward the parking pad. The driver's side door opened. She was surprised to see a woman get out. She was even more surprised to see the woman was dressed in coveralls and a trucker hat. Sarah had been expecting a funeral director because of the van. The floodlights caught the logo on the back panel. Mushi Heating and Air. Sarah felt her stomach grip itself into a fist. "Yeah," the woman was saying to Will. "Biscuits told me y'all were trying to horn in on the case." Sarah had to bite her lip to keep her mouth closed. "Don't worry," the woman had clocked her expression. "Multiple stab wounds, right? Gonna say homicide is an easy call on that one. State's gonna get the body eventually. No harm in starting out with you here. I'm Nadine Mushi, Dillon County Coroner. You're Dr. Linton?" "Sarah." The woman had an uncomfortably firm grip. "What have you been told?" "Mercy was stabbed to death. Probably Dave did it. Heard it's your honeymoon, too?" Sarah felt Will's surprise. He still didn't know how small towns worked. Every person within 50 miles probably knew about the murder by now. Nadine said, "That sucks big time. Though if I'm looking back at my honeymoon, probably would have been lucky if somebody had killed the bastard." Will said, "It seems like you know the victim and the main suspect." "My little brother went to school with Mercy. I knew Dave from hanging out at the Tasty Freeze. He's always been a violent prick. Mercy had her troubles, but she was okay. Not mean like the rest of them. Which was to her detriment, I guess. You don't want to be dropped into a snake pit unless you've got the sharpest fangs." Will asked, "Is there anyone other than Dave who would want Mercy dead?" "I was thinking on that the whole drive up," Nadine said. "I haven't run across Mercy since Papa's accident a year and a half ago, and then I only saw her once at the hospital. Town's a hard place for her. She mostly stays up the mountain. Place is real isolated. Not a lot for folks to gossip about if you're not mixing it up in town a little." Sarah asked, "What about the scar on her face?" "Car accident.
Drunk driving, hit a guardrail. Metal split up the middle, pretty much sliced off one side of her face. There's a long, sad story behind that, but Biscuits can tell you the nitty-gritty. It was his pa, Sheriff Hartshorn, who handled it, but Biscuits worked the scene too. The families have always been close. Sarah wasn't surprised by the information. It helped explain why Biscuits was in no hurry. The sheriff told me Dave's license got revoked off a DUI, Will said. He mentioned that Dave has a female driver who brings him up to the lodge and back so that he can work. Nadine gave a belly laugh. That female would be Biddy. Dave's burned about every woman in the Tri-County area. Nobody would get out of bed for him. Or in bed, if you ask me. I've already raised 2 boys. Don't want to take care of another. What happened to your hand, you don't mind my asking? Will looked down at his bandaged hand. You didn't hear about the murder weapon? Sarah supplied. Will attempted CPR. He didn't realize that the knife blade was broken off inside Mercy's chest. Will said, locating the knife handle should be a priority. I didn't see anything laying around when I searched the cottages for Dave, but it's worth a more thorough search. Fuck me, that's grim. Let's head on down while we're talking. Nadine reached into her van and pulled out a flashlight and a toolbox. First light's not for another couple of 3 hours. We got more rain coming mid-morning, but I'm not going to try to bring her out until the sun's up. For now, let's see what's the what. Nadine walked ahead with the flashlight. She kept the beam pointed at the ground, illuminating a few yards at a time. Will waited until they were on the bottom part of the loop trail to start briefing the coroner on the events of the evening. The fight at dinner, the screams in the night, finding Mercy clinging to the last seconds of her life on the lake shore. Hearing it all said aloud put Sarah at the scene again. She silently added her own perspective. Rushing through the forest, desperate to find Will, finding him kneeling over Mercy. The look of anguish on his face. He'd been so overcome with grief that he hadn't even noticed Sarah, let alone the blade sticking out of his right hand. The memory threatened to bring tears again. When the 2 of them had been standing alone on the McAlpine's front porch, Sarah had been so relieved to feel his arms around her, but now she realized that Will had probably needed comfort too. She reached down to hold his left hand as they started down a winding path. Sarah had seen Lost Widow Trail clearly marked on the map, but her logical brain had failed her when she dashed off into the woods, barefooted and panicked by the sound of Will's pleas for help. The terrain started to drop precipitously. The trail meandered back and forth as they spiraled down. The path wasn't as well maintained as the loop. Nadine mumbled a curse when a low-hanging branch knocked back her hat. She raised the flashlight higher to keep it from happening again. They went single file as they zigzagged down into the ravine below the dining hall. The string lights around the railing were off. Sarah guessed the staff had left shortly after dinner. She tried not to think about standing on the observation deck with Will. It felt like a lifetime ago. Will slowed his pace as the trail widened. Sarah hung back too. She knew he wanted to know what had happened with the app guys. If they were even app guys. Both men had proven they were adept liars. But then, so had Sarah and Will. She kept her voice low, telling him, Paul saw Mercy walking to Frank and Monica's porch around 10:30. He didn't think to mention that before. He didn't mention a lot of things, Sarah said. I couldn't get anything out of him about the tattoo, why he gave a fake name, whether or not they knew Mercy, or what the argument on the trail was about. I don't think it was just the alcohol. They came across as incredibly blasé about everything. Fits the theme of the night. Will cupped her elbow as they walked down a particularly steep slope. I didn't find anything in the woodpile. No sign of Dave in the cottages, no broken knife handle, no bloody clothes. We're already 3 hours into this. Dave's probably crossed state lines by now. Did you talk to Amanda? She didn't pick up. Sarah looked up at him. Amanda always picked up when Will called. What about Faith? She got behind a pileup on the interstate. It'll be another hour minimum before they can clear out the accident and open the road back up. Sarah bit her lip so hard she tasted blood. There was no way she would be able to persuade Will to wait for Faith now. Once they turned Mercy's body over to Nadine, he was going to find a way to get a car and drive down the mountain to find Dave. Nadine, Sarah called.
She couldn't change Will's mind, but she could at least do her job. "How long have you been the county coroner?"
3 years,
Nadine said.
my dad used to do it, but old guy problems caught up with him. Congestive heart failure, kidney failure, COPD.
Sarah was familiar with the trio of comorbidities. "I'm sorry."
Don't be. He had his fun earning it.
Nadine stopped to face them.
Y'all are probably used to a bit of anonymity down there in Atlanta, but up here you should know everybody knows everybody's business.
Neither Will nor Sarah told her that at least one of them knew small towns very well.
Thing is, it's boring as shit up here, and when you're young, you get into things.
Nadine leaned her hand against a tree. She had clearly been thinking about this on the hike down.
The thing about Mercy is, she was wilder than all of us put together, knocking back booze, taking pills, shooting dope, stealing shit from the store, breaking car windows, TPing houses, egging the school. You name a petty crime, she was part of it.
Sarah tried to square the troubled woman she'd spoken to in the kitchen bathroom with the wild picture Nadine was painting. It wasn't a hard connection to make.
Y'all know how parents will say their kid is good, they're just hanging around with the wrong people. That was Mercy. She was the wrong people for every kid in town.
Nadine shrugged.
Maybe they were right back then, but that ain't how it is now. The thing about small towns is, you're basically born into Elmer's glue. Whatever your reputation is when you're a kid, that's how folks are going to think about you for the rest of your life. So even though Mercy cleaned herself up, started doing right by John, turned this place around when her daddy tumbled himself down a cliff, Mercy was still stuck in that Elmer's glue. You following me?
Sarah nodded. She knew exactly what the woman was saying. Her own little sister had enjoyed an active sex life in high school that still earned her sideways glances, even after Tessa had married, given birth to a beautiful daughter, and served as a missionary overseas.
Anyway, I'm guessing that was a question you had about why folks aren't more torn up about her murder.
Nadine finished.
They think Mercy deserved it.
Will said, "That's exactly what I picked up on from the sheriff."
Yeah, well, you'd think a man who's been called biscuits for nearly 20 years of his miserable life would understand that people can change.
Nadine did not sound like a fan of the sheriff.
Dave gave him the nickname in high school. Poor sap was a real roly-poly back then. Dave said his belly was popping out of the top of his pants like a can of biscuits.
Nadine turned back down the trail. Sarah watched her flashlight dance across the trees. They walked in silence for another 5 minutes until they reached a terraced area. Nadine went first, then turned around to offer the benefit of her flashlight.
She said, "Watch out, the going's tricky."
Sarah felt Will's hand at the small of her back as she carefully walked down. The wind had shifted, bringing a smoky scent from the burned-out cottage. She could feel a mist on her skin. The temperature had dropped from the rainstorm. The cooler air was pulling condensation off the surface of the lake.
"I heard Dave was fixing up the old cottages," Nadine said. "Looks like he was doing his usual bang-up job."
Sarah watched Nadine's flashlight bounce over the sawhorses and discarded tools, the empty beer cans, smoked down joints and cigarette butts. Having learned quite a bit about Dave McAlpine, she was not surprised he'd trashed his own work site. Men like that only knew how to take. They never considered what they were leaving for others.
"Hello?"
a tense voice called.
"Who's there?"
"Delilah," Will said.
"It's Agent Trent. I'm here with the coroner and Nadine."
Delilah had been sitting on the stairs that led up to the second cottage. She stood up when they approached, wiping dirt from the back of her pajama bottoms.
"You took over for Bubba." "I'm out all hours fixing busted compressors anyway," Nadine said. "I'm real sorry about Mercy."
"So am I." Delilah used a tissue to dab under her nose. She asked Will, "Have you found Dave?" "I searched the empty cottages. He's not there." Will glanced around the area. "Have you seen John? He ran away." "God," Delilah breathed. "Can things get any worse? Why did he run away? Did he leave a note?" "Yes," Sarah answered. "He said he needed time and that we shouldn't try to find him." Delilah shook her head. "I have no idea where he'd go. Is Dave still living in the same trailer park?" "Yep," Nadine answered.
My granny lives across the way. I told her to keep an eye out for Dave. I'm sure she's sitting up in her chair by the window. She watches that place like it's one of her shows on TV. If she sees John, she'll call me."
"Thank you." Delilah's fingers played with the collar of her pajama top. "I was hoping Dave would show up here. I would gladly drown him in the water."
"Wouldn't be much of a loss, but you probably won't get the chance," Nadine said. "Those bully, bitchy types, they kill their wives, then they usually kill themselves. Am I right, Doctor?"
Sarah couldn't say that she was completely wrong. "It happens." Will didn't seem happy with the prospect of Dave committing suicide. He clearly wanted to drag him away in handcuffs. Maybe he was right. Everyone was treating it as a foregone conclusion that Dave had killed Mercy.
"Well," Nadine said, "might not be a good idea to yap in front of a cop about how you want to murder somebody who might wind up dead. Should we get started?"
Will took her down to the shore. Sarah stayed back with Delilah because they didn't need another set of footprints on the already compromised scene. She tried to conjure up any memory of what the ground had looked like when she'd first arrived. The moon had been partially obstructed by clouds, but still offered a spray of light. There had been a large pool of blood at the base of the stairs. More blood had puddled into the drag marks that made a straight line toward the shore. Blood had turned the water red as Mercy's life had drained away. Her underwear and jeans had been pulled down. She had likely been assaulted before she was stabbed. There had been too many wounds to count. Sarah mentally prepared herself for the autopsy. Mercy had been strangled earlier in the day by Dave. She had accidentally sliced open her thumb on a broken piece of glass during dinner. Sarah imagined there would be multiple signs of injuries past and present. Mercy had told Sarah that she had married her father. Sarah assumed that meant that Dave was not the first man to abuse her. She turned to look at the closed cottage door. The body had already started to decompose. There was the familiar odor of bacteria breaking down flesh. The door was still barred with the 2x4 Will had taken from a pile of lumber by the worksite. They had laid Mercy's body in the center of the room. There was nothing to cover her but Will's bloodied shirt. Sarah had resisted the need to make her more presentable, smooth back her tangled, wet hair, close her eyelids, straighten her clothes, pull up her torn underwear and jeans. Mercy McAlpine had been a complicated, troubled, and vibrant woman. She deserved respect, even if it only came in death. But every centimeter of her body could bear witness to the person who'd murdered her. Delilah said, "I should have fought harder to stay in her life." Sarah turned to look at the woman. Delilah gripped the tissue in her hand. Her tears flowed unabated. "After I lost custody of John, I told myself that I walked away because he needed stability. I didn't want him to feel pulled between me and Mercy." Delilah looked out at the lake. "In truth, it was my pride. The custody battle turned deeply personal. It stopped being about John and started being about winning. My ego couldn't accept the loss, not to Mercy. I saw her as a worthless junkie. If I'd only given her time to prove that she was more than that, I could have been a port in the storm. Mercy needed that. She always needed that. I'm sorry that things ended badly." Sarah spoke carefully, not wanting to pick at a fresh wound. "It's a lot to take on, the raising of someone else's child. You must have been close to Mercy when John was born." "I was the first person to hold him," she said. "Mercy was carted off to jail the day after he was born. The nurse put him in my arms and I had no idea what to do." Sarah heard no bitterness in her dry laugh. "I had to stop by Walmart on my way home. I had an infant in one hand and a cart in the other. Thank God some woman saw me looking perplexed and helped me figure out what I needed. I spent the entire first night reading message boards about how to take care of a baby. I never planned on raising a child. Didn't want to. He is a gift. I have never loved anyone as much as I loved that boy.
Still do, actually. Haven't seen him in 13 years, but there's a giant hole in my heart where he belongs. Sarah could tell the loss was weighing on Delilah, but she still had questions. John's grandparents didn't want to take him? Delilah gave a sharp laugh. Biddy told me I should leave him outside the fire station, which is something considering Dave was abandoned by his own mother at a fire station. Sarah had seen evidence of Biddy's cold-bloodedness toward her own daughter, but this was an unconscionable thing to say about an infant. It's strange, isn't it? Delilah asked. You hear all this talk about the sanctity of motherhood, but Biddy has always hated babies, particularly her own. She would let Mercy and Christopher sit around in their own shit and piss. I tried to intervene, but Cecil made it clear I wasn't to interfere. Sarah hadn't thought it was possible to be more disgusted with Mercy's family. You lived here when Christopher and Mercy were babies? Until Cecil chased me off, Delilah said. One of my many regrets was not taking Mercy when I had the chance. Biddy would have gladly handed her over. She's one of those women who says she gets along better with men because she doesn't like other women, but the truth of the matter is, other women can't stand being around her. Sarah was very familiar with the pick-me type. You seem convinced that Dave is guilty. What was it Drew said? I've seen this dateline before. It's always the husband, or the ex-husband, or the boyfriend, and in the case of Dave, my only surprise is that he took so long to get to this point. He was always an angry, violent little thug. He blamed Mercy for everything bad in his life when the fact is, she was honestly the only good. She folded the tissue before wiping her nose again. Besides, who else could it be? Sarah didn't know, but she had to ask, do any of the guests seem familiar to you? No, but I haven't been here in a really long while, Delilah said. If you're asking my opinion, the caterers were nice, but not as easygoing as I like. I didn't talk much to the two app guys. They're not my kind of gay. The investors, well, not my kind of assholes. Monica and Frank were lovely, though. We talked about travel and music and wine. Sarah must have looked surprised, because Delilah laughed. Monica should be forgiven for being so deep in her cups. They lost a child last year. Sarah felt a tinge of guilt for her ungenerous thoughts. How awful. Yes, it's wrenching to lose a child, Delilah said. It wasn't the same when I lost John, but to have something taken from you that's so precious. Sarah listened to her voice trail off. She could see Will walking toward the burned-out cottage with Nadine. They were deep in conversation. Sarah was relieved to see that the coroner, at least, was taking the investigation seriously. Delilah picked up where she had left off. The thing about losing a child is that it either tears a couple apart or it brings them closer together. I blew up a 26-year relationship when John was taken away from me. She was the love of my life. It was my own damn fault, but I would certainly like the chance to go back and do things differently. Sarah? Will waved her over. Come see this. Sarah couldn't think of a way to keep Delilah from following her, but at least the woman kept her distance. Nadine was shining her flashlight onto the charred remains of the third cottage. One wall was still standing, but most of the roof was gone. Smoke wafted off the chunks of charred wood that had fallen through what was left of the floor. Even with the deluge of rain, Sarah could still feel heat coming off the rubble. Will pointed to a pile of debris in the back corner. Do you see it? Sarah could see it. There were several types of backpacks on the market, ranging from the style that every child carried to school to the ones designed for serious hikers. The second category tended to offer features specifically designed for outdoor use. Some were extra lightweight for day hikes or climbing. Others had internal frames to keep them rigid for heavier loads. Still others had external metal frames that could be expanded in order to carry larger items such as tents and bedrolls.
Every variation was constructed with nylon, a material that was rated by denier, a unit of density based on the length and weight of the fiber. The closest corollary would be the thread count in sheets. The higher the denier, the more durable the fabric. Add to that the various coatings that were meant to make the material weather-resistant, weatherproof, and sometimes, if a silicone and fiberglass mixture was used, fire-resistant. Which was apparently the case with the backpack in the corner of the burned-out cottage. Chapter 10. Will used the camera on his phone to document the placement and style of the backpack. It looked functional and expensive, like the type of equipment a real hiker would carry. There were 3 zippers, all closed, one for the main compartment, one for a smaller section in the front, and another for a pocket at the bottom. The material looked stretched to the limit. He could see 2 sharp corners pressing against the nylon that indicated a box or a heavy book was inside. The rain had stripped away some of the black soot from the fire. The nylon was lavender in color, almost identical to the shade of Mercy's Nikes. Delilah came closer. "I saw that same bag in the house earlier." Will asked, "Where was it?" "Upstairs," she said. "Mercy's bedroom door was open. I saw it leaned against her dresser drawers. It didn't look that full, though. All of the zippers were open." Will looked at Sarah. They knew what should be done. The backpack was a valuable piece of evidence, but it was sitting among other valuable evidence. The arson investigator would want to take photos, comb through the debris, collect samples, run tests, search for accelerant, because something had clearly been used to make sure the cottage burned. Will had been inside while it was blazing. Fire didn't spread like that on its own. Nadine offered her flashlight to Will, asking, "Can you hold on to this for me?" He pointed the light downward while Nadine opened the heavy-looking toolbox she'd carried to the scene. She retrieved a pair of gloves. Then she reached into the back pocket of her coveralls for a pair of needle-nose pliers. He trailed her with the beam of the flashlight. Thankfully, she didn't trample through the smoldering remnants of the fire. She walked around to the back. She reached over toward the lavender backpack. With a delicate precision, she grasped the metal pull tag of the zipper between the pliers and gently tugged. The bag opened up around 2 inches before the teeth caught. Will angled up the light so she could have a better look inside. Nadine said, "Looks like there's a notebook, some clothes, women's toiletries." She was going somewhere. Sarah asked, "What kind of notebook?" "Composition type that kids take to school." She turned her head to get a different angle. "The cover looks like it's plastic, melted from the heat. The bottom is full of water. Rain must have found its way in through the zipper. Pages are soaked together like glue." Will asked, "Can you read anything?" "Nope," she said, "and I'm not going to try. We need somebody a lot smarter than me to handle that thing without destroying the pages." Will had dealt with this kind of evidence before. The lab would need days to process the notebook. To make matters worse, the flashlight had picked out a burned plastic and metal carcass beside the backpack. Nadine saw it too. "Looks like an older model iPhone. That thing is toast. Shine the light under there." Will followed the spot she pointed to. He saw the remnants of a charred metal gas can. Dave had probably used it to fill the generator. Then he'd used it to burn away the crime scene after murdering his wife. Sarah asked Delilah, "Do you know if Mercy said anything about leaving?" "Biddy gave her until Sunday to get off the mountain. I don't know where she would go, especially in the middle of the night. Mercy's an experienced hiker. This time of year, we've got young male black bears looking to establish territory. You don't want to accidentally cross one." Nadine said, "No offense, Dee, but Mercy wasn't known for her logic. Half the time she landed herself in hot water, it was because she flew off the handle and did something stupid." Sarah weighed in. Mercy wasn't angry after the fight with John. She was worried. According to Paul, she made the 10 o'clock rounds and picked up Monica's request from her front porch around 10:30. He didn't mention that she was acting strange. Even without that, I don't believe Mercy would head off in the night and leave John with things unsaid. "No," Delilah said. "I don't believe she would either."
But why come here? There's no plumbing or electricity. She might as well stay at the house. God knows those people know how to glare at each other in angry silence. They all looked at the backpack as if it could offer up an explanation. Nadine said the obvious. This is a hotel, people. If Mercy was sick of her family, she'd stay in one of the guest cottages. Will offered. Some of the beds were unmade when I searched the empty cottages. I figured they hadn't been cleaned from the previous guests. Penny's the cleaner. She's also the bartender. Might be worth asking her the question. Nadine looked up at Will. You were searching the cottages for Dave? I could have told you that was a waste of time, Delilah said. Dave would be too afraid to stay in a cottage. My brother would tar his ass. Will didn't point out that her brother couldn't leave his own house without assistance. If Dave wanted to get out of here fast without being seen, he wouldn't go back to the main compound. He could follow the creek and eventually hit the McAlpine Trail, right? Theoretically, Delilah said. Lost Widow Creek is too deep to cross at the lake. You have to get past the big waterfall, and then it's still rough going. Might as well go another 200 yards and cross on the stone footbridge at the mini waterfall. It's more like a whitewater section than Niagara Falls. From there, you can make a straight line down through the woods and pick up the McAlpine Trail. You'd be down the mountain in 3 or 4 hours, unless a bear stopped you first. I don't know, Nadine said. I don't see Dave going for a hike when the family truck's right by the house. He's been known to jack a vehicle or two when it suits him. Will had been so sure of who Dave was as a kid that he hadn't thought to ask about his criminal record as an adult. Has he ever been inside? Early and often, Nadine said. Dave's been in and out of county lockup for DUIs, thieving, that kind of thing, but he's never landed himself in big boy prison as far as I know. Will could guess why Dave had never been sentenced to a state facility, but he tried to be careful. The McAlpines are close to the sheriff's family. Bingo, Nadine said. If you want to know what to worry about, Dave's specialty is bar fights. He gets wasted, then he starts needling at people. Only when they snap, he's ready with a switchblade. A switchblade? Sarah's voice went up in alarm. Has he stabbed someone before? Stabbed a leg once, slashed a couple of arms, opened up one guy's chest to the bone, Nadine said. People round here don't blink much over a bar fight. Dave took his licks, he gave some out, nobody died. None of them pressed charges. That's a Saturday night. Delilah said, Well, I thought Dave only picked on women. You're still seeing him as that stray pup looking for a home, Nadine said. Dave's grown into his badness. All those demons he carried up from Atlanta have gotten older and meaner. Not sure how he's going to wriggle out of this one, if that's any consolation. Murder is murder. That's a life sentence. Should be the death penalty, but he plays the poor, battered orphan card better than most. I'll believe it when he's behind bars, Delilah said. He's always been slippery as a snake, ever since he slithered up the mountain. Cecil should have left him at that old campsite to rot. Will knew that everything they were saying about Dave was true, but he couldn't help but feel defensive hearing them talk about abandoning a 13-year-old kid. He tried to catch Sarah's eye, but she was studying the backpack. My God, that's where he's hiding, Delilah exclaimed. Camp Awanita. Dave used to sleep there when things got bad at the house. I'm sure he's there now. Will felt like an idiot for not thinking of the campsite sooner. How long will it take to get there? You look like a sturdy man. It'll take you 50 minutes, maybe an hour. Go past the shallows, then loop around to the back section of the middle part of the lake. The camp is a 45-degree angle from the diving platform, give or take. We were in that area before dinner, Will said. We found a circle of rocks, like an old campfire. That's the bead circle for the campfire girls. It's roughly 400 yards from the campgrounds, give or take. Too many Boy Scouts were sneaking over in the middle of the night, so they pushed it farther out. What you need to do is stay on the 45-degree angle from the diving platform. You'll find some bunkhouses that have been standing since the 1920s. I'm sure they're still there. Dave's bound to be in one of them. Delilah's hands were on her hips. If you give me a moment to change, I'll take you right to it. Will said, That's not happening. I agree, Nadine chimed in. We've already got one woman stabbed to death. Actually, Delilah said, now that I'm thinking about it, a canoe would be quicker. Will liked the idea of sneaking up on Dave from the water. There's a trail to the equipment shed, right? Take Old Bachelor, just past the sawhorses. Go left on the loop trail, then back down at the fork toward the lake. The shed's tucked behind some pines."
"I'll go with you," Sarah volunteered. Will was about to shut her down, but then he remembered he only had one good hand. He told Sarah, "You have to stay in the boat." "Understood." They started to leave, but Nadine was suddenly blocking his way.
"Hold up there, big guy. I've been happy letting you two kids tag along up till now, but Biscuit's made it real clear he's not turning over the investigating. You can have the body, but the GBI doesn't have any authorization to be hunting down a murder suspect in Dillon County."
"You're right," Will said. "Tell the sheriff my wife and I are prepared to make our statements when he finds the time. For now, we're heading back to our cottage." Nadine knew he was full of shit, but she had the sense to stop blocking his way. She stepped aside with a heavy sigh. Delilah said, "Good luck." Will followed Sarah. She used the flashlight to supplement the changeable moonlight. Instead of following Delilah's directions toward the trail, she kept to the lakeshore, probably because the route was more of a direct path to the shed. Will tried to plot out how they would handle the canoe. He could probably use the heel of his injured hand as a fulcrum, then pull back with his good hand, which meant the bulk of the work would need to come from his biceps and shoulders. He tested his bandaged hand. The fingers could move if he ignored the searing pain. "Do you want my opinion?" Sarah asked. Will hadn't thought that her opinion was any different from his. "What's wrong?" "There's nothing wrong," she said, sounding like a lot was wrong. "My opinion, if you're interested, is that you should wait for Faith." Will had waited around long enough. "I told you she hit a traffic jam. If Dave's at the campsite." "You're unarmed. You're injured. You're soaking wet from the rain. Your bandage is filthy. You're probably setting up an infection. You're clearly in tremendous pain. You don't have authorization, and you have never paddled a canoe in your life." Will chose the easiest point to knock down. "I can figure out how to paddle a canoe." Sarah used the light to find a way past the rocky shore. He caught the set look to her face. She was angrier than he'd thought. "Sarah, what do you want me to do?" Her head started shaking as she splashed through the shallow water. "Nothing." Will didn't have an argument for nothing. What he knew was that Sarah was incredibly, consistently logical. She didn't get upset without reason. He silently scrolled back through the conversation at the crime scene. Sarah had gone quiet when Nadine had told them that Dave carried a switchblade, and that he had used it on other men. He studied her stiff back as she picked her way across a rocky incline. Her movements were jerky, like the anxiety was trying to punch its way out of her body. He said, "Sarah, you need both hands to perform a forward stroke in a canoe," she lectured. "Your dominant hand is the control hand. It goes on the top of the paddle at the palm grip. Your stroke hand goes on the shaft. You have to be able to stroke the paddle through the water while you push down and twist the control if you want to keep the canoe straight. Can you twist and stroke with both of your hands?" "I like it better when you do it." Sarah swung around on him. "I do too, babe. Let's go back to the cottage and bang one out." He grinned. "Is this a trick?" She whispered a filthy curse, then continued her forward momentum. Will wasn't one to break a long silence. He also wasn't going to argue with her. He kept his mouth closed as they slogged through a dense patch of brush. Sarah's sudden burst of anger wasn't the only thing making the hike uncomfortable. He was sweating. The blister on his foot was rearing its ugly head. His hand was still throbbing with every heartbeat. He tried to tighten the bandage. Water dripped from the gauze. Sarah said, "You need to listen to me." "I'm listening, but I don't know what you're trying to say." "I'm saying that I'm going to have to paddle the boat by myself to the other side of the lake so we don't go around in circles for the rest of our natural lives." "At least we'll be together." She stopped again, turning to face him. There was not even a hint of a smile on her lips. "He carries a switchblade. He cut a man's chest to the bone. Do I have to tell you what organs are in your chest?" He knew better than to joke this time. "No." "What you're thinking now, that Dave is pathetic, that he's a loser, all of that's probably true. But he's also a violent criminal. He's not going to want to go back to jail. According to you and everybody else up here, he's already got one murder on his conscience. Adding another isn't going to faze him. Will could hear the naked fear in her voice. Now he got it. Her first husband had been a cop. The man had underestimated a suspect and ended up dead because of it. There was no good way for Will to tell her that same fate wasn't going to fall on him. He was built differently. He had spent the first 18 years of his life expecting people to do brutal and violent things, then the subsequent years doing everything he could to stop them. She reached for his good hand, holding so tightly that he could feel the bones shift. "My love," she said, "I know what your job is, that you make these life and death choices almost every day, but you need to understand that it's not just your life anymore. And it's not just your death. It's my life. It's my death." Will traced his thumb along her wedding band. There had to be a way for them to both get what they wanted. "Sarah, I'm not trying to change you. I'm just telling you I'm scared." Will tried to split it down the middle. "How about this? Once I have Dave in custody, I'll go to the hospital with you. A place up here, not down in Atlanta, and you can take care of my hand, and Faith can get a confession out of Dave, and that will be the end of it." "How about we do all of that? Then you help me look for John." "That sounds reasonable." Will readily accepted the bargain. He had not forgotten the promise he'd made to Mercy. There were things that John needed to hear. "What now?" Sarah looked out over the water. Will followed her gaze. They were close to the equipment shed. Moonlight bathed the diving board on the floating dock. She said, "I'm not sure how long it will take me to get us across. 20 minutes? 30? I haven't paddled a canoe since Girl Scouts." Will guessed back then she hadn't been dragging the dead weight of a grown man who couldn't hold a paddle. On the return trip, there would hopefully be 2 grown men, which brought its own problems. Will's water attack fantasy hadn't gone past taking Dave down. He would have to hike the murderer out of the campsite rather than bring him back across the water. There was no way he was going to have Sarah in a boat with Dave. He said, "I want to check the shed to see if there's any rope." Sarah didn't ask him what the rope was for. She retreated into silence as they resumed the hike, which was somehow worse than when she was yelling at him. He tried to think of something to say that would make her less worried, but Will had learned the hard way that telling a woman not to feel something was not the best way to stop her from feeling that thing. In fact, it tended to make her furious on top of feeling that thing. Fortunately, the journey didn't take that much longer. Sarah's flashlight caught the canoes first, all stored upside down on a rack. The equipment shed was roughly the size of a 2-car garage. The double doors had a serious latch considering the place was so isolated. The spring-loaded chain grip slide bolt had a foot-long metal bar that had to be flipped over to release the latch. A spring safety latch looped through the end of the bar, pinning it to a hasp lock on the door. By way of explanation, Sarah said, "Bears can open doors too." Will let her twist open the hasp. Then he took over pushing the metal bar. The mechanism was tight. He had to put his shoulder into it, but finally the doors swung open. Will caught a weird mixture of wood smoke and fish. Sarah coughed at the smell, waving her hand in front of her face as she walked into the shed. She found the light switch on the wall. The fluorescent bulbs revealed a neatly ordered workshop. Tools were outlined with blue tape on a pegboard. Fishing poles were on hooks. Nets and baskets lined an entire wall. There was a stone countertop with a sink and well-used cutting board. 2 sets of scissors and 4 knives of varying lengths were hanging from a magnetic strip. All but one of the blades was slim and non-serrated. Will was a gun guy, not a knife guy. He asked Sarah, "Is anything missing?" "Not that I can tell. It's a standard set for cleaning fish." Sarah pointed them out from first to last. Bait knife, boning knife, fillet knife, chunk knife, dressing scissors, line snip. Will didn't see any rope. He started opening drawers. Everything was arranged in sections. Nothing was loose. He recognized some of the fasteners from his own garage, but assumed they weren't used on cars. He found what he needed in the last drawer. Whoever was in charge of the shed was too thorough not to have the basics: a roll of duct tape and heavy-duty zip ties. The ties were neatly bound together with a bungee strap. Will couldn't bind them back with one hand. He felt guilty leaving the ties loose in the drawer, but there were more important things to worry about. 6 of the larger ties went into his back pocket. He shoved the roll of tape into a deeper pocket in the leg of his cargo pants. He was shutting the drawer when he thought about the knives on the wall. Will took the smallest one, the bait knife, and tucked it down the side of his boot. He didn't know how sharp the blade was, but anything could puncture a lung if you rammed it hard enough into a man's chest. "What's this?" Sarah asked. She had cupped her hands around her eyes as she tried to see through the slats in the back wall. "Looks mechanical. Maybe a generator?" "We'll check with the family." Will found a padlock underneath some hanging metal baskets. He pulled at the hasp, but it was firmly in place. "Bears?" "Guests, probably. There's no internet or TV. I imagine a lot of late-night drinking goes on. Help me with this." Sarah had located the paddles. They were high up to the ceiling, hanging like shotguns on a rack. "The blue one looks like the right size." Will was surprised by the light weight when he lifted the paddle off the hook. She said, "Bring 2 in case one gets lost in the water. I'll get the life jackets." Will didn't think it was a good idea to wear bright orange as they approached the campsite, but he wasn't going to fight that battle. Outside the shed, he followed Sarah's lead, flipping one of the canoes off the rack. There was nothing for Will to do but stand by as she maneuvered the paddles into the hull and tossed in the life jackets. She pointed out the carrying handles around the gunnel, told him where to stand, how to lift. She went silent again as they carried the canoe to the lake. Will tried not to pick up on her anxiety. He had to focus his mind on one singular purpose: bringing Dave to justice. Sarah kept the splashing to a minimum as she walked into the shallow water. Will lowered the boat when she told him to. She lined up the back end so that it was anchored in the mud. He was about to get in when Sarah stopped him. "Hold still." She helped him into one of the life jackets, then made sure the clips were secure. Then she leaned down and held the boat steady so that he could get in. Will felt needlessly fussed over, but climbing in with one hand was harder than he'd anticipated. He sat on the bench at the rear of the boat. His weight lifted up the bow. Sarah's weight only brought it down slightly when she climbed in. She didn't sit on the other bench. She got on her knees and used the paddle to push them out onto the water. She started off using shallow strokes until they'd put some distance between themselves and the shore. By the time they reached open water, Sarah had established a steady rhythm. When it came time to leave the shallows and navigate into the larger part of the lake, she shifted from one side of the canoe to the other to make the turn. Will tried to keep an idea of where the diving platform was as the boat glided across the expanse. The equipment shed disappeared from sight. Then the shoreline. Soon, all he could see was darkness, and all he could hear was the paddle working and the sound of Sarah's breathing. The moon peered around the clouds as they reached the middle of the lake. Will took the opportunity to check the bandage around his hand. Sarah was right that the gauze was dirty, and probably also right about the infection. If someone had told Will there was a chunk of white-hot coal inside the web between his finger and thumb, he would have believed them. The burning slightly lessened when he lifted his hand to chest level, resting it on the edge of the life vest. He reached down to his boot, checking on the bait knife. The handle was thick enough to keep the blade from sliding down to his ankle. He pulled out the knife, testing the motion. He hoped like hell Dave wasn't tracking their progress across the water. Will wanted the knife to be a surprise if things went sideways. The neon orange vests felt like they were glowing. He scanned the horizon, searching for the shore. It came into view slowly, first some lighter patches among the blackness. Then he could make out rocks, then eventually what looked like a sandy beach. Sarah glanced back at him. She didn't have to say it. A sandy beach meant they had found the campgrounds. It was in bad shape. Will saw the remnants of a rotted-out dock, a partially submerged boat launch. A rope dangled from a towering oak tree. but the wooden seat that had turned it into a swing had dropped into the water long ago. There was something haunting about the place. Will wasn't one to believe in ghosts, but he had always trusted his gut, and his gut was telling him that bad things had happened here. The canoe started to slow. Sarah reversed the strokes as they approached the beach. Up close, he could see weeds growing through the sand, broken bottles, cigarette butts. The edge of the boat made a grinding sound as it banked onto the shore. Will unclipped his life vest and let it drop. Again, he thought about the bait knife in his boot, but this time it was in relation to leaving Sarah unprotected. The best thing to do was send her back to the shed. He could hike to the lodge with or without Dave. No, she had a bad habit of reading his mind. I'll wait for you 10 yards out. Will got out of the boat before she told him she was going to supervise the search. Nobody would have called his dismount graceful. He tried to keep the splashing to a minimum as he righted himself onto solid ground. Then he used the steel toe of his boot to give Sarah a firm push back onto the water. He waited until she started working the paddle before he scanned the forest. First light had yet to break, but the terrain was more visible than it had been when they'd left the equipment shed. He turned to find Sarah again. She was paddling backward, keeping her eyes trained on Will. He thought about watching her swim toward the floating dock in the shallows only a few hours ago. She was doing the backstroke, inviting him to join her. Will had felt such elation that his heart had turned into a butterfly. And across the water, Dave was raping and stabbing the mother of his child. Will turned away from the canoe and walked into the woods. He tried to get his bearings. Nothing looked familiar from their earlier search for the campsite. It wasn't just the lack of light. Before, they had approached from the back end of the shallows. They'd stopped when they'd reached the circle of rocks. Will slipped his phone out of his pocket and tapped open the compass app as he headed in what he hoped was the right direction. The forest was dense and overgrown, more so than the uncleared areas around the lodge. Using his flashlight app would be tantamount to lighting a beacon. He turned down the brightness on his screen as he followed the compass. After a while, Will realized that he didn't need it. There was the musty scent of smoke in the air, fresh, like a campfire burning, but with a revolting undertone of cigarettes. Dave. Will didn't immediately move toward the target. He stood absolutely still, focusing on regulating his breathing and quieting his mind. Any worries about Sarah, the pain in his hand, even Dave, were pushed to the side. The only thing he thought about was the person who truly mattered. Mercy McAlpine. Only a few hours ago, Will had found the woman clinging to the last few moments of her life. She had known it was the end, refused to let Will go for help. He was on his knees in the water, begging Mercy to tell him who was responsible for the attack, but she had shaken her head like none of it mattered. And she was right. In those final moments, none of it really did matter. The only person she cared about was the person she had brought into the world. Will silently repeated the message he would relay to John. Your mother wants you to get away from here. She said you can't stay. She wanted you to know it's okay, that she loves you so much that she forgives you for the argument. I promise you that you're going to be okay. Will continued forward at a deliberate pace, careful not to step on any fallen branches or piles of leaves that might alert Dave to his presence. As he got closer, the silence of the forest was broken by the soft beat of 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins. The music was turned down low, but it offered enough cover for Will to move more freely toward the source. He altered his trajectory. Approaching Dave from the side, he saw the outline of a few bunkhouses, all one story, rough-hewn, raised 2 feet in the air on what looked like telephone poles. There were 4 houses clustered together in a half-circle. Will peered into the windows, scanning the interiors to make sure Dave was alone. In the last bunkhouse, he saw a sleeping bag, some boxes of cereal, cartons of cigarettes, and cases of beer. Dave had planned on being here for a while. Will wondered if that would help him build a case for premeditation. There was a difference between a spur-of-the-moment murder and one where you carefully planned your escape ahead of time. Will kept himself low as he carefully approached his target. The fire Dave had built wasn't blazing, but it was generous enough to illuminate his immediate surroundings. He'd also done Will the courtesy of bringing a Coleman lantern that was giving off upwards to 800 lumens, the rough equivalent of a 60-watt light bulb. Dave had always been afraid of the dark. The large circular clearing wasn't as overgrown as the rest of the grounds. Boulders cropped up around a fire pit. Stumps of trees had been placed for seating. There was a grilling rack that swung out over the pit. Will knew there were more clusters of bunkhouses, more fire pits scattered around the campsite. Back at the children's home, he had heard stories about nightly marshmallow roasts and impromptu sing-alongs and scary stories. Those days were long gone. There was an eerie feeling about the circle, more like a place of sacrifice than a place of joy. Will found a spot behind a large water oak to crouch down. Dave was leaning against a felled log that was about 4 feet long and maybe 18 inches in circumference. Will debated strategies. Surprise Dave from the rear? Jump him before he could think to act. Will needed more information. He carefully moved forward, knees bent, muscles tensed in case Dave turned around. The smell of smoke thickened. The recent rain had made the wood smolder. As Will got closer, he caught a familiar metallic clicking sound. A thumb quickly rotating a friction wheel, the wheel meant to create a spark that ignites the gas from butane, the gas meant to feed a flame that lit the end of a cigarette. He heard the metallic click again, then again, then again. It was just like Dave to keep trying a lighter that was clearly empty. He kept flicking the wheel, hoping to pry out one more spark. Finally, Dave gave up, mumbling, "Fuck, man." The fact that he had a fire source 2 feet in front of him didn't give Dave any ideas. Even after he tossed the plastic lighter into the fire, the ensuing spit of flames made Dave throw up his hands to protect his face. Will took the distraction as his chance to close the distance between them. Dave slapped the melted plastic off his forearms. The pain didn't seem to register. It didn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out why. Crushed beer cans littered the ground. Will stopped counting after 10. He didn't bother cataloging the spent joints and cigarette butts, which were all smoked down to the filters. A fishing pole was leaning against an overturned log. The grill had been swiveled out, stray bits of charred meat were glued to the grate. Dave had used the surface of a tree stump to prepare the fish. Decapitated heads, tails, and bones rotted in a pool of dark blood. A long, slender boning knife rested beside a 6-pack of beer. Will calculated that the curved 7-inch blade was easily within Dave's reach. If the man heard a twig snap or the rustling of leaves, or even got a bad feeling that someone was coming up behind him, all he had to do was reach out to the tree stump and he was armed with a lethal weapon. The question was, did Will meet him with his own knife? Will had the element of surprise. He wasn't drunk or stoned. Normally, Will could confidently predict that he could have Dave pinned to the ground before the man knew what hit him. Normally, Will had 2 working hands. 1979 faded into the blasting guitar of Tales of a Scorched Earth. Will took the opportunity to reposition himself again. He wasn't going to sneak up on Dave. He was going to approach from the front like he'd followed the trail around the shallows and ended up here. Hopefully, Dave was too wasted to realize that the meeting wasn't a coincidence. The time for being stealthy had passed. Will spotted a downed branch on the forest floor. He lifted his foot and stepped on it. The steel-toe boot sounded like an aluminum bat cracking open a gourd. For good measure, Will let out a loud curse. Then he tapped his phone to turn on the flashlight. By the time Will looked back up, Dave already had the boning knife in his hand. He tapped his phone to pause the song. He stood slowly, scanning the forest with beady eyes. Will took a few more noisy steps, waving around his phone like he was a caveman who didn't understand how light worked. "Who's there?" Dave brandished the knife. He'd changed clothes since Will had seen him on the loop trail. His jeans were bleach-stained and torn. A bloody hand had swiped across his yellow t-shirt. He slashed the sharp blade through the air, demanding, "Show yourself." "Shit." Will filled his tone with disgust. "What the fuck are you doing out here, Dave?" Dave smirked, but he kept the knife raised. "What are you doing here, trash can?" "Looking for the campsite. Not that it's your fucking business." Dave huffed a laugh. He finally lowered the knife. "You're fucking pathetic, man." Will stepped into the clearing so that Dave could see him. "Just tell me how to get out of here and I'll leave." "Go back the way you came, dumbass." "You think I didn't try that already?" Will kept walking toward him. "I've been out in these goddamn woods for over an hour." "You wouldn't see me leaving that sexy little redhead alone." Dave's wet lips twisted into a smirk. "What was her name again?" "If I ever hear you say it, I'll punch it out of your mouth through the back of your skull." "Shit," he said, but he backed down easily enough. "Just go left up to the rock circle, then hook a right around the lake, then left back up to the loop trail." Will was a second too late figuring out Dave hadn't backed down at all. Telling a dyslexic to go left, then right, was the equivalent of telling him to go fuck himself. Dave started chuckling as he took his place back in front of the fire. He leaned against the felled log, returned the boning knife to its place on the tree stump. Will could tell he expected that to be the end of it. Dave had spent a lifetime getting things wrong. The only question was, at what point did Will tell the man that he was a special agent with the GBI? Technically, nothing that Dave said before that moment, even if he outright confessed to killing Mercy, could be used against him in court. If Will was going to do this right, he had to establish a rapport, then slowly lead Dave into the truth. He asked, "You got any beer left?" Dave raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Will he knew from his childhood wasn't a drinker. "When'd you get hair on your balls?" Will knew how to play this game. "After your mom sucked them dry." Dave laughed, reaching back to twist a beer off the six-pack. "Pull up a chair." Will wanted to keep some distance between them. Rather than sitting in front of the fire alongside Dave, he leaned his back against a boulder. He rested his phone beside his bad hand. He bent his knee to keep the bait knife in his boot close to his good hand. He had to be prepared if Dave decided to put up a fight. Dave didn't seem like he was thinking about fighting. He was too busy looking for ways to be an asshole. He could have tossed the can of beer to Will, but he spiraled it like a football. Will caught it in one hand. He opened it one-handed too, making sure the spray hit the fire. Dave nodded, clearly impressed. "What happened to your hand? You get a little too rough with your lady. She looks like a biter." Will held back the response that wanted to come. He had to put it all aside, the sense of betrayal and fury that still festered from their childhoods, the disgust over what kind of man Dave had turned out to be, the brutal way he had murdered his wife, the fact that he had abandoned his son to pick up the pieces. Instead, Will held up his bandaged hand, saying, "Cut it on a piece of broken glass at dinner." "Who patched you up? Was it Papa?" Dave clearly enjoyed the cruelty of the joke. He stared into the fire with a smug grin on his face. His hand went under his shirt as he scratched his belly. Will could see deep gouges where someone had scratched him. There was another scratch on the side of his neck. By all evidence, he had recently been in a violent altercation. Will placed the can of beer on the ground beside his boot. He rested his hand beside it, making sure the bait knife was in reach. The best-case scenario would leave it tucked inside his sock. A lot of cops thought the way you met violence was with violence. Will wasn't one of those cops. He wasn't here to punish Dave. He was going to do far worse than that. He wanted to arrest him, to put him in jail, to make him suffer through the stress and helplessness of being a defendant in a criminal trial, to let him have that boundless sense of hope that he might possibly get away with it, to see the crushing look on his face when he realized that he hadn't. To know that he would have to scramble and claw every day for the rest of his life, because inside the prison walls, men like Dave were always at the bottom of the pyramid. and none of that took into account the death penalty. Dave let out a pained sigh to fill the silence. He picked up a stick, stoked the fire. He kept glancing over at Will, waiting for him to say something. Will wasn't going to say something. Dave waited less than a minute before he let out another pained sigh.
You keep up with anybody from back then?
Will shook his head, though he knew a lot of their former housemates had ended up in prison or in the ground.
What happened to Angie?
I don't know. Will felt his hands wanting to clench into fists, but he kept both of them resting on the ground. We were married a few years. Didn't work out.
She fuck around on you?
Will knew Dave already had the answer.
What about you and Mercy?
Shit. Dave poked at the fire until it sparked.
She never ran around on me, had it too good at home.
Will forced out a laugh.
Sure. Believe whatever you want, trash can. I'm the one what left her. Got tired of her bullshit. All she ever does is complain about this place, then she gets a chance to leave and...
Will waited for him to say more, but Dave dropped the stick and grabbed a fresh beer. He didn't speak again until the can was drained and lying crushed on the ground.
They had to close this place down. Too many counselors diddling the kiddies.
Will shouldn't have been surprised. This wasn't the first time the idyllic setting he'd imagined as a child had been spoiled by a predator. Dave asked,
Why'd you come up here, trash can? You never wanted to see the camp when we was kids. You were better at memorizing them Bible verses than I ever was.
Will shrugged. He wasn't going to tell Dave the truth, but he needed to come up with a believable story. He remembered what Delilah had said about the circle of rocks.
My wife used to come here when she was in the Campfire Girls. She wanted to see it again. You married a Campfire Girl? Does she still got the uniform?
He snorted a laugh.
Jesus Christ, how is it fucking trash cans living in a porn movie while I'm lucky if I find poon that ain't stretched out like a gummy bear?
Will steered the conversation back to Mercy.
Your ex gave you a son. That's something.
Dave opened another beer.
Will said, John seems like a nice kid. Mercy did a good job with him. Wasn't all her doing.
Dave slurped foam off the top of the can. He hadn't downed it like the previous one. He was pacing himself now.
John always knows where to find me. He's gonna make a fine man one day. Good looking, too. Probably catch an OPP like his daddy at that age.
Will ignored the dig, which was clearly meant to invoke Angie.
You ever think you'd end up married?
Shit, no. Dave's laugh was filled with a tinge of bitterness.
Being honest, I thought I'd be dead by now. It's dumb luck I made it up here from Atlanta without some pervert picking me up on the side of the road and trafficking me to Florida.
Will knew he was trying to brag about running away.
You hitched?
Sure did.
It's not a bad place to hide out.
Will made a show of looking around the campsite.
When you disappeared, I told them this is where you'd go.
Yeah, well. Dave cocked back his elbow on the log. Will tried not to react. Dave had managed to position his hand closer to the knife. Whether this was intentional or not remained to be seen. Dave said,
I knew who I was the first time I came up here on that church bus, you know. Like, I could fish and hunt and feed myself. Didn't need nobody looking after me. I wasn't built for living in a city. I was a rat down there. I'm a mountain lion up here. Do what I want, say what I want, smoke what I want, drink what I want. Nobody can fuck with me. It sounded great until you understood his freedom came at a price that Mercy had paid. You were lucky the McAlpines took you in. There were good days and bad days, Dave said, always teasing out a bad story. Biddy, she's an angel. But Papa? Shit, he's a mean motherfucker. Used to beat the hell out of me with his leather belt.
Will was not surprised to hear that Cecil McAlpine had been physically abusive.
He didn't care if the belt slipped and I got whacked with the buckle. I used to get these big welts all over my ass and down my legs. Couldn't wear shorts because I didn't want the teachers to see. All I needed was them dragging me back to Atlanta. They could have placed you up here. Didn't want it, he said. Biddy needed the money from the state just to put food on the table. I couldn't abandon her, especially to him.
Will was familiar with an abused child's need to help everyone but themselves.
Anyways,
Dave gave a practiced shrug.
What about you, Trash? What happened when I left your pathetic ass?
I aged out of the system. Turned 18, got $100 and a bus ticket. Ended up with the Salvation Army. Dave hissed air between his teeth. He probably thought he knew how bad things could get for an unaccompanied teenager sleeping in a homeless shelter. He did not know. Dave asked,
Then what?
Will skirted the truth, which was that he'd ended up sleeping on the street, then sleeping in a jail cell.
I managed to figure it out, put myself through college, got a job.
College? He huffed a laugh.
How'd you manage that with barely being able to read?
Hard work, Will said. Sink or swim, right?
You're damn right about that. All that bad shit we went through when we was little, it made us survivors.
Will didn't like his tone of shared camaraderie, but Dave was a murder suspect. He could use whatever tone he wanted, so long as he ended up confessing. Will asked,
The McAlpines didn't have a problem with you hooking up with Mercy? Hell yeah, they did. Papa used a fucking chain on me when she wound up pregnant. Kicked me off the mountain, her too.
Dave's raspy chuckle turned into a cough.
I took care of Mercy, though. Made sure she was clean when John was born, helped Delilah get him settled in, gave her whatever money I could spare to help.
Will knew for a fact that he was lying.
You didn't want to raise him yourself? Shit, what do I know about taking care of no baby?
Will figured if you were man enough to make a baby, you should be man enough to figure out how to take care of one. Dave asked,
You got kids?
No. Sarah wasn't capable, and Will knew too many terrible things that could happen to a child.
Seems like there's still a lot of bad blood between Mercy and her family. You think?
Dave knocked back the rest of his beer. He crushed the can, then dropped it with the others.
It's hard this far up the mountain. You're isolated, not much to do. You got rich, stuck-up bitches expecting you to wipe their skinny, tight asses. Papa pushing you around, taking you to the barn to beat the fire out of your ass because you didn't put the towels in the right place.
Will knew Dave wasn't just venting. He was looking for a gold medal in the Abused Kids Olympics.
Sounds pretty bad. It sure as hell was, Dave said. You and me learned the hard way. You just gotta count the minutes until it's over, right? They'll get tired eventually.
Will looked into the fire. He was cutting a little too close.
This is why we lie, Dave said. You tell this shit to a normal person, they can't take it.
Will kept his eyes on the flames. He couldn't find the words to change the subject.
You tell your wife all that shit you've been through?
Will shook his head, but that wasn't completely true. He had told Sarah some things, but he would never tell her all the things.
What's it like?
Dave waited for Will to look up.
Your wife, she's normal, right? What's that like?
Will could not bring Sarah into this moment.
Don't think I could be with a normal woman, Dave admitted. Mercy, she came to me damaged. I knew what to do with that. But fuck, a campfire girl and a school teacher? How the hell do you even make that work?
Will shook his head again, but in truth, things had been hard with Sarah at first. He'd kept waiting for the games, the emotional manipulation. He couldn't accept that she would listen to him and try to understand, instead of collecting his secrets like razor blades she could use to slice him open later on.
She's smoking hot, I'll give you that, but hell, I couldn't be with somebody that perfect. Does she even fart?
Will couldn't stop himself from laughing, but he didn't answer.
Gotta be a gentleman, huh?
Dave reached for his pack of cigarettes.
That's the other part I couldn't swing. I need a gal knows how to scream when I grab her by the hair.
Will pretended to drink from his can of beer. His words had put Will back at the lake shore by the bachelor cottages. The way Mercy's hair had spread out in the water. Blood had swirled around her body like dye. She had clutched Will's shirt collar, keeping him beside her instead of letting him find help. John. Will put both his hands back on the ground, anchoring himself.
Why'd you come find me on the trail yesterday?
Dave shrugged as he dug around for another lighter in his pocket.
I don't know, man. I do shit and I look back at it and I can't tell you why.
You asked me if I was still carrying around a grudge against you.
And?
I honestly never thought about you after you ran away.
That's good, Trash. 'Cause I never thought about you neither. To be honest, I would have totally forgotten about you again.
Will tested the waters.
Except for what you did to Mercy.
Dave didn't react at first. He shook the lighter, the flame caught. He touched it to the tip of the cigarette. He blew a jet of smoke in Will's direction. He asked,
"Did you follow me?"
Will had only seen Dave once before Mercy's death. He was waiting for Will on the loop trail. Will had given him to the count of 10 to leave.
You mean, did I follow you after you ran off with your tail between your legs? I didn't run off, dumb fuck. I chose to walk away.
Will said nothing, but it made sense that Dave would slink away from Will, then find Mercy to take out his anger on.
Shit, I know you followed me, you pathetic asshole,
Dave said.
I sure as hell know Mercy didn't tell nobody. She's a lot of things, but she ain't no snitch.
Will noticed he was still talking about Mercy in the present tense.
You sure about that? Hell yeah, I'm sure, Dave smoked.
He was nervous.
What do you think you saw?
Will assumed he was worried about the strangulation.
I saw you choke her. She didn't pass out,
he said, as if that was a defense.
She fell against the tree, then her ass hit the ground. I had nothing to do with that. Her legs give out. That's all.
Will stared his credulity into him.
Look, dude, whatever you think you saw, that's between me and her.
Dave threw his hand in the air, then rested it in his lap. He flicked the cigarette end, knocking off the ash.
Why are you even asking? You sound like a fucking cop.
Will guessed now was as good a time as any to give him the news.
I am, actually.
You am what? I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Smoke puffed out of his mouth as he laughed, then he stopped laughing.
For real?
Yep, Will said. That's what got me through college. I wanted to help people. Kids like us. Women like Mercy.
That's bullshit, man.
Dave pointed at him with a cigarette.
Ain't no cop ever helped kids like us. Look at what you're doing here now, asking me about some private shit that happened a couple of 3 hours ago. Ain't no way Mercy filed a report. You're just all up in my business 'cause that's what you fuckers do.
Will slowly moved his injured hand across the ground until he felt the edge of his phone. You're right. Mercy didn't file a report. I can't arrest you for strangling her.
Damn right you can't.
But if you wanted to admit to abusing your wife, I'd be happy to take your confession. Dave laughed again.
Sure, man. Give it your best shot.
Will forced his thumb to double-click the button on the side of his phone, turning on the recording app. Dave McAlpine, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be used against you in a court of law. Dave laughed again.
Yeah, I'm gonna be silent.
You have the right to an attorney.
Can't afford no attorney.
If you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided for you by the courts.
Or the courts can suck my fat dick.
With these rights in mind, are you willing to talk to me?
Sure, dude, let's talk about the weather. Rain passed real quick, but we're gonna get more. Let's talk about the good old days at the children's home. Let's talk about that tight little snatch you got up at your cottage. Why are you down here dicking around with old Dave when you could be pounding it into that throat goat?
I know you strangled Mercy on the trail this afternoon.
So what? Mercy likes being roughed up every now and then, and there ain't no way in hell she's gonna turn me in for it.
Dave sounded smugly confident.
Stay the fuck out of my business, or you're gonna figure out real soon what kind of man I grew up to be.
Will wasn't satisfied with getting Dave admitting to domestic violence. He wanted more.
Tell me what happened tonight. What about tonight? Where were you?
Dave smoked a cigarette, but something had changed. He had talked to enough cops to know when one was asking him for an alibi. Will said,
"Where were you, Dave?" "Why? What happened tonight?" "You tell me." "Shit." He sucked on the cigarette. "Something bad went down, didn't it? You weren't just wandering around out here like a dumbass. What are we talking about? State crime, right? Drug deal go bad? You onto some traffickers?"
Will said nothing.
"That's why it's you and not fucking biscuits."
Dave sucked down to the filter.
"Fucking bullshit, man."
Will still said nothing.
"What now?" Dave said. "You think you're gonna take me in, motherfucker, with your one hand and your bullshit story about seeing me strangle my wife?"
"Mercy isn't your wife anymore."
"She's mine, you fucking piece of shit. Mercy belongs to me. I can do whatever the fuck I want to her."
"What'd you do to her, Dave?"
"None of your goddamn business. This is some bullshit."
He flicked his cigarette into the fire. He didn't yank another beer off the pack. He didn't rest his hand in his lap. He leaned back again, resting his elbow on the log, putting the boning knife within easy reach. This time, the movement was clearly deliberate. Dave tried to pretend that it wasn't.
"Get out of here with your bullshit."
"Why don't you get out of here with me?" Dave snorted again. He wiped his nose with his arm, but it was only an excuse to put himself closer to the boning knife. Will ignored the searing pain in his injured hand as he gripped it into a fist. He used his good hand to push up the leg of his pants so the handle of the bait knife was out in the open. Dave said nothing. He just licked his lips, eager to get things started. This was what he'd been wanting from the second he'd spotted Will on the loop trail. In truth, maybe Will had wanted it too. They both stood up at the same time. The first mistake people made in a knife fight was that they worried too much about the knife, which was fair. Being stabbed hurt like hell. Belly wounds could put a clock over your grave. A straight shot to the heart could send you there quicker. The second mistake people made in a knife fight was the same mistake most people made in any type of fight. They assumed it would be fair. Or at least that the other person would play fair. Dave had been in his share of knife fights. He clearly knew the two mistakes. He kept the boning knife straight out in front of him while he reached for the switchblade in his back pocket. His plan was clever enough. Distract Will with one knife while he plunged in the other. Fortunately, Will had his own clever plan. He knew that Dave's primary concern was the bait knife. He wasn't thinking about Will's injured hand. He hadn't noticed that Will had grabbed a handful of dirt, which was why he was so surprised when Will slashed it into his face.
"Fuck!"
Dave staggered back. He dropped the boning knife, but muscle memory kept his dominant hand at play. Nadine had been wrong about the switchblade, which only required the push of a button to release the blade. Dave carried a butterfly knife. It served as both a lethal weapon and a distraction. Two metal handles folded like a clamshell around the sharp, narrow blade. Opening it with one hand required a quick figure-8 movement of the wrist. You pinched the safe handle with your thumb and fingers while you flipped the latched handle over your knuckles. Then you rotated the safe handle, swung the latch handle over your knuckles again, flipped it back home, and you ended up wielding a 10-inch long knife. Will didn't give a shit about the knife. He swung back his leg and drove his steel toe boot straight up into Dave's groin. January 16th, 2014. Dear John, I've had you back with me for 3 years now, which means there are gonna be more years of us being together than years that we were apart. I know it's been a long time since I wrote you a letter, but maybe it'll be easier if I tell myself it's only going to be once a year, especially since it seems like January is the month my life always gets turned upside down. I'm choosing January 16th because that's what I think of as your gotcha day. I'm gonna be honest and tell you, I got that phrase from Aunt Delilah. She's got a ton of dogs, and who knows when their actual birthdays are, but she calls the day they came to live with her their gotcha day. So 3 years ago is your gotcha day. The day I brought you back to the mountaintop to live with me so I could be your full-time mother. Not that you're a stray dog, but I was just thinking about it because this morning I was missing her. I know that's stupid to say since Delilah's the one that took you from me to begin with, and I had to fight something fierce to get you back. But Delilah was always the one I ran to when things got bad. And things are really bad now. The truth is, not a day goes by that I don't think about drinking and drugging. But then I think about you and our lives together, and I don't do it. The thing is, something bad happened with your daddy over the holidays, and before I knew it, I was at the liquor store buying a bottle of Jack. Couldn't even wait to get home. I just popped the top in the parking lot and nearly downed the whole thing in a couple of gulps. It's funny how you don't even taste it after a while. You just feel the burn and then your head swims, and I'm not ashamed to say it's been so long since I got my drink on that I threw it right back up. There was a time, maybe, when things were bad enough that I'd get that alcohol back in me one way or another. But that wasn't this time. I threw the bottle in the trash. Then I sat in the car a long while and thought about what brought me there. Your daddy almost killed me is the plain way of saying it. It was New Year's Eve, and he threw himself a big party and smoked a lot of meth, which he's done before, but this must have been a bad batch. He was like a possessed devil, and it scared the shit out of me. He was tearing around trashing the trailer, and I was yelling back at him, which I probably shouldn't have done, but, baby, I'm so damn tired. Your daddy isn't a bad man, but he can do some bad things. He'll get a little money in his pocket and bet it on a Hail Mary or party all week, and then it's gone. Then he'll blame me for not stopping him from blowing through all his money. Then he'll bug me until I give up whatever cash I got stashed away, even if it means we can't buy groceries or keep the power turned on. And none of this is the worst of it, because on top of it all, he's been cheating on me. I mean, he's cheated on me before, but this time he chose a girl I work with, who I thought was my friend. Not a friend like Gabby, but a friend anyway that I could talk to and pass the time with. The both of them thought they were so damn clever, sneaking around right under my nose. But I could tell something was going on. I just held my tongue because your daddy was only doing it to hurt me, and God knows we've been here before, but I wasn't up for going through the same thing again, where he cheats on me, then begs me to come back, and then once I'm back, he cheats again. What he did this time was he made sure he was fucking her in one of the motel rooms I was assigned to clean. The schedule is on our fridge he sees every time he gets himself a beer, is how I know he knew. She knew too, because her name is on the damn schedule. And there they both were, fucking up a storm in that very room when I walked in with a bunch of towels and sheets in my hands. I know your daddy was expecting me to blow my top, but I didn't. I just didn't have it in me to say anything. I ain't never seen him so shocked as when I just backed out of that room and shut the door like it didn't matter. And being honest, it didn't. I told you this has happened before, with the cheating, but it was only this time that I could see things had changed, and when I say changed, I mean inside me. You'll see that as you get older. Sometimes you can look back and see a pattern. The pattern with your daddy was, he cheats, I find out, there's a blow-up and a beatdown, and then he turns sweet, in case I get any ideas about leaving. This time, we skipped the blow-up and the beating and went straight to your daddy being sweet. Taking out the trash, picking his clothes up off the floor, even cranking my car in the morning so it'd be warmed up for me. One day I caught him singing to you, and it was real pretty, but it stopped as soon as I left the room. See, I didn't give him the reaction he wanted, which was to throw myself at his feet and beg him to stay. I don't know what it is about your daddy that's so broken inside, and it's hard to explain, but what he wants most in the world is for people to get desperate enough that all they got left is to cling to him. And then, when they're clinging, he hates them for it. What kept me going this time was, I promised myself that you and me would be out of that godforsaken trailer by the end of January. But I wasn't going to be a sneak about it. Sneaking is your daddy's territory. I thought about this a lot. And I had it set in my mind that the right thing to do was to tell him we were leaving instead of packing up all our shit and moving out while he was gone. Anyway, it wasn't like I could really get away from him since we live in the same damn town. Also, there's you. I can't stand being around him anymore. But Dave is still your daddy, and I'm not going to take you away from him no matter what terrible things he does to me. Anyway, He'll tell you I was a bitch for leaving him, but I want you to know I didn't plan on being a bitch. I wanted to keep it civil. So I brought him a beer and sat him down on the couch and said that he needed to listen to me because I had something important to say. He was dead quiet, right up until I mentioned the apartment in town. I guess that's when it got real for him, and also looking back, I think that's when he realized I hadn't told him about all the money. He asked me how much the deposit was, did it come furnished, where'd I park, did you have your own room, that kind of thing. Which I stupidly at the time took to mean he wanted to make sure it was safe for you and me. I made a point of promising him that he could come by and see you whenever he wanted. I said a couple or 3 times how important he is to you, that I always want you to have your daddy in your life, which is true because I'm saying the same thing to you in this letter. What he wanted to know next was about child support and that kind of thing, which, honest to God, I hadn't even considered. Ain't no judge alive who can get money out of Dave's pocket. He'll either go to prison or his grave before he parts with a penny, even for somebody he loves. Even if that somebody is you. Anyway, he was real calm through all of it, smoking and nodding and drinking and not saying much more than those questions. Then, when I went quiet, he asked me if I was finished talking. I said yes. He put out a cigarette, and then he went fucking nuts. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting him to punish me, so I was prepared for the beatdown that was coming. Your daddy ain't creative when it comes to hurting me, but there are a couple of things he's never done before that he did that night. One was he pulled out his knife. The other was he choked me. Now, when I read back through that, it makes it sound like he was going to use his knife on me. That ain't true. He was going to use it on himself. And while I sure as hell don't want to be married to him anymore, I don't want your daddy to die, especially by his own hand. The Lord turned his back on me a long while ago, but I know for damn sure he doesn't forgive people who take their own lives, and I would never wish eternal hell on your daddy. That's why I nearly lost it when I saw that blade draw blood from his neck. I was on my knees on the floor begging him not to do it. He kept saying he loved me, that I was the only person on earth who made him feel like he belonged, and that he lost so much at the children's home, and I was the only one who could make it up to him. I don't know if any of this is true, but what I do know is we were both crying our eyes out by the time he finally put the knife down on the coffee table. All we could do was hold each other for a good long while. I would have said anything to stop him from killing himself. I kept telling him I loved him, that I would never leave him, that we would always be a family. After that part was over, we both sat on the couch just staring at the wall, so exhausted from our own emotions, but then he says to me, "I'm glad you're not leaving." And that part I could not abide, because I was even more sure after that emotional display that I had to go. What I said was I would always be there for him, that I will always love him, and I just wanted him to be happy. Then, I guess the mistake I made was I should have just left it at that, but I had to open my stupid mouth and tell him that I wanted to be happy too, and there was no way either of us would ever be really happy while we were still together. I've never seen your daddy move as fast as he did then. Both his hands went around my neck. The scary thing was, he wasn't even yelling. I've never heard him be so quiet. He was just watching me, his eyes all bugged out as he strangled me. I felt like he wanted to kill me. And maybe he thought he did kill me. I don't want to be woo-woo about this because I'm not psychic or anything, but I would swear to you on a stack of Bibles that even after I passed out, I knew what was going on. The closest I can come to describing it is I was hovering up by the ceiling and I looked down and saw myself lying there on that ugly green carpet that I could never get clean. I remember feeling embarrassed because my pants were wet, like I'd pissed myself, which ain't happened in a good long while, not since I gave up the drink and drugs. Anyway, your daddy was still choking me out while I watched from the ceiling. Then he gave me one last shove and stood up. Instead of leaving out the door, he just stared down at me. and stared and stared. It was the look on his face that struck me most, 'cause there was no expression. Just a few minutes before, he was sobbing and all emotional, threatening to kill himself, and then he went to nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it come to me that this was maybe the first time I've really seen him for who he is. That the crying Dave, or the laughing Dave, or the high Dave, or the angry Dave, or even the Dave who pretends he loves me, ain't the Dave that he is at all. The real Dave is empty inside. I don't know what all those foster parents took from him, or the PE teacher who abused him, but they dug down so deep into his soul that there was nothing else left. Sure as shit, nothing was left for me. Being honest, I don't even know if he's got anything in there for you. I'm gonna be real with you. It shook me seeing him like that. More so than losing my breath, which was something I've been terrified of since I was little. And that made me wonder what else Dave's been hiding. God knows he loves your Grandma Biddy something fierce. But did he ever really love me? Did he ever care? In his own way, he gave me time to figure it out. He's in jail now on account of getting into another bar fight after he finished with me, which is what he deserves, but still I'm worried about him. Jail is a hard place for men like your daddy. He has a habit of pissing people off. And I'm really scared of him getting out, if you want to know the whole truth. I'm scared of that empty man who was looking down at me like a fly he'd just pulled the wings off of. And all that makes me worry about you, baby. You know there's nothing you could do that I wouldn't forgive. But your daddy ain't happy being the way he is. Nobody could be happy with that. He's so empty, the only thing that fills him up is getting emotions off other people. Sometimes that's good, when he's buying rounds and being the big man around town. Sometimes that's bad when he's smoking meth and tearing up his trailer. And sometimes it's really bad when he's choking me so hard that I'm thinking I'm gonna die. And then I'm looking at his face, and what I'm seeing is that the only thing he has ever enjoyed in his life is shifting his misery onto other people. Lord, this is a dark tale of a man. Maybe you will never see that side of him. I hope that you never do, because it's like staring into the mouth of hell. Your daddy can do whatever he wants to me, but he ain't never, ever gonna raise a hand to you. But I'm not gonna be the kind of ex-wife who turns her child against his father, neither. If you end up thinking he's a bad man, it's gonna be because you saw it for yourself with your own two eyes. So I'm gonna end this letter by telling you 3 good things about your daddy. One is, I know this is gross, and I've been saying from the beginning that it ain't true, but your daddy is family to me. He ain't like your Uncle Fish in that he's like a brother, but he's close to that, and I'm not going to deny it to you of all people. 2 is, he can still make me laugh. That might not sound like a lot, but I haven't had much joy in my life, which is why it's so hard for me to let him go. Me and Dave didn't start out like this. There was a time when your daddy was everything to me. It was him I ran to when Papa came after me. It was him I confided in. Him I wanted to please. He was so much older than me and had been through so much bad shit that I felt like he understood me. I never even really wanted him. I just wanted him to want me. But don't go feeling sorry for your daddy. He knew what was up and he was fine with it. Even happy with it. I hope you don't ever have to feel that for yourself, where you're in a situation where you'd rather be tolerated than loved. Anyway, that's enough about that. 3 is, your daddy saved my life when I got into that car accident. I know that sounds dramatic, but he really did save me. Visited me in the hospital, held my hand, told me I was still pretty, when we both knew that wasn't never going to be the truth. Said it wasn't my fault, when we both knew that wasn't true either. I've only ever seen him treat one other person that gentle, and that's Betty. Honestly, I think I've been chasing that version of Dave ever since. Anyway, I don't want to dig too far into that part in my misery, but let's just say your daddy stepped up. So that's what I want you to know about him, especially that third thing. And that's probably why a part of me will always love him, even though I'm pretty sure that one day he's gonna kill me. I love you forever, Mama. Chapter 11. Faith Mitchell stared at the clock on the wall. 5:54 in the morning. Exhaustion had slammed into her body like a tank that was on fire. She had been fueled by a sense of urgency as she'd battled her way through horrendous traffic to get here. But all of that had come to a screeching halt inside the waiting room of the Dillon County Sheriff's Office. The front door had been unlocked, but no one was at reception. No one had answered her knock on the locked glass partition or appeared when she rang the bell. No cruisers were parked in the empty lot. No one was answering the phone. For the millionth time, she looked at her watch, which was 22 seconds ahead of the clock on the wall. Faith stood on the chair to move the second hand forward. If someone was watching her through the security camera in the corner, she hoped that they would call the police. No such luck. Douglas Biscuits Hartshorn had told Faith to meet him at the station, but that had been 23 minutes ago. He hadn't returned multiple calls and texts. Will's phone was either out of range or his battery had died. Sarah's went straight to voicemail. No one was answering the phone at the McAlpine family lodge. According to their website, the only way into the place was to hike up a mountain, which sounded like a punishment that was meted out to the Von Trapp children before Maria showed up with her guitar. All that Faith could do was pace back and forth across the room. She wasn't actually sure what her job was at the moment. Her one phone call with Will had been staticky because of the torrential downpour, but he'd given her enough information to know that a bad thing had happened because of a bad guy. Faith had listened to the audio files he'd texted her during the never-ending drive up to the mountains. And from what Faith could tell, it sounded like Will had pretty much wrapped up the case. The first recording was like backstory for the worst episode of Full House ever. Delilah had offered the rundown on Mercy McAlpine's shitty relations, from her abusive father, to her cold mother, to her weird brother, to her brother's even weirder friend. Then there was the gross stuff about Dave and Mercy, which wasn't exactly incest, but wasn't exactly not incest. Then Sheriff Biscuits had ambled in after the commercial break, expressing zero fucks about a brutally murdered woman and her missing teenaged son. The only pertinent information Faith had learned from the entire conversation was Will's very thorough rundown of how exactly he'd come across the body of Mercy McAlpine, and ended up with a knife in his hand for his trouble. The second recording was like an episode of 24, but as if Jack Bauer was actually required to follow the Constitution he had sworn to protect. It started with Will reading Dave McAlpine his Miranda rights, then Dave admitting to strangling his wife earlier in the day, then a standoff that led to a scuffle wherein, if Faith knew her partner, Will had kicked Dave so hard in the nuts that the man had projectile vomited. A warning on this last part would have been nice. Faith had heard it in Dolby Digital Surround Sound from the speakers inside her Mini. She'd been stuck in traffic in the middle of nowhere, in the pitch dark, in the pissing rain, and had to open her door so that she could dry heave onto the pavement. She looked at the clock again. 5:55. One more minute down. There couldn't be that many more to go. She dug around in her purse for some trail mix. Her head was aching like she had a low-grade hangover, which made sense considering a handful of hours ago she had been blissfully living the life of a woman who was not expected to participate in any form of adulting. In fact, Faith had been enjoying a cold beer in the shower when her phone had made a funny noise. The triple chirping was like a bird perched on her bathroom basin. Her first thought was that her 22-year-old son was too old to be messing with her ringtones. Her second thought put her into a full-on sweat even though she was standing under a stream of water. Her 2-year-old daughter had figured out how to change the phone settings. Faith's digital life would never be safe again. A virtual walk of shame flashed in front of her eyes. The selfies, the sexting, the random dick pics that she had absolutely solicited. Faith had nearly dropped her shower beer as she'd bolted out from behind the curtain. The text was so alien that she had stared at the screen like she had never seen words before. Emergency SOS report. Crime. Information sent. Emergency questionnaire. Current location. Lather, rinse, repeat. Her first thought was of Jeremy, who was on an ill-advised road trip to Washington, D.C., if ill-advised meant his mother did not want him doing it. Her second thought was of Emma, who was on her first sleepover with a close friend, which was why Faith's heart was in her throat as she'd scrolled past the response from the satellite relay. Of all the things she had been expecting to read, from a mass shooting to a catastrophic accident to a terrorist attack, what she'd read was so unexpected that she wondered if it was some kind of phishing scam. GBI Special Agent Will Trent requesting immediate assistance with murder investigation. Faith had actually looked at herself in the mirror to check if she was having another crazy work dream. 2 days ago, she had danced her ass off at Will and Sarah's wedding. They were supposed to be on their honeymoon. There shouldn't be a murder, let alone an investigation, let alone a satellite text for assistance. Faith was so out of it that she had literally jumped when her phone had started to ring. Then she was perturbed that the caller ID showed her boss, exactly who you wanted to talk to when you were staring at your naked self in your bathroom mirror with a beer in your hand at 1:15 in the morning. Amanda hadn't bothered with an "I'm sorry to bother you on your week off," like a normal human being who cared about other human beings. All she had given Faith was an order. "I want you out the door in 10 minutes. Faith had opened her mouth to respond, but Amanda had already ended the call. There was nothing to do but wash the soap off her body and frantically search for some work clothes in the Mount Everest of dirty laundry piled around her washing machine. And here she was, 5 hours later, doing fuck all. Faith looked at the clock again. She'd shaved off another minute. She thought of all the things she could be doing right now. Laundry, for one, because her shirt was gamey. Drinking another shower beer. Rearranging her spice cabinet while she listened to NSYNC as loud as she wanted. Playing Grand Theft Auto without having to explain her indiscriminate killing. Not worrying whether Emma was scared about sleeping in a different bed. Not worrying that Emma was loving sleeping in a different bed. Not worrying that Jeremy was on a road trip to tour Quantico in hopes of joining the FBI. Not worrying that the FBI agent who was driving him there happened to be the man Faith was sleeping with, and that they'd been going at it hot and heavy for 8 months, and Faith still couldn't bring herself to call him anything other than the man she was sleeping with. And that was just her problems for the right now. Faith had planned on using her week-long holiday to give her sainted mother a break from babysitting Emma, and to remind her daughter that she actually had a mother. Faith had overscheduled the time like she was cramming for a test, booking an afternoon tea at the Four Seasons, signing up for face painting lessons and pottery painting lessons, buying tickets to the Center for the Puppetry Arts, downloading a kid's audio tour of the Botanical Gardens, looking into trapeze lessons, trying to find... Her phone started to ring. "Thank God," Faith shouted into the empty room. This was not a good time to be trapped with her own thoughts. "Mitchell." "Why are you at the sheriff's office?" Amanda demanded. Faith suppressed a curse. She wasn't happy that Amanda could track her phone. "The sheriff told me to meet him at the station." "He's at the hospital with the suspect." Amanda's tone of voice indicated this was a well-known fact. "It's directly across the street. Why are you dawdling?" Yet again, Faith opened her mouth to respond just as Amanda ended the call. She grabbed her purse and left the cramped waiting room. Pink clouds tinted the sky. Twilight had finally broken. The streetlights were powering down. She took a deep breath of morning air as she picked her way across the railroad tracks that bisected the small downtown area. The city of Ridgeville was not much to write home about. A one-story 1950s strip mall stretched from one end of the block to the other and was filled with tourist-trappy businesses like antique shops and candle stores. Ridgeville Medical was 2 stories of cinder block and glass, the tallest building as far as the eye could see. The parking lot was filled with pickup trucks and cars that were older than Faith's son. She spotted the sheriff's cruiser by the front door. Faith! Fuck! Faith jumped so hard she almost dropped her purse. Amanda had come out of nowhere. "Watch your language," Amanda said. "It's not professional." Faith guessed this was her origin story for saying fuck the rest of her life. "What took you so long?" "I was trapped behind an accident for 2 hours. How did you get past?" "How did you not?" Amanda's phone buzzed. She showed Faith the top of her head as she looked down at the screen. Her perfectly coiffed salt and pepper hair was spiraled into its usual helmet. There was nary a wrinkle on her skirt and matching blazer. Her thumbs were a blur as she responded to a text that would be one of the thousands she received today. Amanda was a deputy director at the GBI, responsible for hundreds of employees, 15 regional offices, 6 drug enforcement offices, and over a half-dozen specialized units that were active in all 159 of Georgia's counties. Which begged the question from Faith. "What are you doing here? You know I can handle this." Amanda's phone went into her jacket pocket. "The sheriff's name is Douglas Hartshorn. His father was on the job for 50 years until a stroke forced him into retirement 4 years ago. Junior ran unopposed for the office. He seems to have inherited his father's dislike of the agency. I was given a hard no when I offered to take over the case." "They call him Biscuits," Faith supplied. "Which is good because I keep wanting to say Douglas, like Mr. Dink." "Do I look like a person who would enjoy that reference?" Amanda looked like a person who was walking into the hospital. Faith followed her into the waiting room, which was packed with misery. All of the chairs were filled. People were leaning against the walls as they silently prayed for their names to be called. Faith had a flashback to her own early morning jaunts to the emergency department with her children. Jeremy had been the type of baby who could scream his way into a high fever. Fortunately, Emma had come along around the time Will had met Sarah. There was something to be said for having a pediatrician as a close friend. Which reminded Faith, "Where's Sarah?" "She's in lockstep with Will as usual." Not exactly an answer, but Faith was over trying to poke that bear. Plus, Amanda was already opening the door to the back, despite the sign that warned staff only. They were met with even more misery. Patients were parked on gurneys along the hallway, but Faith didn't see any nurses or doctors. They were probably behind the closed-off curtained areas that served as rooms. She could hear Amanda's kitten heels stabbing the laminate tiles over the staccato of heart monitors and respirators. Faith silently tried to puzzle out why Amanda had driven 2 hours at dark 30 to come to a podunk town for an already solved murder case that was well below her pay grade. Hell, it was even below Faith's paltry pay grade. The GBI only stepped in after an investigation went sideways, and even then, their services had to be requested. Biscuits had made it clear he wasn't interested. Amanda stopped at the empty nurses' station and tapped the bell. The ring barely registered over the sounds of moaning and machinery. Faith asked, "Why are you really here?" Amanda was on her phone again. "Will is supposed to be on his honeymoon. I'm not going to let this job suck the life out of him." Faith suppressed a whiny, "What about me?" Amanda had always had a stealthy connection to Will. She'd been working patrol with the Atlanta Police Department when she'd found baby Will in a trash can. Until recently, he'd had no idea that Amanda's invisible hand had been guiding him his entire life. Faith was dying to know more than the bullet points, but neither one of them were given to sharing deep, dark secrets, and Sarah was annoyingly loyal to her husband. Amanda looked up from her phone. "Do you like Dave for the murder?" Faith hadn't considered the question because it seemed so obvious. He admitted to strangling Mercy. He didn't offer an alibi. The aunt documented a long history of domestic violence. He was hiding in the woods. He resisted arrest. If you can call 10 seconds of machismo and 30 seconds of vomiting resisting. The family seems strangely unaffected by the loss. Faith guessed that meant Amanda had listened to Will's audio files too. Faith had spent so much time listening to them in the car that she'd practically memorized some of Delilah's observations. The aunt says there's a solid money motivation. She described Mercy's brother as serial killer collecting women's panties reclusive. She called her own brother an abusive asshole. She said her sister-in-law was a cold fish and that Biddy threatened to put a knife in Mercy's back a few hours before she had a knife broken off in her back. Delilah also said something about the exhibitionists in Cottage 5. Faith had wanted to know more about that part too, but only because she was as nosy as Delilah. Chuck sounds like he'd be interesting to talk to. He's close to the brother. He might know some secrets. Then there's the rich assholes who were trying to buy the lodge. We'll never get to them. They'll have lawyers on top of lawyers, Amanda said. How many guests are staying at the lodge? I'm not sure. The website says they don't allow more than 20 total guests at a time. If you like being outside and sweating, the place looks fantastic. I couldn't find out how much it costs, but I'm assuming $11 billion. Will must have spent an entire year's pay on that place. Another reason to keep him out of this, Amanda said. I want you to handle the interview with Dave. He was transported here by ambulance. Sarah wanted to rule out testicular torsion. Faith knew it wasn't funny, but she found it a little funny. What code should I use for that in the report? 88? Amanda walked straight past Faith. She had spotted Sarah at the end of the hallway. Once again, Faith found herself skipping to catch up. Sarah was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and cargo pants. Her hair was piled onto the top of her head. She looked exhausted as she squeezed Faith's arm. Faith, I'm so sorry you got pulled into this. I know you had your whole week planned out with Emma. She'll be fine, Amanda said, because toddlers were super chill about unexpected changes. Where's Will? Getting cleaned up in the bathroom. I had him soak his hand in a dilute betadine solution before he was stitched up. The blade missed the nerves, but I'm still worried about infection. Amanda asked, And Dave? His epididymis took the brunt of the blow. That's a coiled tube attached to the posterior side of the testicles that sperm travels through during the ejaculatory process. Amanda looked annoyed. She hated medical speak. Dr. Linton, in plain terms. His balls were bruised in the back. He'll need to rest, elevate, and ice, but he should be fine in a week. Since Faith was going to be interviewing Dave, she asked, Is he on any pain medication? His doctor gave him Tylenol. It's not my call, but I would have prescribed tramadol, a round of ibuprofen for the swelling, and something for the nausea. The spermatic cord loops from the testicles through the inguinal canal into the abdomen, then back behind the bladder to attach to the urethra at the prostate gland. And finally, the urethra goes out to the penis, which is a long way of saying that Dave experienced a horrific trauma. Then again, she shrugged. That's what he gets for threatening Will with a butterfly knife. Faith smelled another criminal charge. Where's the knife? Will gave it to the sheriff. Sarah knew what she was thinking. The blade is under 12 inches, so it's legal. Amanda said, Not if he was carrying it concealed with the purpose of using it for offense. Faith countered, That's only a misdemeanor, but if we can tie it back to the murder... Dr. Linton, Amanda interrupted. Where is Dave now? He was admitted overnight for observation. The sheriff's in the room with him. I should add that Dave was wearing a shirt that had a bloody handprint on the front. The sheriff is logging the clothes and personal items into evidence. He should also be taking photos of the scratches on Dave's torso and neck. The local coroner's name is Nadine Mushi. She's already put in an official request for the GBI to handle Mercy's autopsy. Sarah looked at her watch. Nadine should be retrieving Mercy's body from the cottage soon. She told me to meet her downstairs in the morgue at 8. Amanda said, I've alerted the SAC overseeing Region 8 that she needs to oversee transporting the body to headquarters. Are you saying I should step back? Is your input entirely necessary? Do you mean, should a board-certified medical examiner who saw the victim in situ offer her expert opinion during a preliminary physical exam? You've developed the habit of asking questions rather than giving answers. Have I? Amanda's expression was unreadable. She was technically Sarah's boss, but Sarah had always treated her more as a colleague. And now, because of Will, Amanda was in some ways Sarah's mother-in-law, but also not. Faith broke the standoff. Is there anything else we should know? Sarah said, there was a backpack at the crime scene. Delilah identified it as belonging to Mercy. Fortunately, the nylon was coated with a fire-resistant chemical. The contents could be interesting. Mercy packed some toiletries and clothes, plus a notebook. Faith's second wind stirred. What kind of notebook? Composition, something a kid would take to school. Did you read it? The pages were soaked, so it'll have to go to the lab for processing. I'm more interested in where Mercy was going. It was the middle of the night. She'd had a very public blow-up with her son earlier in the evening. Why was she leaving? Where was she going? How did she end up at the lake? Nadine pointed out that there were plenty of empty cottages if Mercy needed a break from her family. How many? Faith asked. The number is irrelevant, Amanda said. Focus on getting a confession out of Dave. That's how we wrap this up quickly, correct, Dr. Linton? The Dave part, at least. Sarah looked at her watch again. Delilah should be outside by now. We're going to look for John. Amanda asked, Does that seem like a good way to spend your honeymoon? Yes. Amanda kept her eyes on Sarah for a moment longer, then turned and walked away. Faith. Faith guessed that was her cue that they were leaving. She pumped her fist in solidarity with Sarah before jogging to catch up again. She told Amanda, You have to know Sarah's not going to let a teenager who just lost his mother disappear off the grid. Jeremy was self-sufficient by the age of 16. Jeremy had eaten so much cheese at the age of 16 that Faith had been forced to seek medical intervention. Teenage boys aren't as resilient as you think. Amanda bypassed the elevators and took the stairs. Her mouth was set in a tight line. Faith wondered if she was thinking about Will at that age, but then she reminded herself there was no use trying to get inside Amanda's head. She tried to focus her brain on interviewing Dave instead. During the 2 hours she'd been parked on the interstate, Faith had taken the time to look up David Harold McAlpine's criminal record. His juvenile file was sealed, but there were plenty of charges on his adult sheet. All of them the types of crimes you'd expect from an addict who beats his wife. Dave had been in and out of jail for various offenses, from bar fights to stealing cars, to boosting baby formula, to drunk driving, to domestic violence. Very few of the charges had stuck, which was curious, but unsurprising. Like Amanda, like Faith's own mother, Faith had started her career as a beat cop with the Atlanta Police Department. She knew how to read between the lines of a rap sheet. The explanation behind the repeated failures to prosecute DV charges successfully was obvious. Mercy had refused to testify. The curious lack of serious consequences on the other offenses pointed to a man who indiscriminately snitched on his fellow inmates in order to get his ass out of jail or keep himself from going to big boy prison. That's where the unsurprising part came in. A lot of men who beat on their wives were remarkably petty cowards. Amanda pushed open the door at the top of the stairs. Faith joined her a few seconds later. The hallway lights were dimmed. There was no one manning the nurse's station across from the elevator. Faith saw a board on the wall that listed patient names and nurse assignments. There were 10 rooms, all full, but only one nurse. Dave McAlpine, Faith read. Room 8. What are the odds? They both turned when the elevator doors opened. Will was wearing a button-down plaid shirt and a pair of scrubs that were too short for his long legs. Faith could see his black socks peeking out of the tops of his boots. He was cradling his bandaged right hand to his chest. There were tiny scrapes on his neck and face. Amanda gave him her usual warm welcome. Why are you dressed like a surgeon in a ska band? Will said, Dave vomited all over my pants. Yeah, he did. Faith saved the high five for later.
Sarah told us you smashed his balls into his bladder. Amanda gave a short sigh. I'll go inform the sheriff that he will welcome our assistance on this investigation. Good luck, Will said. He's been adamant about keeping the case. I imagine he's also adamant about not wanting every business in his county scrutinized for undocumented workers and child labor violations. Faith watched Amanda walk away, which was the theme of her morning. She told Will, I'm handling the interrogation. Anything I should know? I placed him under arrest for assault and resisting. Biscuits agreed not to say anything about the murder, so as far as I know, Dave doesn't know we found the body. His biggest concern is he thinks I saw him strangle Mercy on the trail yesterday. Dude thinks you'd just stand there while he strangled a woman? Faith liked a gullible suspect. Sounds like I might be home in time to drive Emma to clown camp. I wouldn't count on it, Will said. Don't underestimate Dave. He puts on a stupid hillbilly act, but he's manipulative, cunning, and cruel. Faith was having a hard time getting a read off what Will was trying to tell her. His sheet is littered with idiot crimes. The worst sentence he ever got was half a nickel in county lockup for grand theft auto. The judge gave him work release. He's a snitch. Exactly. Snitches don't tend to be criminal masterminds, and he's gotten caught a lot of times for somebody you're calling cunning. What am I missing? That I know him. Will looked down at his bandaged hand. Dave was at the children's home when I was there. He ran away when he was 13. He came up here. There's an old campground. It's a long story, but Dave will probably bring it up that we have a history, so you should be ready for it. Faith felt like her eyebrows were going to disappear into her scalp. Now it was making sense. What else? He used to bully me, Will said. Nothing physical, but he was an asshole. We called him the Jackal. Faith couldn't imagine Will being bullied. Setting aside that he was a giant, there was the age difference. Dave's 4 years younger than you. How did that work? He's not 4 years younger than me. Where did you get that? His criminal sheet. His birthday's all over the place. Will shook his head with something like disgust. He's 2 years younger than me. The McAlpines must have aged him down. What does that mean? It's not as easy to do now because everything's digitized, but back then, not every kid showed up with a valid birth certificate. Foster parents could petition the court to change a kid's age. If the kid was shitty, they'd age him up, so he'd be out of the system sooner. If he was easy, or if he was receiving enhanced benefits, then they would age him down, so the money kept rolling in. Faith felt sick to her stomach. What's an enhanced benefit? More problems, more money. Maybe the kid's got emotional issues, or he's experienced sexual assault and needs therapy, which means you've got to drive him to appointments, and maybe he's more of a handful at home, so the state gives you more money for your trouble. Jesus Christ. Faith couldn't keep the catch out of her voice. She had no idea whether any of this had happened to Will. Just the thought of it made her incredibly sad. So, Dave was a troubled kid. He was sexually assaulted by a PE teacher in elementary school. It lasted a few years. Will shrugged it off, but the violation was horrifying. He'll try to use it for pity. Let him talk, but just be aware that he knows what it's like to be helpless. And he grew up to be the type of man who beat his wife for years and eventually raped and murdered her. Faith could hear the anger in his voice. He really hated this guy. Does Amanda know that you know Dave? Will's jaw clenched, which was his way of saying yes. It also went a long way toward explaining why Amanda had driven 2 hours to get here, and why she wanted Will as far away from this case as possible. For Faith's part, she had more questions. Dave's a grown man. Why did he stay up here with the McAlpines if they exploited his troubled childhood for money? Will shrugged again. Before he ran away, Dave had a suicide attempt that landed him a psych hold. Once you're in a facility, it's hard to get out. On the facility side, there's a money incentive to keep the kid in treatment. On the kid side, you feel really angry and suicidal because you're locked down in a psych ward, which kind of wags the dog. They kept Dave locked up for 6 months. He was back at the home less than a week before he bolted. The McAlpines had their problems, but I can see where he felt like they saved him. He definitely would have been sent back to Atlanta without the adoption. Faith stored all of this away in her heart so she could cry about it later. A 13-year-old boy knows he's not 11. The judge would have asked him. "I told you he's sneaky," Will said. Dave was always lying about stupid things, stealing people's stuff or breaking it because he was jealous you had something he didn't. He was one of those kids who always kept a running tally, like you got an extra handful of tater tots at lunch, so I should get an extra handful at dinner. Faith knew the type. She also knew how hard it was for Will to talk about his childhood. Tater tots are delicious. I'm really hungry. Faith rooted around in her purse for a candy bar. I take it you want something with nuts? Will grinned as she handed him a Snickers bar. By the way, Sarah wasn't 100% on Dave being the murderer. This was new information. Okay, but you are? I absolutely am. But Sarah's gut is usually pretty good, so... Will ripped open the wrapper with his teeth. The last witness to see Mercy before she died had her outside Cottage 7 around 10:30. Faith found her notebook and pen. Talk me through the timeline. Will had already shoved half the Snickers bar into his mouth. He chewed twice, then swallowed, then said, Sarah and I were at the lake. I looked at my watch before I got in. It was 11:06. I'd guess it was around 11:30 that we heard the first scream. More like a howl. Correct, Will said. We couldn't tell which direction it came from, but we thought probably the compound. That's where the house and most of the cottages are. Sarah and I walked together for a bit, then we split up so I could take a more direct route. I ran through the forest, then I stopped because I thought it was stupid, right? We heard a howl in the mountains and we ran into the woods. I decided to go find Sarah. That's when I heard the second scream. I'd ballpark the time between the howl and the first scream at around 10 minutes. Faith started writing again. Mercy screamed a word, help. Right. Then she screamed, please. There was a much shorter gap between the second and third scream, maybe a second or two, but it was clear they both came from the direction of the bachelor cottages by the lake. Bachelor cottages. Faith noted the name. Is that where you were swimming? No, we were at the opposite end. It's called the Shallows. The lake is really big. You need to get the map. The Shallows is on one end and the bachelor cottages are on the other. The compound is high above both, so basically I went up one side of a hill, then down the other side. Faith really needed to see that map. How long after the second and third scream did it take you to reach Mercy? Will shook his head and shrugged. It's hard to say. I was amped up, surrounded by trees in the middle of the night, trying not to faceplant. I wasn't paying attention to time. Maybe another 10 minutes? How long does it take to get from the compound to the bachelor cottages? We took one of the trails down with the coroner to show her the crime scene. That was about 20 minutes, but we were walking as a group and sticking to the path. He shrugged again. Maybe 10 minutes? You're just going to say everything took 10 minutes? Will shrugged a third time, but told her, Sarah looked at my watch when she pronounced Mercy dead. It was exactly midnight. Faith wrote that down. So, ballpark, there was roughly 20 minutes between the howl at the compound and when you found Mercy in the water. But Mercy needed 10 of those minutes to get from the howl point to the scream point where she died. 10 minutes is plenty of time to murder a woman, then set a cottage on fire, especially if you had it all planned out in advance. Will said, then you stroll back around the lake to the old campsite and wait for the local sheriff to botch the investigation. Are you sure the howler was the screamer? Will thought about it. Yes, same tone of voice. Also, who else would it be? We're going to end up running around this entire property with stopwatches, aren't we? Accurate. He looked a hell of a lot happier about that than Faith was. So why does Sarah think Dave's not our guy? The last time I laid eyes on Dave was around 3 in the afternoon. Sarah talked to Mercy roughly 4 hours later. She saw bruising on Mercy's neck. Mercy said it was Dave who strangled her. But she seemed more concerned about her family coming after her, I guess over blocking the sale of the lodge. Mercy wasn't worried about Dave.
In fact, she said that everybody on the mountain wanted her dead. Guests included? Will shrugged. I mean, Faith tried not to get ahead of herself. She had always wanted to work a real-life locked-room mystery. You've got a limited number of suspects trapped in a remote location. That's some Scooby-Doo shit. There were 6 family members at dinner: Papa and Biddy, Mercy and Christopher, Delilah, and I guess you can throw in Chuck. John showed up before the first course, drunk off his ass and yelling at Mercy. Then there were the guests: me and Sarah, Landry and Gordon, Drew and Keisha, Frank and Monica. Also the investors, Sydney and Max. We were all packed in around a long dinner table. Faith looked up from her notebook. Were there candelabras on the table? He nodded. And a chef and a bartender and 2 waiters. And then there were none. He shoved the last of the Snickers into his mouth. Heads up. Amanda was walking back toward them, the sheriff straggling behind her. Biscuits looked exactly how Faith had imagined when she'd heard his voice on the recording. A bit round, at least a decade older than her, and several IQ points shorter. She could tell from the look on his pasty face that he'd reached the 3rd stage of dealing with Amanda, skipping over anger and acceptance and going straight to sulking. Special Agent Faith Mitchell, Amanda introduced. This is Sheriff Douglas Hartshorn. He's graciously agreed to let us take over the investigation. Biscuits didn't look gracious. He looked pissed off. He told Faith, I'm gonna be in the room when you talk to Dave. Faith didn't want the company, but she gathered from Amanda's silence that she didn't have a choice. Sheriff, has the suspect said anything about the crime? Biscuit shook his head. He ain't talking. Did he ask for a lawyer? Nope. And he's not gonna give you anything, and it's not like we even need it. We already got the evidence to put him away. Blood on his shirt, scratch marks, history of violence. Dave likes to use knives, always carries one in his back pocket. Faith asked, Does he usually carry anything other than the butterfly knife? Biscuits clearly didn't like the question. This is a local matter, ought to be handled locally. Faith smiled. Would you like to join me in room 8? Biscuits made a grand sweep with his arm in an after you gesture. He trailed Faith down the hall so closely that she could smell his sweat and aftershave. He said, Look, sweetheart, I know you're just following orders, but you need to understand something. Faith stopped, turning to face him. What's that? You GBI agents, you go from the classroom to the conference room. You don't know what it's like to do street-level policing. This kind of murder, it's a real cop's bread and butter. Well, I could have told you 20 years ago one of them would have ended up dead and the other would have ended up in the back of a squad car. Faith pretended like she hadn't spent 10 years of her life on patrol before earning her slot on the Atlanta Homicide Squad. Educate me. The McAlpines, they're a good family. But Mercy was always a handful. In and out of trouble. Drinking and drugging, sleeping around. Girl was pregnant by the time she was 15. Faith had been pregnant at 15, but she said, Wow. Wow is right. Pretty much ruined Dave's life. Biscuit said, Poor guy never managed to right himself after John was born. In and out of jail, always getting into scrapes. Dave was battling his own demons even before Mercy got knocked up. Had a rough time of it in foster care. Got sexually assaulted by a teacher. It's a goddamn miracle he ain't blown his brains out. Sounds like it, Faith said. Should we go talk to him about the murder? She didn't wait for his answer. Faith pushed open the door to a short vestibule. Bathroom on the right, sink and cabinet on the left. The lights were dimmed. She could hear the soft murmur of a television. The air was filled with the stale scent of a habitual smoker. A set of clothes was piled into the sink bowl. She saw an empty paper bag marked Evidence on the counter. The sheriff had gone so far as to take out a pair of gloves, but he hadn't actually bagged and tagged the suspect's personal items: a pack of cigarettes, a bulging Velcro wallet, a tube of chapstick, and an Android phone. Dave McAlpine muted the television when Faith turned up the lights. He didn't look worried about being under arrest or having 2 cops in his hospital room. He was reclining in bed with one arm over his head. His left wrist was handcuffed to the bed railing. His hospital gown had slipped off his shoulder. His lower half was covered by a sheet, but he must have been sitting on a pillow because his pelvis was rotated up like Magic Mike taking center stage. If Biscuits looked exactly how she'd imagined from Will's recording, Dave McAlpine was the exact opposite. Faith had somehow framed him in her head as somewhere between Moriarty from Sherlock Holmes and Wile E. Coyote. In person, Dave was handsome, but in a bedraggled high school prom king gone to seed kind of way. He'd probably slept with every other woman in town and had a $20,000 gaming setup inside his rented trailer, which was to say, exactly Faith's type. "Who's this?" Dave asked Biscuits. "Special Agent Faith Mitchell." Faith flipped open her wallet to show him her credentials. "I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm here to—" "You're prettier in person." He nodded toward Faith's work photo. "I like your hair longer." "He's right." Biscuits had craned his neck to look at the picture. Faith flipped the wallet closed as she resisted the urge to shave her head. "Mr. McAlpine, I know my partner has already read you your rights." "Shit, did Trash Can tell you we go way back?" Faith chewed the tip of her tongue. She'd heard Will called this name before. The nastiness didn't lessen with repetition. She said, "Special Agent Trent told me you were both at the children's home together." Dave stuck his tongue into his cheek as he studied her. "Why does the GBI care about this anyway?" Faith put the question back on him. "Tell me what this is." He gave a husky smoker's laugh. "Have you talked to Mercy yet? 'Cause there's no way in hell she dimed me out." Faith let him lead the conversation. "You admitted to strangling her." "Prove it," he said. "Trash Can's a shit witness. He's always had it out for me. Wait till my lawyer gets him on the stand." Faith leaned against the wall. "Tell me about Mercy." "What about her?" "She was 15 when she got pregnant. How old were you?" Dave's eyes cut to Biscuits, then back to Faith. 18. "Check my birth certificate." "Which one?" Faith asked, because that math wasn't mathing. Dave had been 20 when he impregnated a 15-year-old, which meant that he'd committed statutory rape. "You know that everything is digitized now, right? All the old records are in the cloud." Dave nervously scratched his chest. The gown slipped farther down his shoulder. Faith could see deep gouges where he'd been scratched. Dave said, "Biscuits, go fetch that nurse for me. Tell her I need some goddamn pain medication. My balls are on fucking fire." Biscuits seemed confused. "Well, I thought you wanted me to stay." "Well, now I don't." Biscuits huffed out his exasperation before taking his leave. Faith waited for the door to close. "Must be nice having the local sheriff on a leash." "Sure is." Dave reached under the bedsheet. He hissed air between his teeth as he pulled out an ice pack and dropped it on the bedside table. "What are you looking for, darling?" "You tell me." "I got no idea what happened last night." He pushed up the shoulder of his gown. "You let me out of here, I can ask around. I know a lot of people. Whatever went down that's big enough for the GBI to be interested, I figure that should be worth something." "What would it be worth?" "Well, 1, taking this fucking handcuff off my wrist." He made the chain rattle against the bed rail. "And 2, maybe you parting with some money. I figure 1,000 to start. More if I can bring you a big arrest." Faith asked, "What about Mercy?" "Shit," he said. "Mercy doesn't know about anything that happens outside the lodge, and she's not going to talk to you anyway." Faith noted the improvement in his grammar. The stupid hillbilly was gone. "It's hard for a woman to talk when she's been strangled." "Is that what this is about?" he asked. "Is Mercy in the hospital?" "Why would she be at the hospital?" He sucked his teeth. "That's why you're here?
Trash can threw a shit fit after seeing me on the trail? 'Cause what happened was I left Mercy exactly where she landed. That was around 3 in the afternoon. Talk to Trash Can. He can confirm it. What happened after you strangled Mercy? Nothing, he said. She was fine. Even told me to go fuck myself. That's how she talks to me. Always trying to push my buttons, but I left her alone. I didn't go back. So whatever happened to Mercy after that, she did it to herself. What do you think happened to her? Hell, I don't know. Maybe she fell when she was walking back to the trail. She's done that before. Tripped and fell face down in the woods. Caught her neck on a log so hard that she bruised her esophagus. Took a few hours for it to swell up, but she ended up driving herself to the emergency room saying she couldn't breathe. Ask the doctors. They'll have a record. Faith's only surprise was that he couldn't come up with a better story. When did this happen? A while back. John was still little. It was right before I divorced her. Mercy will tell you herself she was overreacting. She could breathe fine. She just worked herself up into a panic. The doctor said she had some swelling in her throat. Like I said, she fell really hard on that log. It was an accident. Had nothing to do with me. Dave shrugged. If the same thing happened again, that's on Mercy. Talk to her. I'm sure she'll tell you the same thing. Faith was confused. Will had warned her not to underestimate Dave, but this was neither cunning nor clever. Tell me where you went after you left Mercy on the trail. Biddy didn't have time to drive me back into town. I hiked down to the old campsite and got my drink on. Faith silently weighed her options. This was getting them nowhere. She had to change tactics. Mercy's dead. Shit, he laughed. Right. I'm not lying, Faith assured him. She's dead. He held her gaze for a good long moment before looking away. Faith watched tears flood into his eyes. His hand went to his mouth. Dave. What? The word got tangled up in his throat. When? Around midnight last night. Did she? Dave gulped. Did she suffocate? Faith studied his profile. This was the cunning part. He was really good at this. Dave asked, Did she know that it was happening? That she was dying? Yes, Faith said. What did you do to her, Dave? His voice caught. I strangled her. It was my fault. I choked her out too hard. She was going to pass out, and I thought I pulled myself back in time, but Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Faith pulled some tissues from the box and handed them over. Dave blew his nose. Did she suffer? Faith crossed her arms. She knew what was happening. Oh, fuck. What's wrong with me? Dave put his head in his hand. The handcuff rattled against the railing as he cried. Mercy, Mac! What did I do to you? She was terrified of suffocating. Since we were kids, she always had these dreams where she couldn't breathe. Faith tried to figure out where to go from here. She was used to long negotiations with suspects who parceled out the truth. Sometimes they put themselves in the vicinity of the scene, as opposed to in the actual spot, or admitted to one part of the crime, but not the other. This was another thing entirely. John. Dave looked up at Faith. Does he know what I did? Faith nodded. Fuck. He's never gonna forgive me. Dave's head went back into his hand. She tried to call me. I didn't see it come in because I didn't have a signal up on the mountain. I could have saved her. Does Biddy know? I need to see Biddy. I gotta explain. Wait, Faith said. Go back. When did Mercy call you? I don't know. I saw the messages when Biscuits took my phone away. They must have loaded when we got down the hill. Faith found Dave's Android on the sink by the door. She used the edge of her notebook to bump the screen on.
There was at least half a dozen notifications, all time-stamped, all but one with the same message. Missed call, 10:47 p.m., Mercy Mac. Missed call, 11:10 p.m., Mercy Mac. Missed call, 11:12 p.m., Mercy Mac. Missed call, 11:14 p.m., Mercy Mac. Missed call, 11:19 p.m., Mercy Mac. Missed call, 11:22 p.m., Mercy Mac. Faith scrolled down to the last one. Voicemail, 11:28 p.m., Mercy Mac. Faith flipped open her notebook. She looked at the timeline. By Will's estimation, Mercy had howled at 11:30 p.m., 2 minutes after she had left a voicemail for Dave. Faith stuck her notebook back in her pocket. She slipped on the sheriff's gloves before picking up Dave's phone and walking back to his bed. She asked him, "You couldn't get a signal on your phone, but Mercy could?" "There's Wi-Fi around the main house and at the dining hall, but you don't get cell coverage until you're halfway down the mountain." He wiped his eyes. "Can I listen to it? I want to hear her voice." Faith had assumed she'd have to file a warrant to hack the phone. "What's your password?" "My gotcha day," he said. 080492. Faith traced the numbers into the lock. The phone opened. She felt an unwelcome shakiness as her finger hovered over the voicemail icon. Before she played it, she took out her own phone to record whatever the message said. Her hand was sweating inside the glove when she finally tapped play. "Dave!" Mercy cried, almost hysterical. "Dave! Oh my God, where are you? Please, please call me back. I can't believe. Oh God, I can't. Please call me, please. I need you. I know you've never been there for me before, but I really need you now. I need your help, baby. Please call." There was a muffled sound, like Mercy had pressed the phone to her chest. Her voice was heartbreaking. Faith felt a lump in her throat. The woman sounded so desperately alone. "I failed her," Dave whispered. "She needed me and I failed her." Faith looked at the progress bar under the message. There were 7 more seconds left. She listened to Mercy's soft cries as the bar got smaller and smaller. "What are you doing here?" Mercy's voice sounded different. Angry, afraid. "Don't!" she yelled. "Dave will be here soon. I told him what happened. He's on his—" There was nothing more. The bar had reached the end. "What happened?" Dave asked. "Did Mercy say what happened? Is there another message, a text?" Faith stared at the phone. There was no other message. There was no other text. There was only the time-stamped notifications and Mercy's last known recorded words. "Please," Dave begged. "Tell me what this means." Faith thought about what Delilah had told Will. The money motive. Her asshole brother, her nasty sister-in-law, Mercy's serial killer vibes brother, his creepy friend, the guests, the chef, the bartender, the 2 waiters, the locked room mystery. She told Dave, "It means you didn't kill her."